Chapter 734. Later, you guys will split into two groups. Long Can, Di Ming, and I will attract their attention. You guys wait for an opportunity to take all the holy meridian energy, the young man in green said indifferently. You know that if I die, the holy meridian energy will be of no use to you. So, you have to be fast. Everyone nodded. Except for Long Can, the other 10 people were all old monsters from JoJo. Some of them were even old monsters who had not appeared in the world for 100,000 years. They were terrifyingly strong. They were all fierce characters in the late stage of the 9th tier. For people like them, it was impossible for them to come out of seclusion without any substantial benefits. It was all because this true god's avatar had promised them that if they could get the holy meridian energy, he would share a part of the energy to create a holy body for them. Although it was called a holy body, it was nothing more than absorbing a little holy chi or the energy of a saint. But for them, it was the only opportunity after countless years. In the past, the fake gods were still afraid. But now, they had completely laid their cards on the table. They wanted to forcibly descend on JoJo and use all possibilities to increase their strength, forcibly kill Lin Chen, and even invade JoJo. Just as the 10 people continued to approach, they began to split into two groups, one in the south and one in the west. At this time, Lin, who was lurking on a cliff, put on his self-made sunglasses. He had a serious expression as he talked to himself. You might not know what it means to sing in the sky border mountain. I usually only use 2 words to describe this kind of person: outstanding, ambush him. Don't fight in front first. There's no need to rush this operation. I'm definitely going to show off. I'll sing Look Over Here and make a fortune in silence. Suddenly, 2 silver-robed figures appeared in the sky, descending from the void without any warning. They appeared out of thin air without any means to hide their aura. They were Lin Chen's 2 avatars. The avatars, one in the south and one in the west, appeared 100 miles behind the 2 groups of 12 people, standing on top of a mountain. If you want to ask how strong Lin Chen is, you have to see how high the sky is. The young man's laughter rang out, and the pupils of the green-robed young man in front of the group shrank. What kind of bad luck was this today? To actually meet Lin Chen here? Lin Chen's clone was holding a purple sandalwood guitar that he had made himself. Dragon whiskers were used as strings, and he crossed his legs on the top of the mountain. He held the guitar in his left hand and brushed his fringe with his right hand. There was a coquettish smile on his face. If you want to know how flirtatious Lin Chen is, it depends on how high the sky is. What is he trying to do? When Long Can saw the guitar in Lin Chen's hand, his legs went soft, and his teeth chattered. He was really afraid of Lin Chen, this demon god. From the moment he challenged the fake god family, this boy's style of doing things was unimaginable. The next moment, he suddenly infused a wisp of battle aura into his self-made guitar. His fingertips plucked the strings, and a graceful string sound drifted out. Then, the young man's bright laughter, which was enveloped by boundless spiritual energy and battle aura, spread for 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles. Demon King on the other side, look over here, look over here, look over here. The operation here is very exciting. Please don't pretend to ignore it, Demon King on the other side, look over here, look over here. Don't be frightened by my appearance, actually I'm very cute, hiss. At this moment, the 12 people, including the young man in the green shirt, gasped, and their scalps went numb. Where did this weirdo come from? F***ck, he's actually singing in the demon eye area of dozens of demon kings and thousands of demon emperors? And he's even F***king looking over here. F***ck. You're not cute. Boom. The singing started, and the demon kings opened their eyes that were flashing with blood-red light. Their auras fluctuated, and they immediately reacted. The sorrow of the most handsome boy, if I say it out loud, who will understand? I beg you to throw a flirtatious glance over here, coax me, and make me happy. I looked left and right, up and down. It turns out that every demon king is not simple. I thought about it and guessed, and the demon king's thoughts are really strange. Crazy. He must be crazy. Let the demon king throw a flirtatious glance at you. You've lost your mind. You've definitely lost your mind. Let the demon king coax you? You're crazy. This singing voice was mixed with Lin Fan's intermediate heaven completion realm spiritual force and 9 types of heavenly tribulation battle chi. Once he started singing, not only did it spread out of the heaven boundary mountain, but it also spread to the human territory outside the 10th main city. Dozens of peak combat emperors heard it. What's going on? Who's singing? It seems to be coming from the direction of the heaven boundary mountain. Impossible. There are even high-level demon kings over there. Other than the pagoda master, who dares to go near that place? F***CK. It's really the heaven boundary mountain. What's going on? Which deity dares to enter the heaven boundary mountain to sing? That's not right, I didn't drink too much last night. Old Lin, try slapping me and see if I'm dreaming. F***CK, you're really going to hit me. Dozens of 8th and 9th level combat emperors came out from their seclusion and appeared high up in the sky. Their faces were filled with panic and astonishment, and they were quite frightened as they stared at each other with their eyes wide open. Strange. It was really too strange. What kind of place was the heaven boundary mountain? It was known as one of the most dangerous areas in the myriad demon battlefield. Other than the pagoda master and a few people in history, no one dared to enter it. No one knew what the hell was inside. The only thing they could be sure of was that there were as many demon kings as there were dogs and a bunch of demon kings. There were even high-level demon kings in the legends. Even if they gathered all the combat emperors in the 9 prefectures, they wouldn't be able to fight their way in, because it wasn't a place that mortals could enter. If it wasn't for the fact that the demon race couldn't break out of the firmament tower, the 9 prefectures would have been plunged into misery and suffering. And there was actually someone singing in that godforsaken place where combat emperors could die instantly. Wasn't this like seeing a ghost? The hearty singing came again, causing the scalps of the combat emperors to explode. The demon king opposite, look over here, look tilde look over here. The most handsome boy is in love for the first time. I need you to give me some love tilde F***CK. That's insane. I've lived long enough to see this. There's still someone in the heaven boundary mountain who wants some love from the demon king? I can't afford it. I really can't afford it. This love is too F***king heavy. I'm afraid I'll be slapped until I shit out. Then, the singing and string music continued. Hi tilde tilde. Hi tilde tilde. I've looked left and right, up and down. It turns out that every demon king is not simple. I've thought about it and guessed. The demon king's thoughts are really strange. All the experts were shocked and racked their brains. What kind of deity could have such a divine ability? Could it be that a saint realm expert was born? Among the many battle emperors, a handsome man nodded thoughtfully. It's nice. Inside the heaven boundary mountain, angry roars shook the heavens and the earth, as if they wanted to tear the sky apart. Thousands of demons were boiling. Exploded. Everyone exploded. No matter if it was the experts of the human race or the demon kings, they all exploded on the spot. Chapter 735. How many years had it been? No one had dared to barge into the heaven boundary mountain. But today, more than 10 people had barged in. What the F***CK? Where did this weirdo come from? Is there something wrong with his head? Singing in the heaven boundary mountain? F***CK. It's over, we've been discovered. The mouths of some old monsters who had come out of seclusion for the first time twitched violently. They were so frightened by Lin Feng's singing loudly that a few of their teeth almost fell out. Lin Feng's 2 clones leaped into the air and landed in the positions of the 2 teams. Instantly, more than 100 demon emperors rushed in their direction. A few demon monarchs also began to move. Love is so strange tilde come tilde oh, hey tilde the 12 people's hearts trembled. What kind of situation was this? And he was still singing. What the F***CK? It was obvious that he wanted to drag them down with him. With this, it was very likely that they would be besieged to death by the thousands of demon emperors. There was no way to fight at all. Even escaping was a 90% chance of survival. 2 of the old monsters couldn't help but curse. Come, your head. This old man will fight it out with you today, you bastard. 5 palm imprints shot out, and 1,000 Zhong palm imprint shot out like a blade. Lin Feng dodged with a silent step and laughed loudly in the air. His figure spun in the air, and he was actually still playing his guitar and singing, crazily attracting even more demon monarchs over. Ha ha ha, I'm flirtatious left and right, handsome on top and handsome on the bottom. It turns out that every handsome person is not simple. I'm handsome and handsome, I'm guessing and guessing. The thoughts of handsome people are so strange. Handsome is so strange. Come tilde oh, hey tilde Lin Chen's clone sang loudly and even winked at the old monsters. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Don't fight with him. This is that brat's clone. His real body must be hiding in the dark, waiting to reap the benefit. The green-robed young man gritted his teeth and retreated rapidly. He quickly divined the heavens, looking for an opportunity in this hopeless situation. Over 100 devil emperors and 3 middle-grade devil monarchs were the first to arrive within 2,000 miles of the young man. Immediately, the 2 troops of the young man were exposed in front of them. The 10 reclusive old monsters were sweating profusely. Although they were only at the late 9th level, a mid-grade demon monarch was comparable to a first tribulation combat emperor. The 10 of them could barely block 2 of them, but 3 of them were no match for them at all. On top of that, there were so many demon emperors around. If they were to charge at him all at once, he would surely die. Lin Chen concealed himself on the cliff and didn't act rashly. He stroked his chin and observed the situation and opportunities, trying his best to lure out the high-level demon monarchs. Boom tilde. At this time, another 2 mid-level demon monarchs and a high-level demon monarch stood up. From over 20,000 miles away, they stared at the 12 of them with their blood-red eyes. Not good. Even a high-level demon monarch is coming. Long Can was so shocked that he lost his voice. He looked at his master behind him in fear. The green-robed young man gnashed his teeth in hatred. His hatred for Lin Chen was so great that even the 3 rivers and 5 lakes would not be able to wash it away. Son of a bitch, a mere mortal can ruin my plan time and time again. He is just an ant. In front of my true body, he is just a piece of trash. An ant that can be crushed with a finger. The Saint Vain energy was right in front of him. It was not easy for him to avoid the detection of the firmament tower and sneak into this place. Unexpectedly, it was ruined by Lin Chen again. Lin Chen's strength was like an ant to him, so weak that it was not even worth mentioning. However, he was defeated time and time again because of this ant. No living creature could accept this kind of humiliation. Southeast, retreat. Long Can, use the saint body again and rush out. The green-robed young man shouted. Long Can could only clench his teeth and activate the saint body. His body twisted and turned into a 10,000 Zhong long golden dragon. This time, he had used the saint body too much. He would pay a heavy price. Bang! The golden dragon collided with the first mid-grade demon monarch and fought fiercely in all directions. The dragon waved its claws and destroyed the demon monarchs along the way. It seemed that they were evenly matched. Kai tilde. Bang! The 4 old monsters were instantly sent flying by a high-grade demon monarch. They were seriously injured, and their killing intent was overwhelming. A high-grade demon monarch was at least comparable to a 3 tribulation combat emperor. A late 9th heaven demon monarch was no match for it. The green-robed young man's face was solemn. He turned around and the green feather umbrella spun rapidly. Countless thin silvery light enveloped the area. Spring silkworm spits silk. The silvery light was like a net that caught the high-grade demon monarch. He had originally planned to save this move for Lin Chen. He did not expect to use it here. Retreat. The green-robed young man's face was pale. His mental strength and chi and blood were decreasing rapidly. The 12 of them rushed to the southeast, where the number of demon monarchs was the weakest. They were trying to break out. The 2 clones were also being chased by the demon monarchs. The clone activated the 7-fold transformation and temporarily broke through to the late 8th heaven demon monarch. Host continues to activate the recharge rune, consuming 30,000 rune energy. 30,000 rune energy. Activating the purple rank sovereign descent, consuming 690,000 talent points. Cooldown time, 29 days. Entering the state of accumulating energy, 0 points. The energy points will increase the host's next attack. The clone's body was surrounded by a green light as he activated the ultimate moment. The 9 tribulation combat body was activated, and the dragon force was unleashed inch by inch. The clone held the meridian sword that was as bright as a star jade and slashed down. A green light flashed across the tip of the sword, and it was like a giant dragon dancing in the sky. Blazing green moon slash. The green slash that was thousands of feet long was like a tornado that swept across the sky and pierced through countless demon monarch. Even though the demon monarchs were in groups and were fearless of death, Lin Chen's strength was comparable to a 9th heaven demon monarch. With the help of the meridian sword, swordsmanship, talent, and 9 tribulation combat body, it was as if he could destroy mountains and rivers. Swoosh, swoosh. A progress bar popped up from the system, and the number kept increasing. It was the energy accumulation of the sovereign descent. It had exceeded 400,000 points in an instant. In Lin Chen's eyes, it was still not enough. His cultivation was not what it used to be, and he needed a higher amount of energy to increase his strength. With the Wind Emperor bow in his hand, he drew the bow and shot an arrow that could shatter the sky. The arrow was like a falling star, and countless demon monarchs exploded. Kai, Kai, Kai. A large number of demon monarchs disappeared under the arrow. Apart from the penetration rune, Lin Chen's 2 clones had almost used all their strength. The clone took away all the demon monarch's crystals with the silent step technique, and the blank attribute increased rapidly. The clone drew the bow and shot arrows that fell from the sky like auroras. Every arrow killed several demon monarchs like chickens being slaughtered. Fatal Bloodthirst has been successfully activated, healing 29% of the damage received. Triggering the combination of innate skills. The clone triggered the combination of innate skills. Lin Chen was wild with joy. He immediately used the Sovereign's Descent talent from the innate skill combination. Swoosh. A progress bar popped up from the system, and the energy accumulated was 0 points. Host has used 2 purple rank innate skills at the same time. The energy accumulation will be divided into 2 states, which will increase the host's next attack. 2 progress bars. Double Sovereign Descent. Damn it, it came at the right time. I, Lin Chen, am going to blast them to smithereens this time. Lin Chen was so excited that he almost jumped up and exhaled. Chapter 736. Rip Tilda. As the sword aura flashed, the 2 clones covered each other and fought each other. Their cooperation was flawless. Boom Tilda. Finally, another 4 mid-level demon monarchs stood up. Their bloodthirsty and empty eyes flashed with ruthless blood. They finally realized the threat of Lin Chen. They didn't expect this puny human to have such power. They had never seen a human with such low cultivation but such powerful combat strength. These demon monarchs weren't low-level demons. They had higher intelligence. Unless something major happened, they wouldn't easily leave the vicinity of the holy vein energy. It's finally here. Battle intent overflowed. The clone swung Meridian 7 times. The sword light was like the 7 stars in the sky. Meridian Meteor. This sword was like the 7 stars coming from the west. It flashed continuously and killed 2 mid-level demon monarchs. Narking a one-time use tier 7 high-grade arrow dragon cry arrow, the clone shot the arrow. The arrow whistled like the roar of a dragon. Dark shadow sky. The 3 demon monarchs roared and pushed their claws forward. Their auras collided like dragons, and a mushroom cloud exploded. Both parties retreated quickly. A human-like astonishment flashed across the demon monarch's eyes. This human's attack actually had the remaining power to penetrate their bodies. They can fight. As long as I keep the penetration and charging runes active, my 2 clones can barely stop 3 mid-level demon monarch. Lin Chen dodged slightly and sneaked to the other side where there was only 1 high-level demon monarch left. Those 12 fellows have already attracted more than half of the demon emperors and several demon monarchs from the heaven boundary mountain. There are still 6 demon monarchs that haven't moved. I can only take the risk. Once the demon monarchs outside the heaven boundary mountain join in, the situation will become even more complicated. This is my only chance to fight with my life on the line. Shua, shua, Shua. Another 2 clones appeared from thousands of miles away. 4 clones appeared at the same time. The 4th doppelganger wielded dragon glory and charged into the horde of fiend emperors that were charging at him. The bright moon mirror technique was executed perfectly, and it was a perfect combination of attack, defense, and speed. The fiend emperors were forced to retreat again and again. Received 10 blank attribute points, 20 blank attribute points, 10 blank attribute points. First energy accumulation, 500,000, 520,000, 530,000. Second energy accumulation, 150,000, 160,000, 180,000. The 2 energy bars rose rapidly. Lin Chen's 2 moves, Sovereign's Descent, continued to accumulate energy. Boom tilde. Finally, a mid-level demon monarch and a high-level demon monarch sensed the abnormality and charged out again. The 3rd clone was on guard, retreating step by step, purposely dragging them away from the location of the holy vein energy. Suddenly, a snow-white figure as beautiful as a fairy descended from the sky. The Dragon Emperor had come into being and was protecting the beauty closely. Sister Ruoyon, be careful, Lin Chen instructed. The beautiful woman smiled and nodded. As the profound Azure Dragon domain was released, the dragon tail swayed, and a section of the Azure Dragon sword violently chopped down at the high-level demon monarch flying out. Clang tilde. The peerless dragon sword that could divide mountains and rivers slashed down on the high-level demon monarch's body, but it was blocked by its arm, not injuring it in the slightest. Although the Dragon Emperor was strong, the opponent was, after all, comparable to a 3-calamity combat emperor. Even delaying for time was extremely difficult. The high-level demon monarch raised its hand and slapped down. The sound of ripping cloth could be heard in the air. While it easily broke through the profound Azure Dragon domain, it also wanted to completely tear apart the Dragon Emperor's dragon scale defense. It was almost defeated in a single exchange. 7 extremes force. Boom. Boom. The terrifying fist wind was like a dragon's roar. The clone appeared like a ghost and punched the upper body of the high-level demon monarch. Bang! The space cracked, and the explosion was shocking. This punch contained the 3 extremes of cutting, tearing, and pulling. The high-level demon monarch, which was hundreds of feet tall, was forced to take 2 small steps back. The clone's aura soared, and the wind from its fists was like a violent storm. Every punch contained the 7 extremes force. Pulling, twisting, penetrating, double penetration. The energy was like a dragon, twisting like a dragon. It actually forced the high-level demon monarch to retreat with 9.3 million dragon power points. Bang! Bang! The clone went all out and punched 100 times in half a breath's time. The berserk dragon power energy was infused with penetration runes into the high-level demon monarch's body in different ways. Crack! The clone's arm was broken. It was overuse. Lin Chen's dragon power was barely enough for him to use the first 5 kinds of force of the 7 extremes force. The last 2 kinds were explosive force and killing force. It was still not enough. Bang! The clone was crushed with a palm, and the clone exploded. The high-level demon monarch's ruthless eyes were filled with rage. It was actually injured by such a weak human. Host activated the phantom rune. 250,000 runes of energy have been consumed. Shua. Space distorted, and Lin Chen's doppelganger, who was using silent steps, appeared once again with a sly smile on his face. Trash demon monarch, come and hit me. The demon monarch roared. His ruthless eyes flashed with brutal killing intent. He charged at the clone, and the fierce battle started again. At this moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. Lin Chen almost held his breath. When he was 3,000 miles away from the Saint Bloodline crystal, he was about to activate the heavenly invisibility rune to snatch it. Wang, wang, wang. Battle aura rippled, and a rapidly spinning green feather umbrella suddenly appeared above Lin Chen's head. The green light of the feather umbrella shone in the gorge, attracting the attention of 4 demon monarchs. Lin Chen's position was exposed. He actually abandoned his fortune teller's life artifact and wanted to drag Lin Chen down to die here. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. 3 mid-level demon monarchs and a high-level demon monarch instantly locked onto him. Baleful aura surged, and a chill spread throughout his body. Spreading his phoenix wings furiously, Lin Chen, who was rapidly retreating, suddenly felt a boundless baleful aura like a savage dragon biting at him from behind. A large number of demon emperors rushed out from the mountain peak behind him. The green-robed youth let the other 11 people go, and he led 2 demon monarchs and a large number of demon emperors back. The green-robed youth laughed loudly. Haha, Lin Chen, you didn't expect this, right? This time, even if I have to abandon the backup of this clone, I will still kill you. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. This fake god-old fox still has a trick up his sleeve at this critical juncture. There was a fierce tiger in front and a pack of wolves behind. Now, it wasn't that the demon monarchs were looking over, but that they were pouncing over. Come, come. I, Lin Chen, will turn the world upside down. Super-dimensional innate skill has been successfully used. Host has set the current position as the 6th spatial coordinate. After activating the innate skill, Lin Chen actually rushed toward the densely packed demon emperors and the green-robed youth. This action stunned even the green-robed youth. This kid actually didn't run. There were still 2 mid-level demon monarchs behind him. In addition, the ones who discovered Lin Chen were 6 demon monarchs. The 4 clones immediately retreated as if they had a tacit understanding. The Dragon Emperor brought by Ruoyon and escaped into the void. Then let's have fun until the end. The 4 demon monarchs behind him closed in, and the 2 demon monarchs and thousands of demon emperors in front of him blocked his path of retreat. Lin Chen grinned wildly, beginning to lock onto those hostile to the host within a radius of 100,000 miles. Initiating 5-blow thunderstruck shorekill attack. Rumble tilde. 5 colored thunderclouds that filled the sky and earth rose up like a tidal wave. All the demons were locked onto. This kid actually still has such a trump card. The green-robed youth's scalp went numb. It was this killing move that couldn't even be avoided. Even as a saint-level fortune teller, he had never seen such a strange attack in this world that could completely lock onto a living being. What a motherf*** king dog. Chapter 737. 5-blow thunderstruck, strike his mother. Lin Chen pointed to the sky and roared, causing the wind and clouds to change. Kai. Boom. The 5-colored thundercloud tore through the sky and struck down 1,000 feet thick, 100 feet long 5-colored thunderbolt. Bang. 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 At this moment, endless 5-colored thunderbolts were reflected between heaven and earth. They were colorful, beautiful, and murderous. What kind of scene was that? Countless miles away, the combat emperors in the 10th city outside the Boundary Mountain could clearly see the colorful thunderbolts in the center of the Boundary Mountain. They lit up the sky as if they were going to tear it apart. Those below the Demon Lord level would be turned into ashes. The Demon Imperial crystals in the sky were torn apart, leaving only the white attribute balls. Low-level Demon Lords were seriously injured in just a few hits and continued to be bombarded until they died. Mid-level Demon Lords were not seriously injured, but most of them were entangled. High-level Demon Lords ignored the power of the 5-blow thunderstruck and continued to charge toward Lin Chen. Annihilation. Boom tilde. The 1,000-feet-long spiritual light beam with the power of annihilation crossed the sky and collided with the young man in green who was still accumulating injuries from the 5-blow thunderstruck. Poochie. The young man in green vomited blood. The moment the dark tribulation vortex twisted, Lin Chen appeared 1,000 feet away from the young man in green and punched out with both fists. Rip tilde. It was as if there were 10,000 dragons galloping through the air. The wind from his fists smashed through everything in its path. The fist wind turned into a knife, like a dragon tearing, like an eagle pulling. Several different forces merged and connected, penetrating the body of the young man in green and blowing him up. Whoosh. More than a dozen human-shaped attribute balls fell from the sky. It was the first time Lin Chen had seen such a big attribute ball. However, he didn't have the chance to care about it. He turned around and saw 2 high-level Demon Lords and 4 mid-level Demon Lords within 1,000 miles of him. Sovereign's Descent activated. First accumulated energy, 95 million points. Host's next attack will be enhanced. Boom. The 9-colored battle aura of calamity gathered in his palm and condensed into a star. Lin Chen hurled it out. A bunch of damned things, try this. The 9 tribulations star shone with 9 auroras and crashed into the 6 demonic monarchs like a shooting star. Instinctive fear appeared in their eyes. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, there was only a 9-colored beam of light that suddenly spun and bloomed. It shot straight into the sky. As the light pillar spun, it was as though everything had been annihilated. Apart from the Saint Bloodline crystal, which remained unmoving, all the demon lords were swept into the 9-colored light pillar. It was as though they had been destroyed. With the energy crystal of 3-inch calamity protecting his body, Lin Chen used silent step and retreated in a flash. He stared at the 9-colored pillar of light. This time, the 9 tribulation star was infinitely close to the 9 tribulation star created by the 4 great talents in the spiritual state. With my current cultivation level and elemental attributes, the 9 tribulation star can at most threaten a 2nd tribulation battle emperor. Among the 2 high-level demon monarchs, one of them is the strongest. It might even be comparable to a 4th tribulation battle emperor. The demon race's vitality was extremely tenacious. Even with the 9 tribulation star, he didn't have absolute confidence in defeating it. When the 9-colored light pillar dissipated, Lin Chen's heart shook. The bodies of the 2 demon monarchs, which were hundreds of feet tall, were still standing. One of them, which had more than half of its body missing, was still alive. There was a hint of fear in its ferocious eyes. The other demon monarch was almost heavily injured. Its upper body had a 10-foot gap. It was the high-level demon monarch comparable to a 4th tribulation battle emperor. It became the main force to resist Lin Chen's 9 tribulation star. Even so, the 4 mid-level demon monarchs had already been reduced to ashes. Whoosh! Just as the 2 demon monarchs were about to fight Lin Chen to the death, 4 figures, including Bai Ruoyan and the Dragon Emperor, appeared at the 7 Saint Bloodline crystals at the same time. They opened the special jade box prepared by the Vice Dean and stored all the Saint Bloodline crystals inside. Beautiful! Lin Chen clapped his hands and praised. 2 of the clones activated super-dimensional teleportation and teleported to Lin Chen's side. They stored the 7 Saint Bloodline crystals in their storage rings. Everything was settled. Running away like a yo-yo was the right thing to do. The other 2 clones pretended to charge at the 2 demon monarchs, but in reality, they were going to collect the white attribute light balls of the fallen demon monarch. Bang! After collecting the attributes, the clones were killed by the high-level demon monarch with 1 punch. Lin Chen used his talent points to speed up the cooldown of his super-dimensional teleportation talent. There were only 50 seconds left. Brother Lin Chen, this is bad. Bai Ruoyan rushed to Lin Chen's side, and her expression changed slightly. 50,000 miles away from the boundary mountain, 2 creatures with overflowing killing intent descended. Looking at their aura, they were completely above the high-level demon monarchs. Could they be peak demon monarchs? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Peak demon monarchs were creatures of the demon race that were second only to the Saint Demon King. They were on par with the 5th tribulation combat emperors of the human race. Peak demon monarchs would wander around the demon battlefield outside the boundary mountain. They were more intelligent and wanted to find a chance to break through the firmament tower and rush out of the outside world. Now that they sensed Lin Chen's invasion, they quickly rushed to the boundary mountain. Rumble tilde. A gust of wind swept past. Lin Chen pulled Bai Ruoyan and frantically retreated. The 2 high-level demon monarchs chased after them. Super-dimensional teleportation still has 30 seconds of cooldown. We must delay them for 30 seconds. Sister Ruoyan, come in. Lin Chen shouted. Bai Ruoyan gritted her teeth and turned into a snow-white jade slip and entered Lin Chen's arms. She couldn't even stop creatures of this level. She could only leave it to Lin Chen. Combination technique, Sovereign's Descent activated. Energy accumulated, 95 million points. It will increase the host's next attack. 95 million points. The second Sovereign's Descent would double the value of the previous one. Kai tilde. An overwhelming red baleful aura accompanied 2 figures that were hundreds of meters tall. 2 human-shaped peak demon monarchs stepped out. Their steps were like rivers and rivers, crossing thousands of miles with a single step. The trembling spatial crystal wall cracked. Lin Chen felt that if they fought at close range, the other party could crush him to death with just their aura. A 5th Tribulation Combat Emperor could crush a 9th Stage Combat Emperor with a raise of his hand. They weren't on the same level at all. Human race, trespassing into my race's habitat. Die. The leading peak demon monarch could actually speak human language. Your IQ isn't high, but your skin is quite thick. This is the territory of my human race. When did it become your habitat? Shameless, 7 Extremes Force. Lin Chen, who had retreated to the demon eye, sneered. His shoulders shook, and his aura was monstrous like a raging dragon. When the 9.3 million points of dragon power gathered on Lin Chen's right arm, he faced the 4 demon monarchs that were less than 1,000 miles away from him and punched out. 7 Extremes Force, 5 forces combine. Bang! The dragon power that could overturn heaven and earth exploded. Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. The bones in his right arm were broken. This move was too forceful for him. The 5 forces used different methods to crush the 4 demon monarchs. The leading peak demon monarch couldn't help but sneer. What a pitifully weak attack, boom tilde. The demon monarch wanted to resist the punch, but before he could finish his sentence, the power of Lin Chen's punch suddenly skyrocketed. It wasn't just 9.3 million points of dragon power. The moment the limit was broken, it broke through 10 million points of dragon power. He still didn't know. After 10 million points of dragon power, it increased to 20 million points of dragon power. Even Lin Chen himself didn't know to what extent the power of this punch was increased by the Sovereign's Descent talent. Chapter 738. What? Bang! The fist wind blasted in front of them and instantly exploded. Angry waves surged into the sky. The 5 types of energy merged into one and pierced through their bodies with the force of cutting, tearing, pulling, twisting, and finally penetrating. While constantly grinding out their vitality, it sent the 4 demon lords flying. His arm was dripping with blood, but Lin Chen still maintained his full speed of retreat. The next moment, the phenomenon suddenly changed. Kai. The dark red demon eye exploded with a murderous aura, and a strange dark red palm stretched out from within. It suddenly traveled 50 kilometers and grabbed at Lin Chen like lightning. In front of this dark red palm, Lin Chen was unable to resist at all. He was instantly suppressed to the point that he could not move. Cake, what a young human brat. Become this king's food. The demon eye let out an evil cry, and Lin Chen's pupils shrank. With a thought, he connected to the system's 3 great talents, Sun God, God Slayer, and Absolute Life and Death. He had no other choice. The palm that stretched out from the demon eye was in no way inferior to a peak demon lord. It suppressed Lin Chen in a single exchange. Because of the mysterious person's demon seal, Lin Chen was immune to the demonic aura pressure of the demon eye, causing him to almost forget about the existence of the demon eye. He focused on pulling away from the 2 peak demon lords, and the result was that he was instantly ambushed. Just as Lin Chen was about to fight to the death and use his 3 strongest talents to buy time, the purple-black demon seal in his palm suddenly emitted an aurora and absorbed the stars. It was as if the sea was roaring. Rip tilde. A terrifying suction force suddenly erupted from Lin Chen's palm. Endless demonic aura surged out from the demon eye and was all absorbed into the demon seal. Even the dark red palm was torn apart and refined into Lin Chen's demon seal. Why do you have the aura of that race? Damn it, so it's that group of old things. After 1,000,000 years, there's still an inheritance in this world. A sharp scream came from the demon eye. Lin Chen was stunned for a breath. He subconsciously circulated his battle chi and spiritual power to check his body. There was nothing abnormal. It's time. System, Space 4. Teleporting to space number 4, consuming 15 million talent points. Shua. A beam of light broke through space above his head. Lin Chen's figure instantly vanished. The storm seemed to have calmed down in an instant. Countless devil emperors and low-level devil monarchs who had rushed over looked around, but they did not see the aura of a human. On this day, the devils of the World Mountain suffered unprecedented damage. More than half of the mid-level devil monarchs died, more than half of the low-level devil monarchs died, and more than a third of the devil emperors died. These guys actually woke up. In the 10th main city, the tower master floated in the air, his deep eyes staring into the distance. His injuries from the previous battle had yet to fully recover. It was precisely because the seal on the demonic eye was incomplete that those fellows in the demon's den were able to extend a portion of their power to the outside world. Even he couldn't easily get close to the demonic eye. Once he did, he would alarm those creatures. Main City Number 1, Golden Prison Mountain Range. Lin Chen fell beside a cliff. His breathing was rapid, and he was still in shock. This time, entering the World Mountain could be said to be a matter of life and death. The jade simplified into white light and Bai Ruoyan appeared. She held his hand with a worried expression. Little brother Lin Chen, are you all right? Do you feel anything strange? No. It's very strange. Lin Chen shook his head and stared at the demonic seal on his left palm. The purple-black demonic seal flickered for a moment before dimming down and hiding in Lin Chen's body. This thing is still hiding in my body after absorbing the palm of that devil race creature. However, I am not affected at all. Lin Chen's expression was extremely solemn. It was precisely because of such a huge change that this demonic seal did not change. This was called serious. This proved that this demonic seal was completely out of Lin Chen's control. Moreover, it could even completely suppress creatures above the peak of the devil monarch realm. That devil race creature called himself a king. Could it be that he was a saint devil king? Lin Chen broke out in cold sweat. A saint devil king was an existence comparable to a saint. This demonic seal could even block a creature suspected to be a saint devil king. No one knew what would happen next. That mysterious person definitely didn't give me this demonic seal out of kindness. I'm still too weak. If I had the strength of a saint realm expert, this wouldn't even be a fart. Damn it, my life is hanging on my waist. After thinking and struggling for a while, Lin Chen's mind finally calmed down with Bai Ruoyan's company. Return to the academy. Maybe the dean will have a way to deal with this demonic seal after he wakes up. Moreover, if I can obtain the other parts of the Tai Futian mantra and cultivate an orange tier mental cultivation method, my strength will increase by a few levels. Lin Chen had already witnessed the might of an orange tier mental cultivation method. With Bai Ruoyan's mid-9th level cultivation base, she was able to fight against a mid-level devil monarch that was comparable to a first tribulation combat emperor without falling into a disadvantage. The improvement of an orange tier mental cultivation method was too heaven-defying. He was determined to obtain the Tai Futian mantra. After swallowing 2 pills, the injury on Lin Chen's right arm temporarily stabilized. He still needed some time to recuperate. 5 forces combined into one required too much strength and the toughness of his flesh. Lin Chen forced himself to use it. It was already fortunate that his arm didn't completely break. After leaving the firmament tower, Lin Chen didn't plan to waste any time. He used super-dimensional transfer again and teleported back to Space 2. He arrived at the 10,000 Spirit Sea and returned to the academy. This time, I killed a large number of devils in the firmament tower, increasing my blank attribute to 130,000 points. It's a great harvest. I can convert them to other attributes at any time. It's a necessity for emergencies. Lin Chen turned off the system. When he opened his eyes, the Dragon Emperor had already returned to the academy. Heavenly Song Academy, 100 Islands Main Hall. Lin Chen, who had just returned, received an unexpected piece of news. Teacher Yuechi and everyone were taken away by people from the sacred boundary. Hearing Shen Lianyun's words, Lin Chen's heart sank. Everyone must have their own plans when they left. With the foresight of those old foxes from the sacred boundary, there's no need to touch them. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, and his hanging heart was half relieved. The sects from the sacred boundary had sent envoys to take them away. Their motive and possibility of harming them was not high. Looking at their motive, harming the people around Lin Chen would do them no good. However, if he could win against the fake gods this time, Lin Chen still wanted to go to the sacred boundary to confirm everyone's safety as soon as possible. Especially Sister Yuechi, Manqing, and Qing Xian. If the people from the sacred boundary dared to bully them, with Lin Chen's temper, he would probably turn everything upside down wherever he went. You really went to the demon eye and brought back his sacred bloodline energy. In the main hall, Lin Chen handed over the 7 jade boxes. After Shun Lianyun took them, tears of excitement flickered in her eyes. How many years of waiting? How many years of waiting? Just for the moment when he woke up again, for the Heavenly Song Academy and the Dean's will, what they were waiting for was the appearance of a person who could carry history on his back. But for Shun Lianyun, she only wanted to see him again. Chapter 739. These hundreds of thousands of years of waiting were not in vain after all. During these countless days and nights, there was never a moment when I didn't want to rush into the Sky Tower and immediately wake you up again. Shun Lianyun, who was gently caressing the jade box, cried tears of joy and happiness. Bai Ruoyan and Lin Chen looked at each other and unconsciously held each other's hands tightly. Some of the grand elders in the main hall couldn't help but wipe the tears from the corners of their eyes. In order to inherit the will of the dean, Shun Lianyun had guarded the Sky Song Academy for countless years. This promise to her true love was moving and also made Lin Chen cherish the person in front of him even more. I will return the sacred vein energy to him first. Shun Lianyun was so excited that her cheeks flushed red. Like a girl who was about to see her lover again, she put away all the jade boxes. As soon as Shun Lianyun went to the secret room, an elder immediately came out and handed a few secret letters to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, these are the words your companion left for you before he left. Lin Chen took all the letters and opened them one by one. Everyone in class 66, including Ning Qingxian, Yang Qianyun, and Manqing, had left him many words. However, they seemed to have a tacit understanding and all of them had a kind of crazy confidence in Lin Chen. They firmly believed that Lin Chen could overcome this disaster and safely reach the sacred boundary. Even if I'm the most handsome, everyone thinks too highly of me. I'm a true god. Does everyone really think that I'm above a true god? Lin Chen laughed and shook his head. He was just joking, but the elders in the main hall didn't treat it as a joke. They could completely understand the feelings of the people heading to the sacred boundary. 3 years ago, Lin Chen was just a young man who had just arrived in the spiritual state. However, each of his achievements was more shocking than the last. The geniuses of his generation couldn't even compare to a billionth of his brilliance. Every time something earth-shattering happened to him, when everyone thought that it was his end and limit, the next thing that happened would overturn everyone's understanding countless time. The 10 great geniuses and the 4 heavenly kings of the same era were only Yuan venerates. However, he was already standing at the peak of the 9 prefectures. Who would have thought of it? Who would have dared to think of it? They also firmly believed that Lin Chen was their only hope in this crisis of the true god's descent. Haha, Lin Chen, how have you been? As expected of the unprecedented #1 legend in the history of the 9 prefectures. Seeing is better than hearing about him. As expected of someone who dares to challenge a fake god, the human race is truly blessed to have Lin Chen. Hearty laughter filled the hall as a group of experts entered. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. There were the 3 giants of the Danju, the Thunder Emperor of the Tianju, and more than half of the Tianju Ancient Alliance. There were also the inheritors of the world-suppressing sacred stele. They were all top-notch experts who were going to fight against the false gods this time. What Lin Chen hadn't expected was that even the most secretive of the dragon race, the 3 great dragon races, had also sent expert. The young girl with green dragon horns hid behind the white-robed ancestor. She looked at Lin Chen curiously and timidly. Everyone had worked overnight to open up the space passage to the Sky Song Academy and formed a true alliance. This was also the first time since ancient times that the human race and the dragon race had joined forces. However, the opponents of this alliance were of an unprecedented level. I didn't expect so many people to know of my title. Lin Chen chuckled. Everyone laughed heartily, and the tense atmosphere dissipated a little. Everyone sat down. Lin Chen sat at the head of the hall with Bai Ruoyan beside him. Lin Chen, what do you think our chances of winning this battle are? The Thunder Emperor of the Tianju Ancient Alliance suddenly asked with a solemn expression. The atmosphere in the hall became tense again. In all fairness, The experts who were able to gather here today were all proud and unyielding people. They had even put their lives on the line. Fighting against a true god meant death if they lost. They were betting the fate of all the people behind them. They had to know why they were risking their lives and why they were betting on this battle. Who were their enemies? Not just the 6 false gods, but all the people in the 9 prefectures who had surrendered to the false gods. Their enemies were still all over the 9 prefectures. This time, they wanted to challenge the world and challenge history. What were their chances of winning this battle? This question could only be answered by Lin Chen alone. I have already recovered the Holy Meridian's energy for the headmaster of our academy. I believe that the headmaster will wake up soon. We will have at least one sage on our side. Lin Chen's words raised the morale of the experts in the hall. However, our chances of winning are still infinitely close to 0. Lin Chen changed his tone and answered seriously. Knowing that the answer was as expected, everyone's faces sank and the atmosphere became even more solemn. Everyone was willing to put their lives on the line. Lin Chen had to let them know the truth. The headmaster's actual situation was not optimistic. He had killed 2 holy demon kings by himself and escaped from the demon eye. Even if he recovered the Holy Meridian's energy, he would only be seriously injured. Facing 6 false gods, his chances of winning were infinitely close to 0. In fact, some experts knew that there were still some sages in the Jojo continent. However, these other sages had never interfered with the affairs of the Jojo continent. It was almost impossible for them to take sides because even if the false gods attacked, they could easily retreat and find a new place to stay in the mortal world. Lin Chen stood up and straightened his back. His voice was as loud as a bell. I am not someone who is lying to everyone. Everyone sitting here is betting their lives on this battle. Now that the Jojo continent has reached a moment of life and death, we cannot give up the honor and dignity that the ancient sages have protected with their life. The ancient sages were also favored by the heavens. However, as sages, they didn't choose to run away. Instead, they bravely defended the Jojo continent. Now that we have reached a moment of life and death, we can only risk our lives and fight with our lives on the line. If we don't fight, we will be extinct. It is better to die standing than to die kneeling. If we don't fight, we will be extinct. These words were like swords hanging in everyone's heart, engraved in everyone's heart. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole academy was shaken. The space barrier was damaged and a large amount of tyrannical aura swept over like a storm. Ha ha ha, what a barbarian land. Even the person guarding the barrier is a low-level combat emperor. How dare you challenge the true god in such a small place? A mantis trying to stop a chariot. You are courting death. There is no need for the true god to make a move. We can flatten your alliance with our own hand. Lin Chen, get out here. Earth-shaking shouts, and cold laughter constantly mixed with the vigorous voices spread throughout the entire Heavenly Song Academy. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. They had actually come to attack him so quickly. Damn it, these traitors. The Thunder Emperor was furious. He suddenly stood up. Obviously, he had also sensed a familiar aura. The top warriors of the Tianju continent had also arrived. The Tianju continent had always been a relatively peaceful continent. Most of the ancient families were allies. However, only this matter had divided the alliance of the Tianju continent into 2 parts. Everyone, don't be anxious. Let's go and meet them. Lin Chen smiled and didn't hide the monstrous battle intent in his eyes. If they want to fight, then let's fight. Chapter 740. The current Lin Chen could come and go as he pleased in most places in the Jojo, except for a few saint realms. He was fearless. Swoosh. The purple phoenix wings furiously spread out as Lin Chen used the silent step. His figure flashed, and Bai Ruoyon's steps were as light as smoke as she followed closely behind. All the strong warriors in the main hall had sharp eyes and moved out. Whether it was the strong warriors of the dragon race or the human race, they all seemed to be of one mind and acted together. This battle was unavoidable. More than 200 figures floated in the air. Every one of them had an aura as strong as the sea. They were all high-level combat emperors. I don't believe that a small place like this has the right to offend a true god. Die. The old man with a walking stick at the front of the team sneered. He tapped the air lightly with the tip of his walking stick. His battle aura surged and condensed, and a ray of light pierced through the air. His finger was like thousands of mountains, and a vast grey energy finger pressed down. It was so vast that it almost crushed the school's mountain range. The space crystal wall cracked, and countless elders and students in the mountain range showed a look of despair. This finger could not be retreated. It could almost destroy the entire core area of the mountain range. Rip tilde. The sound of the wind breaking was hissing. His figure spun like a light wheel and swept out a whip kick. The dragon power exploded, and the energy was like a knife, cutting across. Cutting force. Bang tilde. The shadow of the leg swept across the sky and cut the energy finger into pieces. It turned into starlight that lit up the entire sky. Everyone's eyes sharpened. How could the strongest attack of a 9th-level combat emperor be so easily broken? Countless eyes stared at the sky. The young man's silver robe fluttered, and his hands were crossed in front of his chest. There was a cynical and confident smile on his face. As an opening show, this firework is not dazzling enough. The silver-robed figure patted his shoulder and smiled mockingly. The starlight scattered across the sky and sprinkled on the young man's back. He looked extraordinarily handsome and looked down on the world. It was as if he could carry the whole world on his shoulders. It's Senior Lin Chen. Everyone, don't be afraid. Senior Lin Chen is here. Ha ha ha. Beat him. Senior Lin Chen is the best in the world. The best in the world. There's a traitor among us. Hit him. When many of the young students recognized Lin Chen, they were so excited that they couldn't hold back their excitement. They waved their arms and shouted loudly, their mouths filled with fragrance. Some of the reclusive old monsters who saw Lin Chen for the first time couldn't help but put away the last trace of contempt in their hearts. That kick just now had an exquisite control of pure strength, and it was at a level they had never seen before. His potential is indeed great, but in front of the Lord True God, he's just an ant. On the contrary, this old man would like to experience this kid's strength. He's just a brat who's still wet behind the ears. All he has is a bit of brute strength. The 3 9th Heaven late-stage old monsters leading the group laughed sinisterly, as if they were not afraid of Lin Chen at all. Heh, a bunch of guys who are in a hurry to be dogs. They haven't even put on the leash and they're already wagging their tails. Just because that fake god threw a few pieces of shit at you, you can't wait to kneel down and be dogs. Lin Chen flicked his fingernails, and with just one sentence, the few reclusive old monsters were so angry that their veins were bulging. Old dogs who think they can shake me by wagging their tails and eating shit have never had a good ending. Lin Chen sneered. With his current golden-eyes twin, he could naturally see that the 3 reclusive old monsters had obtained a trace of holy chi and created a pseudo-saint body similar to the 6 great families' ancestors. If they were to activate it, their strength would be comparable to a first tribulation combat emperor. That was why they were so confident in barging in. Unfortunately, if they knew about the story of Lin Chen's demon monarch looks over in the heaven boundary mountain of the myriad demon battlefield, they probably wouldn't dare to be so arrogant even if they were given 8 leopard gut. Lin Chen. When the 7 great dragon clan's ancestors and grand elders saw Lin Chen again, their killing intent was awe-inspiring and their momentum was monstrous. Last time, Lin Chen's 5-blow thunderstruck had seriously injured the entire upper echelon of the dragon clan, and they still hadn't recovered. Oh, you traitors of the dragon clan have also recovered? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Although the experts of the 7 great dragon clans hadn't fully recovered, they had at least recovered more than 70%. There must be an external factor that interfered with their recovery so quickly. So that's how it is. Is there a high-level alchemist in their team? Lin Chen immediately understood when he scanned with his spiritual power at the middle stage of the Heaven Ascension realm. Traitor. T. Do you think it's your turn to guide the dragon clan's affairs? The ancestors flew into a rage out of humiliation. He doesn't have the right to guide us, but we do. A thunderous cold shout mixed with a few dragon roars resounded throughout the sky. Boom tilde. The 3 great dragon clan's experts floated in the air, and the white-haired ancestor in the lead had fury brewing in his eyes. The Void White Dragon, the Heaven Battle Golden Dragon, and the Life Spirit Dragon. The three great dragon clans actually joined forces with them. The three reclusive old monsters' hearts skipped a beat. Two of the three great dragon clans were ranked first and second. The three clans together accounted for nearly 40% of the 10 great dragon clans' collective combat power. You traitors! Have you forgotten how our ancestors died back then? It's fine if the young ones don't know, but don't you old guys know? Joining forces with these inhuman things is an insult to our dragon clan's glory. The white-haired old man, the Void White Dragon ancestor, the leader of the 10 clans, scolded the 7 oldest ancestors. Old fart, don't talk so much about righteousness. How ugly is your face? It's disgusting. You 3 clans have the best cultivation resources of the 10 clans. Of course, you can lecture us from above. Don't pretend to be saints. The 7 ancestors roared. The White Dragon ancestor sneered, if you weren't greedy and tried to occupy the ancestral altar, I wouldn't have sealed it. The cultivation resources of the Dragon Clan should be reserved for the young ones with backbone, not for you useless lackeys. At least, we dare to stand here and bet our lives for the glory of our ancestors. Even if we die in battle, the glory of our Dragon Clan will live on forever. The two sides were at loggerheads with word. At this moment, many masters of the Spiritual State Alliance appeared one after another. They were from the Tianju Alliance, the Danju Alliance, and the Luo family of the Divine Land. The more than 200 battle emperors on the enemy side shifted their attention to the masters of the Spiritual State Alliance. Boom tilde. Suddenly, when the enemies were distracted, 4 8-colored energy fingers appeared in the sky, and a blue dragon light turned into a sword and slashed down violently. The masters of the Dragon Clan were shocked. They instantly transformed into their true forms and unleashed their dragon breaths and dragon energies to block this attack. Lin Chen, King sneak attack. Seeing the 4 figures standing in the void below, the 7 ancestors roared angrily. Sorry, my hand slipped. I originally wanted to hit this group of old bastards. Lin Chen apologized very politely with a smile on his face. His attitude was very sincere. Many masters' mouths twitched. King slipped your hand. That attack was a real killer move that forced the ancestors of the Dragon Clan to use their true forms to block it. Suddenly, the 3 reclusive old monsters who belonged to the Danju Alliance changed their expressions in horror. Their spiritual power could vaguely sense that Lin Chen's spiritual power was drained like water in a well. It was draining rapidly without any warning. This kid is still causing trouble. Chapter 741. Sensing that Lin Chen's spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, the old monsters of Danju were horrified. Something's wrong. There's something wrong with this guy. Watch out. The 3 old monsters of Danju didn't have time to warn the masters around them. They subconsciously activated their spiritual shields, covering the sun and the moon, protecting the 200 battle emperors within 10,000 miles. Boom. Bang. The spiritual shields were activated for half a second, and a violent explosion of spiritual energy erupted without warning. The azure pillar of light that was twisting and turning into annihilation was like a raging dragon, smashing the spiritual barrier into smithereens. The 3 old monsters of Danju spat out blood as they retreated, their faces pale. All the masters were affected by the spiritual attacks with different degrees of penetration. Their spiritual energy was shaken, and their spiritual consciousness was in turmoil. However, the old monsters in the lead were still rational. The spiritual damage to the 200 battle emperors was very limited. Most of the power of their annihilation was blocked by the 3 old monsters of Danju. Humph, the sneak attack didn't work. Lin Chen curled his lips, and the fierce light in his eyes disappeared. What the F***ck, Lin Chen, King played dirty. The 3 old monsters in the lead were furious. Ah! How could that be? I was just shooting a little bit of spirit shock in a very normal training state. Everyone just happened to be in my shooting range and accidentally got hit. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame me for shooting too far away. How could it be a sneak attack? How can a cool thing be called a sneak attack? It's called a friendly exchange, right? Lin Chen immediately returned to his smiling face. Many masters were so angry that their veins bulged and they almost rushed up to fight him. Taking advantage of the moment when they were distracted by the other masters of the alliance, he launched the most difficult spiritual attack. If it weren't for the 3 old monsters of Danju, all the battle emperors would have been injured. He was so skillful that he looked like a perverted thief who took off his pants and entered the room with flowers. Even the masters of the Spiritual State Alliance couldn't help but feel ashamed. This Lin Chen was really unrestrained. Lin Chen waved his hand again. What's more, are you here to brag to me today? Okay, Zhong de Shui, pull the cow up. Pull the cow up. Many experts were stunned. Cut the crap. Our great Lord True God has an imperial edict for you. Kneel down and receive it. The grey-robed old monster in the lead who held a walking stick laughed savagely and opened a demon eye stone in his palm. A beam of light shot out from the demon eye stone and condensed into a light screen. A ghastly and hoarse voice came from it. Mortals of the Spiritual State Alliance, I am the true god of the sacred boundary. It was pitch black on the other side of the light screen, but it exuded an invincible aura that shocked the masters of the Spiritual State Alliance. This was definitely not the aura of an emperor. It was the aura of a true god. After that, the voice from the Devil Eye Stone carried boundless charm and dignity as it continued. The 9 prefectures were created by us. You were just blinded by the ancient sages. Submit to me, and you will obtain eternal life, the protection of the saintly body, and know the true history, boom tilde. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 clones that appeared like phantoms instantly activated the ultimate moment and the 6-layered transformation. The 3 clones unsheathed their swords, drew their bows, and unsheathed their sabers. With the enhancement of 2 attack runes, they used the Meridian Chainstar Flash and the Speed Mirror to attack the enemy's back row. 3 forces combine into one, tear and cut. The 4th clone appeared like a ghost, and when it smashed its fist furiously at the void, a mysterious force that seemed capable of rotating the stars pressed down on the void to the point of distorting the void, and it pulled and bent the spatial crystal wall. The dragon force twisted the space where the demon eye stone was located. Even the grey-robed old monster could not react in time. The tearing force and cutting force instantly crushed the demon eye stone. The fake god's bewitching voice stopped abruptly. In a spaceplane in the starry sky outside the 9 prefectures, a ferocious and furious roar resonated in the starry sky. This kid dared to sneak attack and interrupt my announcement. In the Heavenly Song Academy of the Spiritual State Urkai. Bam! Battle auras surged, and the sky exploded. The masters on both sides retreated, and the atmosphere became tense. When the energy dissipated, more than 30 masters who had joined forces to block the attacks of the 4 clones were slightly injured by the penetration runes. Their faces darkened. What the F***CK? This kid sneak attacked again. This little bastard's sneak attack was superb. Cunning. He was definitely a cunning old man. You're a pig with a scallion in your nose. What are you pretending for? You created the 9 prefectures, and you still have the damn imperial edict. Pooh. F***CKU. Lin Chen was so angry that he laughed. He spat on the ground and looked down at everyone with disdain. Even if the probability was 1 in 10,000, he would never give the other party a chance to turn the alliance against him. This time, the other party's goal was obviously to extend an olive branch. They wanted to add a heavy hammer to this desperate and pressing atmosphere and completely destroy the morale of the Spiritual State Alliance. If one of the masters was bewitched, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Chen would never give them this chance. How could he talk about morality with these people? He was not a Western knight from the 15th century. Since they were mortal enemies, there was only one thing for him to say. Kill this group of people at all cost. Kill them until they are dead. There was no way out between the 2 sides. All the masters of the alliance, listen to my order. The 9 prefectures are in a life-and-death situation. Beat these sons of B***keys. Lin Chen pulled out the 5 dragons' imperial spear and rushed toward the grey-robed old man while yelling thunderously. It seemed that all the masters of the Spiritual State Alliance regarded him as their backbone. His roar made everyone's blood boil, and all of them began to surround and attack him. Some elders of the academy retreated to the bottom of the academy to protect their own student. I gave you face, but you don't want it. A bunch of ungrateful keys. Attack! The grey-robed old man yelled furiously, and countless masters attacked from all directions. Dragons fought against dragons, and humans fought against humans. The five-colored dragon spear shot toward them like a bolt of lightning. The grey-robed old man knocked the tip of the spear with his silver cane, and the horrifying dragon energy and battle auras surged up. Both sides retreated rapidly. This old man is quite resilient. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. Not only was the grey-robed old man at the late stage of the 9th level, but he was also a top-tier body-tempering emperor with 9.2 million dragon energy points. The 9 prefectures continent was indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The turmoil caused by the descent of the fake god had forced these old monsters who had been hiding for countless years to come out. His body tempering and battle aura cultivation were both top tier. Even in a one-on-one battle, Lin Chen would have to use some tricks to defeat him. Lin Chen made up his mind after he punched the grey-robed old man furiously and pushed them back more than 5 kilometers. I don't have time to waste on him. The Masters of the Alliance can't die here. 20,000 blank attribute points have been converted into 20,000 Heavenly Thunder attribute points. 200,000 Heavenly Path points have been consumed. The creation of the top-tier green-level shorekill technique, 5 Lightning's Bombardment, has been successful. Just as Lin Chen was about to unleash a 5-blow thunderstruck on his friends, a light laughter slowly reverberated between the heavens and the earth. Just as I expected, the current continent is still in such a state. The laughter was ordinary, but it seemed to contain an invisible force that spread out like ripples through the void. The moment the ripples appeared, the invisible force bombarded all the enemy battle emperors. Bam! 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 All the battle emperors spat out blood and retreated with varying injuries. Chapter 742. The combat emperors of the fake god camp were shocked and terrified. Who was this peerless master? How could there be a master who could severely injure more than 208th level combat emperors without showing himself? Could it be that the guy is still alive? The grey-robed old man seemed to have realized something, and his expression changed. He and the other 2 old men tore apart the special jade slip given to them by the fake god family at lightning speed. Rumble. A spatial tunnel was opened in the jade slip shop. Within a radius of over 100,000 miles, the bodies of over 200 battle emperors glowed with a special spatial light. Then, the spatial tunnel devoured their bodies and dragged them into the dark and deep crack. Lin Chen's eyes flickered, and he instantly activated the shorekill technique function. Kai. The space crack closed, and the 200 combat emperors disappeared instantly. Such a large-scale space teleportation technique was not something a combat emperor could perform. The masters of the Spiritual State Alliance were shocked. Only one person in the alliance could injure more than 200 combat emperors with just a few words. The Dean of the Heavenly Song Academy. The Dean has awakened. This is a space jade slip with holy power, and it can teleport the target millions of miles away. It's definitely not a treasure that can exist in the current 9 prefectures. It must be the work of those despicable fake gods. The white-robed old man of the Void White Dragon clan squinted his eyes as he stared at the direction the dean left. Among the creatures of the same level, no one in the current 9 prefectures could compare with the Void White Dragon in terms of the power of space. They had the most authoritative talent. What a pity. They ran away. The young girl with green dragon horns was so angry that her face turned red and she stomped her feet. Don't worry, little girl. They won't run away that easily. Lin Chen smiled and rubbed the young girl's cute hair and dragon horns. The latter's face turned red, and she stared at him with her watery green eyes and asked, "Why?" Lin Chen pointed up, put on his self-made sunglasses, and looked up at the sky with a smile. It's easy for thunder to strike in this weather, especially those who betrayed their masters and ancestors. They are the easiest to be struck by lightning. Rumble. The terrifying lightning condensed the energy of heaven and earth, and nearly 205 colored thunderclouds exploded. Bang! 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 Thunderous booms kept ringing out from the 5-colored thundercloud, shocking the battle emperors of the Alliance to the point that they were dumbstruck, shocked and scared. Oh my God, what is this? What's going on? How could such an apocalyptic natural disaster appear in our Alliance's territory? Shit. Even I, a 9th-level combat emperor, would find it difficult to withstand the destructive energy contained within the thundercloud. Some ancestral patriarchs from the Tianju and the Danju sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly prepared for battle. There were even some academy elders who revealed looks of despair. Any one of those 5-colored thunderclouds had the power to destroy mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Nearly 200 thunderclouds. What kind of concept was that? The Heavenly Song Academy's land of 1,000,000 miles would be razed to the ground in an instant. They could only place their last hope on the dean. The young girl with the green dragon horn covered her red lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling. How could she not recognize this gorgeous 5-colored thundercloud? Even the void white dragon, life spirit dragon, and the heavenly dipper golden dragon stared at the 5-colored thundercloud in shock. It was this lightning that had severely injured all the 7 great dragon clan's experts that day. It had cut the history of the dragon clan into 2 halves since the ancient times. The Shorekill technique 5-blow thunderstruck has been successfully activated. The target has been locked on, beginning to track. Ha ha ha, don't worry, everyone. These thunderclouds won't attack us. They're specifically targeting those who were acting as lackeys for the fake god. Mr. Lin roared with laughter. Everyone was shocked. Could this thing recognize a master? As soon as his laughter ended, nearly 205-colored thunderclouds formed and flashed to the east, disappearing in 2 blinks of an eye. This scene made the Tianju, Danju, Divine Prefecture, and many other inheritors of the world-suppressing sacred tablet look at Lin Chen with doubtful eyes. How could this be possible? Could it be that Lin Chen could control the heavenly calamity thundercloud? Lin Chen knew that once the Shorekill technique locked onto the enemy, it would not stop until the enemy was dead. It would keep tracking until the Shorekill technique's energy was depleted. According to the energy table listed by the system, the number of times the 5-blow thunderstruck could strike was 50. If it crossed several large states to lock onto the enemy, it would consume about 40% of its energy, and there would be at least 25 to 30 more strike. The 5-colored thundercloud moved extremely fast. Unless the enemy had a holy chi jade slip to jump through space, it would be impossible to avoid the thundercloud's lock-on attack. The only way was to resist. The thundercloud will follow wherever their jade slip teleports them to. If they teleport to their headquarters, then the 5-blow thunderstruck will fall on their headquarters. That would be awesome. Lin Chen wiped his saliva and stared in the direction where the 5-colored thundercloud flew away. He stroked his chin narcissistically. According to my speculation, I'm going to present the most handsome 5 thunders exploding little spinning top that I'm going to present to you. It's going to take place in less than 4 days. If you don't submit to the fake gods, I doubt anyone will dare to approach their headquarters. However, if you sincerely want to be the fake gods' dogs, then you'll definitely be able to enjoy yourself at the scene. Many experts were terrified when they thought about it. Damn, this was too freakish. So many destructive thunderclouds could track the enemy to the end of the world. What if it fell on their headquarters? Many people shuddered. They didn't dare to think about it. They really didn't dare to think about it. This guy's methods were too heaven-defying. In the main hall, all the parties of the Alliance gathered. Shun Lianyun was supporting a handsome middle-aged man in a green robe. His face was as pale as paper, and his blue eyes were deep and calm. All the restless emotions would be soothed when they saw his eyes. Even though his aura was weak to the point he didn't even have the strength to truss up a chicken, his body faintly emanated saint might that could obliterate the heavens and the earth, and it caused all the experts present to be unable to arouse the intention to underestimate him. This existence must be one of the strongest existences in the 9 prefectures. Shun Lianyun helped him to the nearest seat and sat down slowly. Greetings, Dean. All the experts cupped their fists and greeted him respectfully. They were excited and excited. The Dean of the Heavenly Song Academy, the land of 9 prefectures 200,000 years ago, was full of legends about him. In a way, without him, the 9 prefectures might have fallen into the chaotic era of the demon clan. The green-robed man waved his hand and smiled calmly. Don't be so polite, everyone. I'm just a person who has been eliminated in an era. My body is really embarrassing. If it weren't for the fact that I just absorbed the energy of the Holy Meridian and became unstable, they wouldn't have had the chance to escape. The ancestor of the Void White Dragon stroked his beard and said with a smile, You are too polite, Mr. Dean. Even if you can't kill the enemy personally, you have the best students and descendants of the 9 prefectures to do it for you, right? The dean smiled and turned his gaze to Lin Chen. He was even more amazed. He never thought that the academy he founded could recruit such an excellent and heaven-defying student. Chapter 743. You're not even 22 years old, but you're already a top-notch body-tempering sovereign with a mid-stage 7th-level cultivation base, mid-stage Heaven Ascension realm mind power, and a Heaven's Calamity battle body. You broke into the Firmament Pagoda alone and took back my sacred bloodline. You even overturned the Divine Continent's fake god families. Little guy, how monstrous are you? He was a sage after all. His eyes were sharp enough to see through Lu Cheng. Sighing deeply in his heart, Lin Chen clasped his fist and smiled. This student pays respect to Principal Zhong. Compared to Principal Zhong's accomplishments, this is nothing worth mentioning. Little brat, how old are you? When I was your age, I wasn't even an 8th level Yuan Venerate. I was still thinking about picking up girls all day long. Ha ha ha. The dean laughed heartily. Shun Lianyun, who was beside him, blushed and rolled her eyes. Miss, the dean's expression turned serious when he saw Bai Ruoyan, who was beside Lin Chen. Shun Lianyun and Lin Chen briefly told the dean about Bai Ruoyan's achievements and fortuitous encounters. The dean was amazed. It is indeed the eternal sacred fire. I didn't expect such a drastic change to occur in the spiritual state while I was asleep. When I was still alive, the sacred fire didn't show any signs of gathering spirit. Even during the era of 100 sages, no one had been able to subdue the eternal sacred fire. This showed how heaven-defying it was. The eternal sacred fire was once known as the origin of creation. Even a sage couldn't easily get close to it, let alone control it. Its divine power had the ability to destroy the world. Little girl, you. The dean hesitated. Thank you for your concern, senior. I have my own score. Bai Ruoyan interrupted him. She knew that the dean would definitely be able to see through her current state. The sacred fire's energy had been increasing because of the divine Flame Heart Sutra. It wouldn't be long before it would be out of her control. The fake god had descended. The war was imminent and full of unknowns. Right now, Bai Ruoyan only wanted to quietly stay by Lin Chen's side. The dean nodded. The war was imminent, so this might not be the time to solve this problem. Lin Chen was puzzled. What were these two talking about? Why couldn't he understand? Dean, what realm are you at now? Lin Chen went straight to the point and asked the question that everyone wanted to know the answer to. I still need a few more days to assimilate the energy of my saint bloodline. Apart from the portion that suppresses the demon eye, I should be at the boundary between the 2nd level and the 1st level of the saint realm. If I don't have a heaven-defying level 8 divine pill, my lifespan will be less than 1,000 years. If a false god descends, I can delay it for 1 or 2 months. After the battle, whether I can survive or not is up to fate. At that time, the 9 regions will depend on you, Lin Chen. Shun Lianyun unconsciously grasped the dean's sleeve. Lin Chen frowned. There was still a great disparity between their battle prowess. Furthermore, the dean's claim that he could hold off 2 false divinities was completely unrealistic. After killing the 2 holy demon kings, his injuries were even more severe than the false divinities. The only way he could hold off 2 false divinities was if he risked his life. Hihi, those fellows sure have a good plan. They chose to descend in the spiritual state. Right now, there are less than 30 boundary-suppressing sacred steles in the 9 regions, and there are only 2 boundary-suppressing sacred steles left in the spiritual state. The dean's azure eyes shone with a wise and profound light. With the many protective resources of the ancient families, we might be able to avoid the aftermath of the battle for a while. But in the long run, the entire spiritual state will be affected. Don't worry, Mr. Dean. This battle concerns all of the 9 regions, and we won't hide anything. The grand array of the sacred dragon pond of our 3 races will be activated to help the alliance. The Void White Dragon Ancestral Master said earnestly. The Dean shook his head. It's not that simple. You will activate the sacred dragon pond, and the other 7 races will use it as well. So, your opponents will have to deal with their own kind. In fact, we still have a chance, and that is the Tower Master of the Sky Tower. We have met several times, but if Lin Chen can negotiate with him, we might be able to win him over. Then, we will have 2 saints and many trump cards, and we will have a chance to defeat them. The Dean turned to look at Lin Chen, and everyone was shocked. The Tower Master of the Sky Tower? The most mysterious existence in the 9 regions was also in the Saint realm. Me. If it were a woman, I would consider seducing her. But if it is a man, what should I do? There are no substantial benefits, and he can leave the 9 regions at any time. Why would he risk his life to help us? Lin Chen shrugged. The Dean smiled mysteriously. You will know when you get there. Oh, Dean, do you have any other information about the incomplete mental cultivation method in the inheritance crystal ball? That mental cultivation method is very important to me. Suddenly, Lin Chen sent a secret voice transmission to the Dean. Seeing that the Dean was having trouble walking, he decided to ask him directly. If he could collect the 3 incomplete scrolls of the Tai Futian scroll, Lin Chen would be considered as someone who had an orange-level mental cultivation method. At that time, with the orange-level mental cultivation method and 2 orange-level innate talents, he might be able to fight against a few false god. That incomplete mental cultivation method is indeed very powerful. According to my calculations, it should be at least orange level, or even higher. However, I don't know anything about it because I obtained it from a friend in an exchange. That person might have other incomplete information about it, but has already been locked up in the sacred prison of the Saints' world. The Dean's telepathic message to Lin Chen caused his heart to sink to the bottom. The sacred prison was located in the sacred boundary, and he didn't even know the way to the sacred boundary, let alone enter the sacred prison. Moreover, what kind of existences were imprisoned in the sacred prison? How could he, a combat emperor, enter the prison to find a cultivation method? It seems that the Tai Futian scroll is temporarily out of the question. Then, I can only try another possibility. Lin Chen suddenly stood up and looked at the Academy's elders. Elders, prepare the best secret chamber for me. I want to go into seclusion for 2 days. The elders immediately got to work. Lin Chen cupped his fists at the Dean and followed closely behind the elders. No one complained. Time was of the essence, and they should give Lin Chen sufficient time to prepare. In the main hall, the Dean and the experts were still discussing the preparations for the battle. In the secret chamber, Lin Chen was deep in thought as he opened the system. Heavenly Path Possession System version 5.0, host, Lin Chen Cultivation, Middle Stage 7th Level Combat Emperor, Middle Stage Battle Chi Essence, 14. 1 billion points. Limit Strength, 8, 9999 million Dragon Power, Innate Talent, 9, 2 million, Middle Stage Chi and Blood, 17. 7 billion points. Middle Stage Mental Energy, 760,000 points, Heavenly Completion Realm Middle Stage Cultivation Method Soul Essence, 0 points, Middle Stage Rune Energy, 38. 84 million points. Heavenly Path Points, 46. 13 million points, Innate Talent, 88. 8 million points. Middle Stage Elemental Energy, Fire 4. 5 million points, Earth 4. 1 million points, Wood 3. 95 million points, Metal 4. 55 million points, Water 4. 8 million points, Lightning 4. 15 million points, Wind 4. 02 million points, Light 3. 85 million points, Dark 3. 99 million points. Cultivation Method Status Column, Open. Bloodline Status Column, Open. Passive Innate Skill Column, Open. Ultimate Skill Column, Open. Active Innate Skill. Blue rank, God-Stealing Omen. Blue rank, Fatal Bloodthirst. Purple rank, Superdimensional Teleportation. Purple rank, Ultimate Moment. Purple rank, ultimate return, purple rank 1 time, super counter, purple rank 1 time, sovereign's descent, cooldown time, 28 days, orange rank 1 time, Godslayer, quasi-orange rank. Absolute life and death, orange rank 1 time, sun god. Characteristic rune column, open, innate skill combination, fatal bloodthirst, super-dimensional teleportation, sovereign's descent, absolute life and death. Blank attribute, 115,220 points, can be converted to any attribute at will. System, I want to activate the fusion function. Fusion attribute points, 100,000 innate talent, 100,000 rune energy, 100,000 heavenly path point. Lin Chen activated the fusion function and started to fuse crazily. Chapter 744. Lin Chen constantly activated the fusion function. Every activation expended 100,000 runic energies, 100,000 talent points, and 100,000 heavenly Dao points. He constantly fused new pills, cultivation techniques, combat artifacts, and natural treasures. From time to time, new talents would appear, but they were still of little value and were not of much use. I've almost fused 70 times, and there's not even a single God Slayer fragment or talent combo block. Lin Chen was a little impatient. The fusion function was too random. Anything could be fused. Like before, a combo box or a Godslayer fragment would appear as soon as it entered the soul. The only valuable thing was the passive blue rank talent, Destined One, which appeared on the 59th fusion. It could heal the host once when he was on the verge of death. My attribute points are limited. I can't fuse anymore. After consuming 8 million points of attribute points, Lin Chen stopped the fusion. Although the chances of this battle were small, there was still a chance. That was his 2 orange rank talents, Godslayer and Sun God. If these 2 talents could temporarily give him the strength of a saint, he might be able to fight. Moreover, he still had absolute life and death and sovereign's descent. If he could temporarily break through to the saint stage, he could use an even stronger killer move. However, Lin Chen already felt a suffocating pressure when facing a high-level demon monarch, let alone a saint who was countless times stronger than a demon monarch. Even if he stacked his 4 strongest talents and wanted to create a killer move to heavily injure his opponent, the chances were still very slim. Suddenly, Lin Chen slapped his thighs. Damn, I almost forgot about this. Connecting to the system, Lin Chen opened the orange rank talent enhancer. This enhancer could enhance an orange rank talent once, greatly increasing its power. Opening the talent column, he dragged the Sun God talent into the enhancer, and the system popped up an option. Enhance, 1-time orange rank talent, Sun God. Target points required, 100,000 blank attribute points, 30 million heavenly Dao points, 80 million talent points. Estimated talent enhancement effect. When in the Sun God state, the stronger the Sun essence, the stronger the Sun's power will be. Also, the duration of the Sun God state will be doubled. You will also receive the blessing of the Sun, condense the Sun God armor with the Sun's divine might. It has absolute defense among those of the same level. Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. The increase in the multiplier meant that the enhanced version of the Sun God talent he used would be twice as strong as the original version. Duration increased from 60 seconds to 120 seconds, and the Sun's favor effect granted absolute defense. System notification. If the orange talent enhancer is used on a one-time talent, the effect will be one time only. The enhanced talent will not level up. If the host obtains the same talent again, the effect will still be the same. Lin Chen's mouth twitched when he saw the system's light screen. His little thoughts were instantly dispelled. To trick you, monkey. I thought that after strengthening a specific talent, it would be an enhanced version of the effect. I was happy for nothing. If Lin Chen had a permanent orange talent, using this talent enhancer would indeed give him a permanent enhancement effect. Unfortunately, he didn't. Both of his orange-grade talents were one-time use talents. His strongest permanent talent was the quasi-orange grade absolute life and death, which had yet to reach the orange grade. Lin Chen couldn't even dream of it. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that an orange talent was heaven-defying. Ever since the system activated the talent function, the orange talent had always been his strongest trump card. It was also the capital that allowed him to create many miracles. No move could replace it. It was too difficult to obtain a permanent orange talent. The system didn't even point out how to obtain a permanent orange talent. It was simply an extravagant wish. Although the enhanced version of the sun god talent is strong, it's too risky. If the fake god descends at night, the other party won't give me enough time to find the area where the power of the sun is strong. Lin Chen couldn't make up his mind at the moment. He then moved the God Slayer talent into the enhancer. Enhance, one-time orange talent, God Slayer. Target required, 100,000 blank attribute points, 25 million heavens path points, 85 million talent points. Estimated enhancement effect, the God Slayer's search range has been greatly expanded. Anyone who is hostile to the host can become the target of the enemy. It's just an increase in search range. What kind of enhancement is this? I might as well enhance the sun god talent. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. This was too ridiculous. How could this be considered an enhancement? Consuming so many attribute points in exchange for an increase in search range? Looks like I can only bet on the sun god talent. Lin Chen shook his head and sighed. He then placed the sun god talent back into the enhancer and pressed confirm. Suddenly, the system popped up a screen, insufficient talent points. Lin Chen glanced at it. He had enough heavens path points and blank attribute points, but he was still short of a few million talent point. I still have to look for talent points at this critical juncture. What the? Before Lin Chen could finish his words, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He clicked on the enhancer and the description of the enhanced God Slayer talent, and the sharpness in his eyes became even sharper. After a while, Lin Chen wiped off his cold sweat. Mother **K, I almost got myself killed. Lin Chen really had to thank the lack of talent points this time. He might have even saved half his life. An increase in search range? If this effect was placed on any move, it would be very difficult to attract Lin Chen's attention. But what was the core of the God Slayer talent? The strength and number of enemies. The stronger the enemy, the stronger the host. The more enemies, the stronger the host. That's right. In the past, it was true that the more enemies there were, the stronger Lin Chen would become. However, this innate talent calculated targets with hostility, which should be within a specified range. Otherwise, every time Lin Chen activated the God Slayer talent, his former enemies would also become the targets of the God Slayer talent. But in the previous few times he activated the God Slayer talent, there were no such signs. Only the enemies in front of him became the targets of the God Slayer talent. But what if the calculation range was increased? Thinking of this, Lin Chen's heart beat faster. An unprecedentedly bold idea was born. The moment this thought popped into his mind, Lin Chen's cerebral cortex began to tremble. The flickering light in his eyes became more turbulent and crazy, just like a crazy gambler. Chapter 745. In just one day, Lin Chen came out of seclusion. Bai Ruoyan sat quietly and elegantly on a bench outside the secret chamber, waiting. Dozens of inheritors of the boundary-suppressing sacred monument were with her. When they saw Lin Chen, they asked curiously, "How is it? Mr. Lin Chen, have you figured out a way?" Other than Lin Chen, the inheritors of the sacred monument were the last of the young blood and hope of the Jojo continent. Lin Chen admired them for choosing to stand on the same side as him and live and die with him. "Well, I have a direction now. Let's follow the Dean's method and find the pagoda master. However, I have something more important to do before going to the Firmament Pagoda." More than 20 sky prides gathered at the sage monument felt a strong sense of curiosity when they saw the corners of his mouth curling upward. Time was tight. What could be more important than finding the pagoda master? Mr. Lin Chen. Behind the heavenly talents, a woman's timid and graceful voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads to take a look. The beauty was cold and elegant, her beauty could topple cities. Her charming face was dyed red with excitement. "You are the woman at the fake god ceremony?" Lin Chen recalled that this woman seemed to be called Yun Qingxue. After Lin Chen attacked the True God Mountain, Yun Qingxue was rescued. She used all her energy to avoid being tracked by her family and came to the spiritual state to thank Lin Chen in person. Yes, I am Yun Qingxue. I came to the spiritual state to thank you in person. Thank you, Mr. Lin Chen, for saving my life. I can't repay you, so I can only repay you with my life. When Yun Qingxue was halfway through her excited speech, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. When she saw the teasing smiles of the people around her, her pretty face immediately turned red. Sigh, Brother Lin Chen is indeed blessed. Your luck with women makes me, your elder brother, envious and jealous. What kind of good fortune are you talking about? If one day I'm captured by the lackeys of the false god and you save me, I'll repay you with my body. The super geniuses laughed, and Yun Qingxue hurriedly waved her hands. No, you misunderstood me. I wouldn't dare to belittle myself. I don't deserve Mr. Lin Chen. I just want to say that Mr. Lin Chen saved my life, and I'm willing to do my best for the Spiritual State Alliance. Lin Chen chuckled. Miss, you're too polite. I admit that I, Lin Chen, am handsome, but no one is born noble, and no one is worthy of another. Since this girl is determined to face the most dangerous moment of 9 regions with us, then please hold your chest up and live proudly as the people of 9 regions. After saying that, Lin Chen soared into the sky. Bai Ruoyan followed closely behind him, waving goodbye to everyone. Looking at his back, Yun Qingxue muttered to herself. Live on with pride, Lin Chen returned to the main hall and asked the vice principal, Shen Lianyun, for a list. This list listed the attitudes of the ancient families in the 9 states toward the alliance of the spiritual state. Some of them remained neutral, and most of them had become the pawns of the fake gods and were secretly colluding with each other. Only a few of them had joined the alliance. Now that the vice principal is in charge of the academy, unless the false god or the saints come, the academy is impregnable. I can go all out and do something big. Closing the list, Lin Chen's eyes shone with a fierce light. He only had one goal, and that was to turn the 9 regions upside down. There was nothing he wouldn't do and nothing he wouldn't fight. 9 regions had started to become turbulent. Some regions were besieged because some forces didn't support the true god, and the situation was quite serious. 2 hours later, at the Qing family in Tianzhu. The Qing family was originally a part of the ancient alliance in Tianzhu. Later, they split from the alliance because they supported the true god, but they still had a strong foundation. Move all of them to warehouse number 1. These are all resources for the true god to gather his forces. In the back hall of the Qing family, a large number of heavenly and earthly treasures and herbs were being moved into the warehouse with a strong spatial barrier. Hey, Elder Qing Luan, something is wrong. How come our things are all gone? The 3 elders who were guarding the warehouse suddenly yelled. The 2 great elders frowned and walked into the warehouse. They saw that the spatial barrier was intact, but most of the treasures, resources, and cultivation techniques inside the barrier had mysteriously disappeared. What? What is going on? How could they steal so many things without triggering the spatial barrier? That was impossible. Even a late 9th realm combat emperor wouldn't be able to do that. While the 2 great elders were shocked, a silver-robed figure sat in the center of the warehouse with his legs crossed. Next to him was a crystal counter with a spatial barrier. Inside the counter were 3 upper-grade 7th-level treasures, which were the tributes of the Qing family. Who are you? Enemy attack. Everyone, get ready, the elders suddenly yelled. Many combat emperors of the Qing family moved out at lightning speed and surrounded the warehouse. I will never change my name. The most handsome black dragon in the land of the 9 prefectures will be the king of robbers, Lin Chen. Lin Chen? This name was like a plague, causing the experts of the Qing family to tremble. They retreated 10 meters and waited for the attack. Do you know why I am here today? Lin Chen smiled strangely. The 2 elders didn't dare to say anything. With their strength of 8th-level combat emperors, they might not be able to stop Lin Chen. I am here today to bully you bunch of idiots. Oh, no, I am here to perform a magic trick for you bunch of charitable people. In front of the experts of the Qing family, Lin Chen stretched out his hand and touched the crystal counter. He smiled and said, everyone, please take a look. The magic trick I am going to perform is taking shit on your neck, bullying you. Lin Chen touched the counter with his palm. Even the space barrier wasn't destroyed. The 3 upper-grade 7th-level artifacts inside the counter slowly turned into a ray of light and disappeared rapidly. Consumed 20,000 heavenly Dao points to decompose the target's weapon. Obtained attribute points, 985 fire elemental energy, 880,000 battle chi essence, 3,999 talent points, 3,000 rune energy. No. Those are the heirlooms of the Qing family. You devil, what have you done? The 2 elders felt as if their flesh had been cut off as they let out mournful cries. Even the heirlooms have been given to the fake god. It seems like I need to increase the intensity of this act. Lin Chen stretched out his hand again and erased another lower-grade purple-level mental cultivation technique. Then, he decomposed it into a series of attribute points in front of everyone. All the experts of the Qing family sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of strange demonic technique was this? It was gone just by touching it. He wasn't just keeping it in his storage ring. He was directly erasing it. Look, this is a lower-grade purple-level battle technique. I heard that it is the ultimate technique of your Qing family. A certain Lin smiled and raised his hand to wipe the counter. Another cultivation technique scroll disappeared. This was robbery. Furthermore, this was blatant robbery. The 2 Grand Elders were so angry that they went berserk on the spot. Lin Chen, you are too much of a bully, rumbled Tilda. Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds rang out. The 2 elders were sent flying and vomited blood. That's right. I, Lin Chen, am here to bully people. I asked you to be dogs for the fake god. Look at my handsome face. Are you convinced? Lin Chen's angry roar shocked all the experts of the Qing family. Chapter 746. One of the masters immediately admitted defeat. Yes, we all admit defeat. Master Lin Chen, we have no way out. Please be merciful and let us go. Swoosh. With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen broke down another bottle of mid-grade level 7 elixirs, and his attributes increase. All the masters were dumbfounded. F***CK. He still wants to do it even if they admit defeat. It's none of my business whether you admit defeat or not. I, Lin Chen, have made it clear that I want to bully you. How about it? If you don't like it, come and hit me. Come, quick, I'm itching for a beating. Lin Chen leaned forward and patted his face as he spoke in an extremely arrogant manner. You won't hit me. If you don't, then I'll do it. Without another word, Lin Chen broke down all the remaining high-level cultivation techniques. The masters of the Qing family were shocked and angry. This was 2F***ked up. What kind of devil was this? How could there be such a despicable person? How could he rob all their things in front of the Qing family? Did the Qing family not care about their reputation? However, the entire Qing family couldn't beat him. This was 2F***king infuriating. Detected that the number of people who are hostile towards the host is increasing. The system's screen popped up, and Lin Chen's lips curled up. Just as many masters were about to fight to the death with Lin Chen, he leaped into the air and laughed at the crowd. If you don't admit defeat, you are welcome to challenge me in the spiritual state. Arrogant Lin Chen, I'll wait for you to beat me up. Spreading his purple phoenix wings, Lin Chen's arrogant laughter sounded like thunder, echoing for hundreds of thousands of miles. Ha ha ha, those who submit to false gods, I, Lin Chen, am coming. If tomorrow is the doomsday of the 9 states, then today, I'll fill the 9 states with my legends. Don't care about life and death. If you don't admit defeat, then fight. His wild laughter was majestic and shocking, like the birth of a ghost hero. Mu family of Tianju. Staring at the empty warehouse of the treasure hall, the elders of the Mu family were dumbfounded, and their faces were filled with despair. How is this possible? Our space restriction seal wasn't damaged at all. Why is everything gone? The patriarch of the Mu family was on the verge of going crazy. His killing intent was surging. That was the tribute they were going to offer to the true God. If it was gone, they would suffer the sin of deceiving the true God. At that time, not to mention praying for the true God's blessings, they wouldn't even be able to keep their lives. Patriarch, look, there are words on the wall. The two elders said at the same time and fixed their gazes on the high walls of the palace. A line of bold and forceful words was carved on the wall. You guys are really poor, Lin Chen. F***CK. All the members of the Mu clan, men and women, old and young, simultaneously sent out a basic greeting that came from their heart. Was he even human? After stealing all of the Mu clan's assets, they still despised them for being poor. This was 2F** King intolerable. Lin Chen. F***CK your grandmother. Tianju, Zhao family, in a secret room in the attic. Zhao Wuyan, what did you make me drink? The beautiful woman's clothes were a bit messy, revealing a bit of her snow-white skin. Her jade-like hands covered her mouth, and her face was flushed red. She was angry out of humiliation. The one-eyed man in the room laughed strangely. Hee, that is the legendary dry wood raging fire-seeking pleasure powder. In a quarter of an hour, you will know what is called cruel. I like to see a proud daughter of heaven like you who is unwilling to submit. Later, when you are in front of me, you will be begging for pleasure. The one-eyed man was the patriarch of the Zhao clan, Zhao Wuyan. At this moment, the patriarch of the Zhao clan was very high-spirited. He even thought that he had become the most handsome man in Tianju. This was because he had coerced and bribed many ancient families in Tianju to join the Alliance of True Gods and received praise from the higher-ups of the Alliance of True Gods. At one point, they wanted to bestow the Zhao clan a holy body. Extremely happy, on his way back, he forcefully kidnapped a proud daughter of heaven who was unwilling to submit to the true God. He wanted to satisfy his special hobby. Patriarch, our tribute has been filled. We still need you to personally take a look. What do you think? A secret sound transmission came from several hundred li away. Zhao Wuyan frowned and then laughed lewdly. Wait until I accept the tribute, then I will come back to play with you. After saying this, Zhao Wuyan left and set up a spatial barrier in the room. Only the beautiful woman, whose face was becoming redder and redder, was left behind. A moment later, the spatial barrier was opened. The beautiful woman was shocked. She saw a young man enter with a dozen or so fierce black-spotted dogs. The silver-robed young man was Lin Chen. He waved his hand and a wood calamity battle chi entered the beautiful woman's body, removing the medicinal effect on her. The beautiful woman was startled and immediately reacted. When she put on her clothes, she shed tears of gratitude. Thank you for saving my life. Mo is very grateful. You hide first. I want to play something powerful with him. Lin Chen waved his hand and took out his big treasures. The treasures in his hands were all bottles and jars. On them were written things like even immortals descend to the mortal world, 7 entry 7 exit dragon powder, and 10 consecutive sun-shooting series. All of them were the best miraculous medicines in the 9 provinces. At this moment, Lin Chen smiled. He smiled like a child. You still dare to abduct and sell obscene women. As expected of people who work as dogs for fake gods. None of them are good. After 15 minutes, I'll let you know what cruelty is. He crushed the jade bottles, and countless miraculous medicines entered the bloody mouths of the dozen or so black-spotted dog. The dozen or so male black-spotted dogs, whose blood was boiling, immediately howled. Then, Lin Chen immediately used the Azure Dragon Shadow Restoration and hid in the room with Zhu Mo. Seeing his harmless smile, Zhu Mo felt a little creeped out. This young man looked harmless, but why did it feel like he was very skilled in this kind of thing? A moment later, the door opened again, and Zhao Wuyan's voice sounded. Little beauty, the medicinal effect has taken effect, right? I'm coming, whoosh. A grayish-white talisman appeared out of thin air, and the energy of 1,000,000 runes hit the slow talisman. Zhao Wuyan was caught off guard, and his mid-8th stage cultivation was immediately sealed by more than 90%. Oh no, what the hell is this? Zhao Wuyan immediately felt that something was wrong and was terrified. Rumble tilde. Lin Chen removed the Azure Dragon Shadow Restoration, jumped out, and hit Zhao Wuyan's body with the 7 ultimate twisting force. Bang! 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 The terrifying dragon force was like a wild dragon twisting and twisting, completely shattering the battle chi fate wheel in Zhao Wuyan's body. It was crippled. The moment Zhao Wuyan was sealed by the slow talisman, no matter how many trump cards he had, they were useless. Lin Chen's 9.3 million Dragon Force points were comparable to a 9th stage combat emperor, and the 7 ultimate force was a top purple rank combat skill. This palm strike directly crippled Zhao Wuyan. You are Lin Chen? Zhao Wuyan's mouth was filled with blood, and he looked at the young man standing in front of him, dumbfounded. There will be a prize for guessing correctly. Lin Chen pulled Zhu Mo'er away, and with a wave of his hand, he completed the spatial barrier. Zhao Wuyan, who had lost his cultivation, couldn't break the barrier. Roar, roar, roar. More than a dozen black-spotted dogs, who were close to going crazy, swarmed forward. They only had one male instinct, and that was to hold him. At this moment, Zhao Wuyan knew what was called cruel. Before leaving, Zhu Mo'er lightly covered her mouth with her white hand. This scene was too explosive. Chapter 747. 4 hours later, Zhao Wuyan sat in the main pavilion. His hair was messy, and his clothes were torn. His hand that was holding the teacup was trembling slightly. His expression was dull and he looked weak. The ancestral patriarchs and elders in the main pavilion were both furious and frightened. Lin Chen had snuck into their territory. He had even crippled their family master, Zhao Wuyan. What was even crazier was that when everyone knew that Zhao Wuyan was in trouble, he had turned the entire treasury of the Zhao family upside down. He didn't even trigger the space restriction spell. It could be said that he had stolen the entire treasury without anyone noticing. Apart from Zhao Wuyan, the entire Zhao family didn't suffer any casualties. However, they had almost lost everything they had accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Ha ha ha. It's over. It's over. Zhao Wuyan laughed in a daze, as if he had lost his mind. Seeing this, the 2 ancestral patriarchs of the Zhao family were furious. Lin Chen, the Zhao family will fight you to the death. In the void, 2 figures were flying rapidly. Do you think what I did to Zhao Wuyan was cruel? Lin Chen asked Zhu Mo'er with a smile. The beautiful woman froze for a second and then said seriously, no, it's not cruel at all. It's an eye for an eye. If Prince Lin Chen didn't save me, I might have ended up in a worse state. Mo'er is willing to serve you like a dog. Don't be a dog for a fake god. Just do what a person of the 9 states should do. Lin Chen turned transparent in a flash, leaving Zhu Mo'er alone. Her eyes flickered as she rushed toward the spiritual state. On this day, the Tianju state fell into chaos. However, this was just the beginning. The next day, an even more terrifying storm started to sweep across the land of the 9 states with Lin Chen as the center. Inside the spirit-devouring fog of the underworld continent. An ancient ruin that was thousands of meters tall stood in the center of the spirit-devouring fog. Dozens of high-level battle emperors of the Tianyu prefecture formed a powerful team and sneaked into the spirit-devouring fog to enter the ancient ruin. The Heavenly Nether prefecture was made up of 3 sects that were second only to the 5 palaces in the blood state, the 10,000 Springs Manor, the Di Ying sect, the Dark Transformation sect, and the 7 great sects in the Nether state. Within the ruins were the ancient Sword Qi Grand Formation, 9 Eclipse Heavenly Poison, and many other dangerous places. A single misstep and one would be doomed eternally. However, the powerhouses of the Heavenly Nether Mansion were able to avoid the dangers again and again, and finally reached the end of the cave mansion. Standing in front of the cave, the group of experts sighed. 10,000 years. We've worked together to decipher it for 10,000 years, and we've finally broken into this place. It's said that there are countless inheritances left behind by geniuses. Now, it's ours. If we have this batch of inheritances, we might become the strongest alliance that the true gods have ever taken in. The experts of the Heavenly Nether Mansion pushed open the giant door and looked at it excitedly. Behind the giant door of the ruins was a desolate and quiet tomb. Every tombstone once had a token of condolence, and the aura was tyrannical and extraordinary. It once spoke of the honor of its owner, but everyone was stunned. The ancient tomb was actually empty. There was nothing in front of these tombstones. Impossible. According to the historical records, almost 100 peerless Emperor Realm Supreme geniuses died here. Their talents were the best in the early period of the Antiquity Age, and it was said that they had the potential to become saints. It's impossible that nothing was left behind. The two patriarchs roared hysterically, unable to accept the reality in front of them. F***ck. Look at the content on the stone pillar. Suddenly, the two patriarchs cursed loudly. Everyone looked at the stone pillar and saw two lines of words written on it. Handsome Lin Chen, just arrived at the Nether Continent. 22 years old, 7th level combat emperor. Handsome and flirtatious, thank you for your invitation. Thank you for deciphering the secrets of the ruins. I'm very happy to be the first to take it. I'll sing a song and drink a little wine, and I'll be in heaven. Good Samaritans, you are really the ultimate wage earners. All the powerhouses of the heavenly Nether Mansion were dumbfounded. It's Lin Chen from the Spiritual State Alliance. For this day, for this moment, the heavenly Nether Mansion had worked together for almost 10,000 years to decipher the 8 great ancient maze and collect countless information. Some of it was the important information that they had risked their lives to obtain. For this reason, they had searched for hundreds of historical records and compared them with the history of almost 200,000 years to understand the hidden dangers in the cavern. Only then could they safely enter the cavern today. Everything was prepared for almost 10,000 years, and countless combat emperors had put in the effort. But now, someone else had beaten him to it. This was like an old bachelor who hadn't touched a woman for thousands of years. When he finally got to the bed and tore his pants, he suddenly found that the other party had a bigger penis than him. This was like taking a dump while riding on someone's neck. And he even mocked them for being wage laborious. The more they thought about it, the angrier they got. The more they thought about it, the angrier they got. F***ck Lin Chen. This old man is really F***king unlucky. Die. This guy must die. If he doesn't die, I'll die. All the experts of the heavenly Nether Mansion roared hysterically. They were like wild beasts that had gone mad. They couldn't control their emotions at all. Boom tilde. The masters of the heavenly Nether Mansion stormed out of the tomb. As soon as they left the devouring spirit dark mist, the battle chi jade slips on their waists suddenly broke. Their expressions changed again. This was a super long-distance voice transmission jade slip that they had carefully made. If it was broken, it meant that something big had happened. They quickly picked up the jade slips and heard a hurried report from the other side. Elders, something bad has happened. Lin Chen broke into our treasure vault and tried to rob us. We couldn't stop him. Before he could finish, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Lin Chen again? A young man's laughter came from the battle chi jade slip. Hey. Hi tilde. I looked left, right, up, and down. It turns out that each treasure vault is not simple. I've thought and guessed, and it's really hard to guess what the handsome guy is going to do. The atmosphere was very strange. Is he still a human? He's singing and robbing the treasure vault of the heavenly Nether Mansion. All the masters of the heavenly Nether Mansion, WDNMD, after the heavenly continent, the Nether Continent also started to explode. Wherever Lin Feng went, he would break down everything in his path. It was a great feeling. When Lin Feng flew to the sky of the Nether Continent, he sighed with emotion when he saw that his attributes had skyrocketed to an unprecedented level. I didn't expect that the primordial tomb would allow me to obtain tens of millions of cultivation technique essences. If this continues, I might have a chance to upgrade the system to version 6.0. This is awesome. As for Lin Chen's talent points, it had broken through the unprecedented 100 million point. When Lin Chen saw the new version of the system, he couldn't help but curse himself when he saw the crazy requirement of increasing his attributes. Do I have to rob the entire land of the 9 prefectures? Even he himself had never thought that there would be a day when he would actually embark on this F***king path. Lin Chen put on his self-made sunglasses and laughed proudly. I, Lin Chen, will be the king of robbers. Chapter 748. In less than a day and a half, he had already robbed all the families that had defected to the fake gods in Tianju and Underworld. He had made countless enemies, and more war emperors hated Lin Chen to the bone, wishing that they could pull out his tendons and peel off his bones. He also didn't let go of those families that deliberately remained neutral. Many ancient families deliberately remained neutral. They seemed to be in the dark, but in fact, they were secretly manipulating both sides. Among them, there were old monsters who had lived for countless years. They were a group of wily old monsters and didn't want to suffer losses at all. Most of these forces were fence-sitters, trying to observe the situation. If Lin Chen's side successfully repelled the fake gods and defended Jojo, they could still say that they didn't defect to the enemy camp. Instead, they could join the Spiritual State Alliance on friendly terms and make a fortune in silence. After this operation, these fence-sitters could directly enjoy the peace that the Spiritual State Alliance fought so hard for. If the Spiritual State Alliance lost, they could immediately side with the fake gods. They could wag their tails and beg for mercy, and even live as dogs. Against such trash, Lin Chen would not let any of the fence-sitters off. He gave all these forces and families a fishing for the moon in the bottom of the sea, and broke down all their asset. Not even a strand of hair was left. With Lin Chen's strength and movement techniques, coupled with the two ultimate moves of the Heavenly Invisibility Rune and the Azure Dragon Shadow that could eliminate aura, the other party couldn't stop him at all. Even if they could stop him, how could they stop his 4 clones and the Dragon Emperor? As long as one clone broke into the enemy's treasury, the decomposition function would be fully activated, and the other party's foundation would be gone. Since he was going to do it, he would do it thoroughly. As long as it was a family that didn't side with the Spiritual State Alliance on the alliances list, he would rob them all. Since he was going to be a villain, he would be a villain to the end. The Battle Aura Essence attribute has increased by more than 4 billion points. Perhaps I will be able to step into the late stage of level 7 soon. Activating the super-dimensional teleportation, Lin Chen teleported to the Blood Province. The Blood Province was the most chaotic province in the 9 provinces. Ever since the peak experts of the 5 palaces were annihilated by Lin Chen in the sobbing blood plane, the Blood Province had lost one of its peak forces. In addition, the news of the True God's descent had spread throughout the Blood Province, causing all the forces to fall into chaos. Some joined the camp of the True Gods, and some saw it as the final doomsday of the 9 regions. They crazily burned, killed, and plundered, enjoying their last moments. Blood Province, Coiling Dragon City. Countless slave boys and girls that had been freed by Lin Chen looked around in confusion. Why are you here, Lin Chen? My hegemony will be repaid with your life one day. The 2 8th-level combat emperors were severely injured and escaped into the void. Lin Chen didn't chase after them. He had already looted the entire Coiling Dragon City and dissected most of the rare treasures. I didn't expect that the false gods' plan had already reached deep into the 9 provinces. They even have their pawns in the Blood Province. The 4 peak forces that had been destroyed previously all had strongholds that extracted the energy from the Earth's core. Moreover, the energy had already been extracted. It could be seen that the false god had already planted a seed of disaster in the Blood Province. Fortunately, I discovered it early. If these false gods were allowed to infiltrate the 9 provinces for another 10,000 years, no, perhaps within 5,000 years, 1/3 of the Earth's core energy would have been extracted by them. If the Earth's core energy was too little, it would cause the collapse of a large province. It wouldn't be able to support a large province that could support trillions of living beings. If a large province lost 1/3 of its Earth's core energy, it would cause landslides, tsunamis, spatial storms, and other large-scale natural disasters. It was enough to threaten all living beings below the Combat Emperor realm. If more than half of the Earth's core energy was lost, the continent would begin to split apart. From a certain point of view, Lin Chen's appearance had caused the false gods to be extremely fearful. They descended in advance and avoided these extremely dangerous situations. Otherwise, a terrifying disaster would erupt in the 9 provinces thousands of years later, covering every large province. At that time, it was unknown how many people would die. Lin Chen activated a wisp of mental energy and injected it into the minds of the rescued boys and girls. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit and vitality for the first time since they had become slave. Thank you, benefactor, for bestowing us with such an opportunity. We will never forget your life-saving grace. Many slave boys and girls knelt down in excitement. The mental energy that Lin Chen had bestowed upon them was none other than Lin Chen's fighting spirit. Just like passing down a cultivation technique, Lin Chen had passed on a portion of his fighting spirit to them. Lin Chen waved his hand and a spatial passage opened. This spatial passage leads to the border of the Blood Province. Whether you little guys can survive or not, it's up to you. After saying this, Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyon's figures flashed as they teleported through the void. They left the last option for all the liberated slaves. Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyon swept through the entire Blood Province in almost a day. Lin Chen, I'm going to King kill you. Devil, this guy is an unparalleled devil. Our 9-devil dragon gate has accumulated for tens of thousands of years, but all of it has been swept away by this bastard. CK the Spiritual State Alliance. Little guys, let's go and kill the spiritual state. We only have one target, and that is Lin Chen. We must take his head no matter what. Wherever Lin Chen went, the number of curses increased at the same speed as his attribute point. After sweeping through 90% of the forces in the Blood Province, Lin Chen had gained nearly 2 billion battle chi essence in almost a day. It seemed that he was only a little bit away from the late stage of level 7. In the main hall of the Cloud Pavilion in Fallen Soul City. At this moment, Lin Chen was holding the neck of a man in a blood-red robe with one hand. His robe was embroidered with the words "Sacrifice for the True God." Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, so what if you can kill me? Master Zhen Tianming has already led all the forces in the Danju and is preparing to head to the headquarters in the Godly Land. You are just a loser. The man in a blood-red robe laughed sinisterly. Master Zhen Tianming is a descendant of the first true God. His strength is enough to crush a lowly person like you. If he didn't come out of seclusion for 1,000 years, there wouldn't be a legend of you, Lin Chen. Oh, a descendant of the first false god. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Ever since he stepped into the War Emperor realm, the descendants of the false god were no longer worthy of his attention. He didn't expect the false god family to have a descendant of the first false god. The man in a blood-red robe laughed maniacally with blood at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha. When the true God descends, we will obtain eternal life. A loser like you is destined to turn into dust under the true God's power. I heard that Master Zhen Tianming is very interested in the woman beside you. After you die, Master Zhen Tianming will definitely make your woman comfortable. Crack. Lin Chen broke his neck. His frivolous smile gradually disappeared, and his expression was incomparably calm. Bai Ruoyon quietly stood beside him. She knew that Zhen Tianming might be finished. Dragons have reverse scales, and those who touch them will die. Chapter 749. Zhen Tianming, right? I'll make sure you won't be able to see daylight. Activating super-dimensional teleportation. Teleporting the host to Dimension 5. Consuming 2,300,000 talent points. Whoosh. The dimension light pillar broke open, and Lin Chen, who had used Green Dragon Shadow, entered the void and arrived at Holy Pill City. Pill State's Holy Pill City was once the holy land in the hearts of countless alchemists. It was an extremely dignified place, but now, it had become a gathering place for people from all walks of life. With the Azure Dragon Shadow protecting his body, Lin Chen released 4 doppelgangers. This time, countless factions had gathered in Holy Pill City. Not only did Lin Chen want to kill people, but he also wanted to use this opportunity to disintegrate his clones. Go. The 4 clones entered the void and hid their auras. The mental strength of the clones was like 2 huge nets, covering all their auras as they escaped towards the 4 directions of Holy Pill City. Lin Chen did not say anything. He spread his purple phoenix wings and headed straight for Holy Pill City's True God Hall. The True God Hall was built at the back of the Peak Pill Assembly. It was majestic and upright like a sword. There were also many words of congratulations to the True God carved on it. Factions from different 9 states gathered in the True God Hall. They sat quietly in the main hall. Lin Chen did not dare to enter the hall directly. These factions were not like ordinary ancient families. Some of them were very powerful and might be able to find traces of Green Dragon Shadow. If he was discovered, he would be attacked by all of them. Lin Chen was not afraid of these experts, but he was afraid that Zhen Tianming would take advantage of the chaos to escape. How much longer does Lord Tianming need? What's the hurry? Lord Tianming is the first descendant of a true god. He said that the true god would reward us with a sacred body. There will definitely be one. Since he said it, it will not be wrong. Hehe, but it seems that Lord Jian Tianming was very angry before. Lin Chen, who had concealed his aura, stood at a window and secretly eavesdropped on the conversation inside. A large number of leaders were discussing curiously. It's normal for him to be in a bad mood. After Master Jian Tianming came out of seclusion and heard the rumors about Lin Chen of the spiritual state, he couldn't wait to deal with him. The great true god doesn't want Jian Tianming to come in contact with Lin Chen and has forbidden him from taking action. Although he can't take action, Lord Jian Tianming is a foodie by nature. After he found out about those women who are related to Lin Chen, he personally took action. However, he returned empty-handed. Naturally, he is not in a good mood. Old devil, you even know this? It seems like you're already a favorite of Lord Tianming's. Lin Chen, who had eavesdropped on their conversation, had a fierce look on his face. His killing intent was especially violent. It turns out that this bastard had been eyeing my friends for a long time. If it weren't for the emissary of the sacred boundary who took everyone away, it might have been an irreversible outcome. Lin Chen decided that Jian Tianming must die. The number of masters and forces gathered in Danju was almost second only to the headquarters of the Fake God Alliance in the Divine Land. In addition, a large number of forces from the Battle Emperor of the Firmament Tower had also come out of seclusion. The forces in the Firmament Tower usually didn't come into contact with the land of the 9 states. However, at least half of the forces in the Firmament Tower were involved this time. In main cities number 5 to number 10, more than half of the masters on the battle list had come out. This time, the Fake God Alliance had put in a lot of effort. In terms of the number of masters, the forces in Danju were equal to the alliance of the spiritual state. This was only a part of the strength of the Fake God Alliance, which meant that the headquarters would be even more powerful. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but how could he fight against so many forces head-on and ensure that he could convert the large amount of resources they had gathered here into attribute points? This was much more difficult than fighting. I must create an opportunity to attract everyone's attention. Just as Lin Chen was thinking of a solution, a deep voice sounded out. Lord Tianming is back. Hearing this, Lin Chen's murderous aura surged. The 9 tribulation battle bodies were ready to take action. Outside the godly palace, a young man came in on a sword. He was carrying a 3-foot-long sword and had his hands behind his back. His eyebrows were as sharp as swords, and he looked very handsome. The young man's demonic red eyes looked cold. He didn't look like an old monster who had lived for 100,000 years. Instead, he looked like a slightly evil scholar swordsman. His golden eyes turned. Lin Chen was surprised to find that this person was at the middle stage of level 9 and was a sword emperor. He held the chains in his hands, and the chains bound 2 beautiful women in thin clothes. Jian Tianming pulled the 2 women into the palace like dogs. All the leaders of the forces in the palace stood up in awe. Greetings, Lord Tianming. Jian Tianming casually nodded and asked in a casual manner. Well, you are all here, right? Dragon power surged, and energy waves flashed in all directions. Lin Chen, who was at the left window of the palace, was about to make a move. Suddenly, the expression in his eyes changed and he revealed a smile that was full of interest. Interesting. My doppelganger actually encountered such a thing. Lin Chen's consciousness went into the 4th doppelganger. Lin Chen's main body temporarily left the True God Palace. Southeast of the Holy Pill City, there was a palace with a special barrier. The palace was majestic, and it was made of jade. There were valleys on both sides, and birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. The Azure Dragon possession was on the 4th doppelganger, and the Azure Dragon shadow completely eliminated his aura. The doppelganger was lying on the ceiling of a room. The scenery in the room was amazing. Damn it, why are you so useless? I came to find you behind Tianming's back. Don't worry. We still have a long time today. Ha 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 ha. No one will find this place. The old man and the woman looked at each other calmly. They flipped the sheets over and over again, and Lin Chen was very happy to see this. However, The most important thing was the conversation between the two. This woman was actually Jian Tianming's lover. Interesting, haha. The doppelganger touched his chin and took out his treasure, the demonic eye stone. Then, he aimed the demonic eye stone at the two of them. At the same time, Lin Chen's main body, who was in the Holy Pill Plaza, smiled evilly. Lin Chen's main body also opened the demonic eye stone and placed it on the highest seat in the Holy Pill Plaza. Then, he connected the light refraction of the other demonic eye stone. Whoosh! At this moment, a light screen that was 10 feet wide and 100 feet long appeared. This sudden scene attracted everyone's attention. It had to be known that after these few days of gathering, there were too many powers and experts gathered in the sacred Dan city. In an instant, it attracted millions of people to look at the light screen projected by the magic eye stone. On the light screen, there were two white figures rolling back and forth on the bed. Any normal person would know what they were doing. Fut. Damn it, who did this? Even if he wanted to do this, he shouldn't have taken out the demonic eye stone. Amazing. What's going on? Looking at the dumbfounded expressions on the faces of many experts, this was really amazing. How could such a thing be used with the demonic eye stone? Damn it, you're great. You're much stronger than Jian Tianming. At this moment, a woman's soft voice came from the demonic eye stone, causing countless experts' scalps to explode. The woman on the light screen was actually Jian Tianming's woman. At this moment, a young man's voice mixed with vigorous battle aura spread tens of thousands of miles, covering the entire plaza. Welcome to the large-scale live broadcast of the Green Hat King's birth. I'm the commentator for this broadcast, Handsome Eagle. Everyone can affectionately call me Handsome Eagle. More and more people looked over, and the twisting silhouettes on the screen continued to attract new gazes. Alright, let's focus on the screen now. Everyone can see that our male lead is currently taking a passive defensive approach. However, his lower body is very stable. He looks like he's panicking, but he's actually as steady as an old dog. He's using inaction to counter the enemy's attack, and he doesn't lose to his valiant aura. He's really an expert among the experts in the field of flowers. Lin Mao's serious commentary caused the various forces to suck in a breath of cold air. Let's take a look at our female lead. Her skills are superb. She's like a flying dragon with a jade face. She can reach the Milky Way under the 9 heavens and search for the sun and moon above the 9 heavens. She's really brilliant and full of energy. She's so good that my scalp feels numb. Hey, our male lead has suddenly changed his attack style. Could it be that this is the legendary a clay ox disappearing into the sea? At this moment, a handsome young man standing below the plaza suddenly shouted coldly. No, he's trying to stir up trouble. Chapter 750. Taking fire from a mountain? F***CK. I'm convinced. Truly, the boundless sea of lasciviousness is like a boat, extremely coquettish and invincible. Is this the F***king time to admire him? Inside and outside the Holy Pill Plaza, all the war emperors who were floating in the air felt their scalps go numb. Crazy. This must be crazy. Which deity dared to do such a ridiculous thing? Lord Jian Tianming's woman cuckolded him and was released on the spot. This was the god of longevity hanging himself. Did he think that his life was too long? Boom tilde. Then, from the southwest direction, on the other side of the Holy Pill Plaza, hundreds of thousands of miles away, another light screen was projected in the Pill Emperor Palace's area. The scene shown on this light screen was exactly the same as the Holy Pill Plaza, but its angle was changed to the side. Countless strong people's eyes almost popped out. King changed the viewing angle. Why don't you go to heaven? Why was this thing so particular? The actual situation was that Lin Chen's clone only needed to fix the position of the demon eye stone, and it wouldn't be discovered at all. He quietly placed the second demon eye stone in the room to let more people see it and attract more strong people's attention. This way, he would have the opportunity to sneak into the most heavily guarded area and break down the many resources allocated for the fake god. Boom tilde. 2 streams of battle chi rushed into the sky, trying to destroy the light screen projected by the demon eye stone. In an instant, Lin Chen's 9.4 million dragon power points punched them into dregs. The commentator's voice continued. At this time, it can be seen that the male and female leads of both sides are locked in a fierce battle. From their posture and aura, both sides are about equal. The male lead doesn't have the advantage of making the first move, but the female lead is very calm. She's not moving like a mountain, but she's condensed like a wave. Hey! Everyone, look, at this time, our female lead used an old tree's roots. Wow! This male lead is even stronger. He actually did a few backflips for our female lead, and then did a free 250-degree spin to use a little eel looking for its mother. F***ck, exciting, 2F** king exciting. I'm so touched that I'm about to cry. At this moment, our female lead's attacks are retreating bit by bit. Is it coming? Is it the kind of hysteria that can't be broken by a dam bursting and crashing into your face? No, she didn't. Our female lead is very tenacious. She actually used the beggar's cooking move. Lin Fan's excited explanation and the wonderful scene made the various forces stand there in a daze, dumbfounded. Some of the innocent little cuties were even watching with relish. Mr. Lin of the spiritual state, was indeed a genius commentator who was held back by the world of acting tough. Buzz tilde. In the northwest, on the summit of Mount Lingjian, 2 more light screens appeared. Lin Chen's third doppelganger had taken out 2 new demon eye stones. These 2 light screens were even more terrifying. The location was just right. It was right in the middle of where countless Yuan venerates and Heavenly Dipper martialists were. Therefore, even more people were able to see this wonderful scene. This screen was even clearer than the other 2 screens, and it was moving slowly, showing a different angle of view. Some of the older generation experts were even more dumbfounded. It was F***king rotating the angle of view. Inside the True God Hall, Zhen Tianming was talking to the leaders of the various forces. Lord Tianming, this is bad. 2 battle emperors rushed into the hall and knelt down on one knee, sweating profusely. Lord Zhen Tianming, something has happened outside. Zhen Tianming frowned. What's the matter? The 2 battle emperors looked at each other and trembled. I don't know how to describe it. I hope Lord Tianming can make a trip down personally. Zhen Tianming saw that the outside world was getting noisier and noisier. With a flick of his sleeve, 2 gusts of wind blasted through the bodies of the 2 battle emperors, causing them to vomit blood and faint. 2 pieces of trash. What's the use of keeping you if you don't even know how to report? Rumble tilde. Zhen Tianming turned into a ray of sword light. The sect masters and patriarchs of the various forces were curious and followed closely behind. Hundreds of powerful battle emperors emerged from the True God Hall and headed straight for the sacred elixir square. When Zhen Tianming, who was in the lead, arrived at the square, the scene reflected by the light screen in the void stunned him. The woman in the picture was his personal concubine. Damn it, you are much stronger than Tianming. Oh. The unbearable moans from the demonic eye stone made the experts who had just arrived frown. Damn it, Zhen Tianming had played with the woman for his entire life. This time, his woman was played by someone else. Looking at the old man's face, he was Zhen Tianming's uncle, an 8th-level battle emperor. He was one of the respected supreme elders of the True God family. Zhen Tianming was furious. He could hear the excited voice of Ling Jian coming from the top of the mountain. Our male lead is still bursting with energy. He is looking for an opportunity. What? His speed is still increasing. It seems that he can reach a higher level. There are so many after-images that I can't see clearly. Could this be the long-lost dance of the snake eel? He is 2F** king strong. Could it be that the winner is about to be revealed? Is it coming? The female contestant's hysterical voice is about to hit your face. No, she is not. She is standing up. She is standing up. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Chen even clapped his hands. The experts standing behind Zhen Tianming felt their scalps go numb. What the F***ck? There was even an explanation. Wonderful, very wonderful. I, handsome eagle, have never seen such a wonderful love action scene. At this very moment, this feeling and this scene is truly a rare sight in the world. I, handsome eagle, can only write a poem to express the admiration in my heart. The valley of a stream opens up 2 peach peaks. The 3-foot spear defeats the navy. There are 4 turns, 5 turns, 6 groans, and 7 turns, 8 turns, and 9 turns. I really admire you, I really admire you. Bang! Rip tilde. The sword light was like a dragon, shattering the light screen of the demonic eye stone. Jian Tianming turned around and roared at the people beside him. Quick, go and find this B*TCH. Damn it, I want to kill these 2 B*stards with my own hand. This was a complete disgrace to his grandmother's house. How could such a scene be played in front of so many people? Was the whole world going to know that they were cheated on? Lin Chen jumped and appeared not far away from Jian Tianming and the others. He laughed arrogantly. So it is our Lord Jian Tianming. Good timing. After saying that, Lin Chen threw a crown made of emerald at Jian Tianming. I, Lin Chen, am willing to call you the greenest king of green hats. Bang! The finger light flashed across the sky. Jian Tianming shattered the green crown with one finger. His expression was uncertain. Lin Chen? How is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Lin Chen jumped up and activated GoldenEye's twin. Now, almost 80% of the forces had gathered in the square. Almost all the top experts in the True God Hall were gathered here. Now is the time. Let's stall for time first. Then, we'll turn around and attack them from the back. After making up his mind, Lin Chen's first clone sneaked into the back of the True God Hall. It was in front of a sky island. 2,000 feet long spaceships were parked there. There were only 2 8th level combat emperors, 5 7th level combat emperors, and more than 20 low-level combat emperors guarding it. Chapter 751. Oh my god, there are even level 7 treasured artifacts in there. Lin Chen's doppelganger's purple golden eyes glimmered as he looked around. It was indeed a gathering of forces second only to the headquarters of the fake gods. There were at least hundreds of ancient families here. The golden eyes twins' pupils trembled slightly. Lin Chen could vaguely see that there was a little girl in the Heaven Star border realm hiding at the front of the ship. What was even stranger was that this little girl seemed to have the mental strength of a perfected Transcendence realm expert. How is this possible? Even many combat emperors don't have the mental strength of a perfected Transcendence realm expert. Lin Chen's doppelganger revealed a trace of shock. The snow-white jade scroll on his chest flashed, and Bai Ruoyon's beautiful figure appeared. She was slightly worried. Is it not done yet? There were too many experts in the Holy Pill City. Even she did not want Lin Chen to go so deep into the enemy's camp. Almost all the forces of 3 continents were gathered here. If they attacked together, there would be too many variables. Don't worry, we will take action once the battle starts. Lin Chen's doppelganger smiled. The other side he was pointing at was naturally the Holy Pill Plaza. This kid is Lin Chen? I didn't expect that after we secluded ourselves in the tower for 10,000 years, there would be such a genius in the 9 continent. He is indeed arrogant to barge into our headquarters alone. Some of the old monsters in the Firmament Tower showed interest in Lin Chen. However, Jian Tianming was so angry that his eyes turned red. He pulled out his sword and pointed it at Lin Chen. You are Lin Chen? Very good, I haven't found you yet, and you are courting death yourself. Ah, I can't take it anymore, old man. I'm going to die ~. A woman's moan came from the demon eye stone on the other side. Lin Chen was still looking serious a moment ago, but suddenly, there was a phut sound. Lin Chen said, Mr. Jian, I have undergone strict training. No matter how funny it is, I will not laugh unless I can't help it. Damn it. Hurry up and turn off that demon eye stone for me. Jian Tianming was so angry that his neck turned red. He shouted at the 8th level combat emperors beside him. The 8th level combat emperors quickly rushed toward the direction of Lingjian Mountain. Whoever can cripple this kid, I will give him a chance to forge a saint body. Although Jian Tianming was furious, Lin Chen was able to turn the land of the 9 prefectures upside down. He was not a coward. Jian Tianming would not be so naive as to let Jian Tianming take the lead. Shua, shua, shua. As soon as he finished speaking, the reclusive old monsters from the Firmament Tower stepped into the air and leaped like stars, blocking all of Lin Chen's escape route. This old man was just worrying about not having any merits. Little fellow, you actually delivered yourself to my doorstep. Two black mist-like skeletons appeared in front of Lin Chen. Suddenly, one of the black mist-like skeletons reached out and grabbed at Lin Chen, trying to tear his ribs apart and dismember him. TSK. Bang. The black mist-like skeletons surged, but Lin Fan did not move at all. The 3 inches calamity on his chest shone brightly, and the golden flying dragon armor shone brightly. He stared at the figure inside the skeletons with a mocking smile. What's wrong? Did you not eat? Use more strength. How is this possible? The black-robed old man inside the black mist-like skeletons cried out in shock. He was a mid-9th level combat emperor. Even a late 9th level combat emperor would not be able to withstand his attack so easily. Rip tilde. Boom. Lin Chen twisted the space with his 7 ultimate pulling force. The black-robed old man's proud movement technique lost half of its power. While he was still in shock, the wind from Lin Chen's punch pierced through his body. He spat out blood and retreated violently. A few attribute light balls rolled out. Let's attack together. This kid is strange. Many experts shouted angrily. Lin Chen ignored them and kicked the black-robed old man away with his ripping force. His flesh and blood were mangled. As the attribute light balls continued to fall, he screamed in agony. Every inch of the light was like a star. A dragon-like saber aura slashed down from the top of Lin Chen's head. Sword aura from all directions stirred up the wind and clouds. Countless attacks were formed in an instant. The space was frozen by the experts in the tower. Bang! Boom tilde. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a 500-kilometer radius exploded in an instant. A 10,000 feet long energy hurricane swept up in Lin Chen's direction. Something's wrong. That kid has rushed out. Suddenly, a heavenly ascension realm spiritual power expert shouted. A dark chi whirlpool spun like a star, heading straight for Jian Tianming, unscathed. He does have some tricks up his sleeves. Sword body. Jian Tianming activated his holy body. Thousands of sword aura surged all over his body. His aura soared into the sky and illuminated the entire holy elixir square. The encirclement of Lin Chen led by Jian Tianming immediately started in the Holy Elixir Square. Countless forces were involved in this battle. Jian Tianming and the others did not care about these people's lives at all. They focused on attacking Lin Chen. Roar tilde. A dragon's roar shook the sky. A 10,000 feet long green dragon appeared. The azure dragon tail was like a divine sword that slashed violently into the sky. The dragon's sword slashed horizontally, pushing back more than 70 battle emperors. The sword slashed 3 late 8th level battle emperors in the front row, sending their heads flying. Many experts took in a breath of cold air fiercely. What kind of dragon was this? It was impossible for him to push back so many of them with a single slash, even if the Dragon Patriarch or the 10 Great Dragon Patriarchs were here personally. Ling Zhen Mountain, Pill Emperor Palace. A huge battle broke out in 2 directions at the same time. Lin Chen's doppelgangers were fighting. Just as the battle was in full swing, the giant spaceship behind the True God Hall was attacked fiercely by the doppelgangers. Lord Jian Tianming, this place is, Rip tilde. The last 8th level combat emperor was sliced into 2 halves at the waist. Lin Chen casually collected the attribute light balls that had fallen to the ground. Then, he decisively rushed into the giant ship. No one would have thought that Lin Chen would personally come to the Holy Pill City to challenge so many experts. In addition, the giant spaceship was less than 100 miles away from the True God Hall. Jian Tianming didn't send too many experts to guard this place. All of them had gathered at the True God Hall. Kai tilde. Pure milky white flames burned the entire sky, sealing this space completely. Bai Ruoyan personally guarded Lin Chen's doppelgangers. After entering the first giant spaceship, there were many top-grade treasures piled up like mountains. Some were as cold as an iceberg, some were as hot as a roaring fire dragon, and some were an ancient dragon bone that condensed the power of the stars from outer space. All of them were special treasures that couldn't be stored in a storage ring, and some were a whole row of high-grade storage rings. However, Lin Chen's doppelgangers didn't seem to be interested in these things. They rushed into the front cabin of the giant spaceship. What a strong attribute light! Where did this little girl come from? Before Lin Chen entered the cabin, he could feel the attribute light that was as strong as the sun. He pushed open the front cabin. Woo. Woo tilde. The girl's struggling and fearful voice was heard. Her mouth was covered. She looked like a 16-year-old girl. Her long hair was like a waterfall. She had a small oval-shaped face. Her skin was smooth and creamy. Her green eyes were filled with fear. What was even more mysterious was her dark purple pupils. Lin Chen could feel that there was an extraordinary mental strength surging in her pupils. If it wasn't for the special mental seal, she would have launched a mental attack on Lin Chen. What a strong mental strength. What kind of special physique is this? He was almost blinded by the attribute light. This girl's body was actually filled with yellow attribute light balls and green mental strength attribute values. Lin Chen roughly estimated that this girl's mid-grade cultivation technique soul essence attribute values were at least tens of millions of point. This terrifying value made Lin Chen's scalp tingle. Chapter 752. One had to know that when he dissected a top-grade mid-level purple rank technique, it was only worth less than 30,000 mid-level technique essence. This young girl actually had 10 million? Who exactly was she? The situation was urgent, and Lin Chen didn't have the time to ask about the young girl's background. Seeing her frightened expression, it was impossible for her to answer normally. Lin Chen placed his hand on the young girl's shoulder. She thought that he was going to violate her, and her mental energy increased sharply. She was about to self-detonate. With a thought, a huge amount of mental energy immediately appeared, calming the fear in the young girl's heart, and preventing her from self-detonate. In the next moment, Lin Chen's expression changed greatly. With my mental energy at the heavenly completion realm middle stage, there aren't many people in the entire 9 prefectures who can surpass me. Yet, I can't stop a little girl's self-detonate. Lin Chen was a little dumbfounded. There were more and more strange things happening on this young girl's body. Just as Lin Chen was about to use the slow rune to stop her, the spiritual light circulating around the young girl's body suddenly dimmed. A series of attribute light balls were crazily sucked away by Lin Chen, obtained 1 million points of technique essence, 1,500,000 points of technique essence, 1,200,000 points of technique essence. Obtained 4,800 points of mental energy, 4,100 points of mental energy, 4,500 points of mental energy. His attributes soared wildly. Lin Chen's mid-level technique essence and mid-level mental energy attributes rose by 2,400,000 points and 280,000 points respectively. Lin Chen's mental energy increased sharply, nearing the peak of the heavenly completion realm middle stage. His mental energy attribute broke through 1,200,000 point. Hiss. What kind of deity is this? Lin Chen was stunned. Just the cultivation of the heavenly Dipper realm was enough to increase his attributes. It was more than the attribute points obtained from plundering 7 or 8 ancient families. According to common sense, those with a cultivation lower than Lin Chen's would drop very few attribute light balls. Even if it was a 7th level combat emperor, to Lin Chen, it was almost impossible for them to drop attribute light balls. The girl who had her attribute light sphere taken away by Lin Chen didn't lose anything. Just like Shangguan Bian, when Lin Chen took away her attribute light sphere, the girl felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Her eyebrows relaxed and she fell asleep peacefully. This is too amazing. A 16-year-old in the Heaven Star Border realm, and he's even at the perfected Transcendence realm. Yiji's ethereal physique is a few levels stronger. What kind of monstrous talent is this? Lin Chen's avatar couldn't help but be moved. However, he didn't have the time to think or understand too much right now. What he was sure of was that if this woman fell into the hands of the fake divinity, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Chen picked up the white-clothed girl and activated the decomposition function, crazily decomposing the countless rare treasures in the giant spatial ship. Consumed 20,000 heavenly Tao points to activate the decomposition function. Host receives 55 million Qi and blood energy, 8,900 points of fire energy, 45 million points of battle Qi essence, 1,200 points of mental strength, 1,000 points of blank attribute, and 40,000 points of talent. Lin Chen seized all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, medicinal herbs, and other resources, and took them all. Everything that came into contact with his palm was decomposed into infinite attribute values. After Lin Chen set off from the spirit state, he had raided countless forces along the way. His elemental attribute values and mental strength had skyrocketed. He had also gained billions of battle chi essence points. Rumble tilde. The moment Lin Chen decomposed all the treasures and resources in the first giant spatial ship, an even more powerful wave of battle chi surged from his body, like the roar of a furious dragon. His cultivation had finally broken through to the late stage of the 7th level. The better one's potential, the stronger one's foundation, and the stronger one's breakthrough. Lin Chen's mid-level elemental attribute values averaged around 4 million points. With his strong foundation, his mid-level battle chi essence broke through the barrier of 20 billion point. It was like a true dragon breaking through the world, roaring angrily to the 9 heavens. "Little brother Lin Chen, we've been discovered." Suddenly, Bai Ruoyon's voice rang out. She then saw that Lin Chen was actually carrying a white-clothed young girl. Her appearance was elegant, and she was a living beauty. She couldn't help but be stunned. Robbery was robbery, but why did he bring out a girl? Lin Chen's doppelganger replied, "Give me some more time. Sister Ruoyon, delay them." With that, he immediately rushed into the second giant spatial ship. At the Holy Pill Square, Lin Chen's main body, 3 doppelgangers, and the Dragon Emperor were surrounded by all the expert. Lin Chen relied on the ultimate moment to enhance his infinite silent step, and his figure flashed several times. No matter how strong the opponent's lineup was, they couldn't trap him. Coupled with his speed, the attacks that hit him were very limited. The current Lin Chen could be said to be a perfect combination of attack, defense, and speed. His metal elemental energy had exceeded 5 million point. After activating the Gold Calamity battle body, his body's hardness was comparable to that of a superior 7th stage defensive artifact. With his high elemental attribute and the 3-inch Calamity, coupled with the Golden Hell Flying Dragon armor, the opponent's late-stage 9th stage attacks couldn't hurt Lin Chen at all. Rumble tilde. A terrifying battle aura fluctuation came from Lin Chen's body. His main body's cultivation had broken through to the late-stage 7th stage. Along with all his doppelgangers, they had advanced. A breakthrough in cultivation? Something's not right. This kid doesn't plan to fight with us. This kid is stalling for time. Not good. Our stuff. Many experts reacted quickly. Their eyes were like lightning as they immediately locked onto the spatial ship behind the True God Hall. As expected, that spatial location had been blocked by some mysterious power. Even they couldn't sense it due to the spatial crystal wall. Some reclusive old monsters were confused by the reward of forging a sacred body. After coming back to their senses, they immediately rushed toward the spatial ship. "Lin Chen, you actually dared to sneak around and steal things from me." Jian Tianming, who had activated the Thunder Fire sword body, was surrounded by countless lightning arcs. His eyes were like fire and his expression was furious. "All right. Now is the time to fight." Lin Chen let out a thunderous roar and activated the 7 transformations. His aura suddenly soared, breaking through to an even higher realm like a hot knife through butter. Lin Chen, whose cultivation had temporarily entered the late-stage 8th stage, continued to climb. Even with the Azura 9 Brilliance Transformation's 7th transformation, he still stopped before the 9th stage. Is this the bottleneck of the 9th stage Combat Emperor? I'm afraid that I can only break through to the 8th stage and activate the 7-fold transformation to break through this bottleneck. The higher the cultivation of the Combat Emperor, the more Lin Chen could feel the absolute difference between the levels and cultivation. Rip tilde. Bang. The clone that pulled the Wind Emperor bow shot an arrow at 2 8th-stage combat emperors who were trying to track the spatial ship. A sword light shot out in all directions. More than 50 older generation combat emperors had solemn expressions as they used their ultimate skills. One after another, the ultimate skills of the purple rank and above were used. Rumble. The sword broke through the 9 directions and its aura soared into the sky. The sword split the attacks of many experts. The sword light exploded and the remaining sword aura swept across. Bang! 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 The two 8th stage combat emperors in front exploded and died. A 9th stage combat emperor retreated with injuries. The other combat emperors suffered different degrees of injuries. They were shocked and frightened. What kind of attack was this? It actually had the characteristic of penetrating the defense of battle chi and treasured weapons. Chapter 753. With the meridian sword in hand, one sword and one bow, the two clones stood proudly in the middle of the crowd. Clang! The spear pierced through the clouds, and a star-like spear light blasted on Jian Tianming's thunderfire sword. Jian Tianming raised his sword and slashed horizontally. The sword edge and the spear light clashed, and he was forced to retreat dozens of steps before he could stabilize himself. Lin Chen was forced back a few steps by the sword. He spun in the air, and his silver robe fluttered in the wind. He landed on the dragon's head cleanly, and his robe fluttered in the wind. Now is the beginning of the show. Don't worry. Holding the 5 dragons' imperial spear in his hand, Lin Chen's back was as straight as a spear. He looked majestic as he stood proudly on top of the dragon emperor's head. His lips curled into a devilish smile. Jian Tianming's pupils shrank. Damn it. A secret skill that can raise one's cultivation by a few realms. So this is his true strength. This kid hid it well. Previously, Lin Chen had been using his movement skills and pure strength to deal with them, causing Jian Tianming to think that his battle chi cultivation was not worth mentioning. Now, he had the support of the Calamity combat body, and more than one. Don't be afraid. We have more than 200 7th level combat emperors, 100 8th level combat emperors, and 37 9th level combat emperors. Why should we be afraid of this kid? Let's attack together, kill him, and the true God will reward us handsomely. Today is the day of our ascension. The two reclusive old monsters from the firmament tower calmed their hearts. Everyone was blinded by the benefits, and they roared and charged toward Lin Chen. It had to be said that the title of true God was too famous. Even these old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years would risk their lives for him. The temptation of power was enough to make people crazy. The 3 clones drew their bows and swords, and their fists were as fierce as dragons pouncing on tigers. They brazenly fought with the combat emperors who were flashing in the sky. The dragon emperor used the frightening dragon roam and rushed into the crowd of combat emperors. It had activated 960,000 dragon veins, and with its strong defense, it did not need to be afraid of the opponent's attack. Rumble. The attack that tore through the sky exploded once again. For the first time, the sacred Pill Plaza, which had not been damaged after experiencing hundreds of thousands of years of changes, began to show signs of cracking. Lin Chen's real body stood opposite Jian Tianming, allowing the intense battle to continue. However, the two of them were not disturbed at all. What's wrong? Are you scared now? When he saw Jian Tianming's grave expression, Lin Chen smiled mockingly. Scared? You don't have the qualifications for me to mention this word. You have a trump card, but so do I. Jian Tianming sneered. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. As expected of the Green Hat King. Your words are indeed different. I admire you. Jian Tianming. What the F***CK, rip tilde. Lin Chen waited for an opportunity to strike with his spear like a dragon. With a move of Do Huang, style 86, Moon breaks the galaxy, his spear cut open the dome of the heavens, and his dragon power surge. Sword scars that were as thin as gossamer pierced through the void. Sword and spear collided, tearing the sky apart. The power of this strike was not small. Lin Chen was pushed back dozens of miles, but he was still at ease. At this moment, a continuous stream of healing power entered his body, nourishing Lin Chen's minor injuries. Consumed 10,000 talent points. Lethal Bloodlust has been successfully activated. 28% healing effect has been obtained from actual damage. Successfully triggered talent combination skill. Host can unconditionally activate the active talent of the talent combination skill. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and he activated talent combination skill Sovereign's Descent. Host activated talent combination skill Sovereign's Descent. Beginning to accumulate energy, 0 points. Every war emperor that the 3 clones killed, other than dropping attribute light orbs, All of them began to turn into energy and accumulate in the sovereign's descent talon. Fut tilde. On the other side, Zhen Tianming, who was fighting Lin Chen, did not retreat. However, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was shocked. His attack penetrated my defense. It's too strange. I can't give him a chance. I have to end this quickly. With a thought, Zhen Tianming activated the power of the bloodline in his body. With a buzz, his magnificent aura was like the sun and moon hanging high in the sky. It was as if a sage had descended and suppressed all living things. Zhen Tianming, who was covered in lightning, had flames flowing all over his body like a coiling dragon. He was like a thunder and fire giant that had descended from the heavens. Combined with his sharp and unstoppable swordsmanship cultivation, he gave off a sense of oppression that none of the experts present could match. His cultivation level was at the middle stage of ninth heaven. With the combination of the holy physique and the power of the bloodline, he was not inferior to some of the mid-level demon lords that Lin Chen had encountered in the Heaven Tower. His strength was comparable to a First Tribulation battle emperor. Is that the power of the bloodline of the first-generation false god's descendant? Interesting. I want to see how strong it is. Today, even if a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal comes personally, you will still die. Lin Chen held the spear tightly. Suddenly, flames and lightning flashed past. It was so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to catch it due to the battle aura. The tip of Zhen Tianming's sword almost instantly pierced through Lin Chen's face. Clang! The spear reverberated and more than 9 million dragons of dragon power burst out, blocking the tip of the sword. Lin Chen's arm was numb from the impact. Zhen Tianming's sword did not stop there. He slashed 10 times at lightning speed. Lin Chen retreated again and again. He took advantage of the gap and slashed at Zhen Tianming's waist with his cutting force. This time, the charging rune and the piercing rune were activated together. The blade-like leg strength penetrated Zhen Tianming's defense. His bones were broken, and he was sent flying while vomiting blood. Lin Chen smashed the tip of the spear furiously, causing Zhen Tianming's sword to creak. Then, he used the silent step and appeared behind Zhen Tianming like a ghost. He struck out with his palm. Mystical Dragon Claw. Zhen Tianming struck out with his claw. The two of them collided. Like two streaks of lightning, they constantly flashed across the sky. Wherever they passed, everything in their path was destroyed. Lin Chen, who had always suppressed his enemies with speed, was caught by his opponent for the first time with his infinite silent step. This place was not the spiritual state, so Lin Chen could fight this guy alone without holding back. His bloodline was the Thunder Sword bloodline, which could increase his speed by a large margin. With the help of his saint body and cultivation base, he could forcefully catch up with Lin Chen's infinite silent step. If Lin Chen used his 4 clones to attack Zhen Tianming, his combat strength would be on par with a First Tribulation combat emperor. He was evenly matched with Zhen Tianming. 8 Desolate Finger, Young Dragon Force, Bloodshorer, Eternal Night Thousand Swords, Sword Stop. Various top-tier combat techniques exploded from the two of them. Countless masters were dumbfounded. They were constantly affected by the aftershocks of their battle and had to leave the battlefield to the two of them. On the other side, the location of the spatial ship was discovered. 3 9th-level combat emperors surrounded by Ruoyan. She easily blocked them all with ease. On the other hand, Lin Chen's clones were dissecting all the rare treasures at a speed visible to the naked eye. Endless resources were converted into his attribute point. After dozens of breaths of fierce battle, no one knew that the treasures and resources they had carefully prepared had all been dissected by Lin Chen. Bang! The spear and sword collided. The sword rotated, the spear twisted, and the spear twisted. The spear rotated, the sword blocked, and the sword slashed vertically. The 5-colored dragon spear blocked the attack, and Lin Chen's momentum was overwhelming. He punched Zhen Tianming's lower abdomen, tearing the space apart. Layers of lightning appeared in Zhen Tianming's body and condensed into a lightning curtain. As he blocked the fist wind, his sword pierced through the space where Lin Chen was. He is indeed a monster. A trash who hasn't even reached 9th-level combat emperor can fight with me to this extent. Even my saint body and bloodline power can't defeat him. Chapter 754. Jian Tianming frowned. He never fought battles that he wasn't confident in. Now that he was facing Lin Chen, he finally understood why his fathers had tried to stop him from contacting Lin Chen. A fellow who didn't even have the cultivation of the early stage of the 9th level was actually able to fight evenly with him. This was simply an unprecedented anomaly. You have more than one bloodline power. Kid, you must be a bastard. Suddenly, Lin Chen sneered. No wonder Jian Tianming was so special. He probably had more than one bloodline of a fake god. He might have two. At the thought of this, Lin Chen felt like vomiting. Shut up. My identity and bloodline are many times nobler than a mortal dog like you. You have no right to talk nonsense. Like a fox whose tail had been stepped on, Jian Tianming roared furiously and laughed hysterically. My father, the almighty true gods, are about to descend upon the spiritual state. I'll treat your women and family members well. I'll humiliate them in front of you. Ha ha ha. Activated Heavenly Invisibility Rune. The host's spiritual attack has been concealed. Consumed 300,000 rune energy. Cooldown time, 40 seconds. Lin Chen's expression was dark, and his eyes were as cold as knives. Don't worry. You won't have the chance. The moment he said it, bam! A blue spiritual light beam that contained destructive energy shot across the sky and pierced through Jian Tianming's body and his spiritual sea like a wild dragon. Ah! What's this? Crack. His spiritual defensive artifact broke, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. However, he still had a trace of consciousness left. He immediately used his movement technique to escape. Swoosh. One of Lin Chen's avatars threw the Wind Emperor bow to him, and he reached out to catch it with a cold and emotionless expression. Lin Chen held the bow with one hand and placed the 5 Dragons' Imperial Spear on the bowstring like an arrow. I'll make you die a horrible death. The moment he pulled the bowstring, a grayish-white talisman appeared out of nowhere and fell from the sky. Activated combination skill, Sovereign's Descent. Accumulated energy, 650,000 points. It will increase the host's next attack. The energy of the runes dropped by 3,500,000 points. Space froze, and battle chi slowed down. Jian Tianming's movements were sealed. Shadow sky piercing arrow. His fingertips released the bowstring, and the 5 Dragons' Imperial Spear was like the sharpest arrow in the world. Dark light flashed like lightning, and the arrow light carried a spiral wind blade and a wisp of dark light. It seemed to jump through space and instantly shot toward Jian Tianming. What kind of combat skill is this? Jian Tianming's pupils trembled in fear. He used almost all his strength to break free from the restraints of the slowing rune. The 5 Dragons' Imperial Spear was still in front of him. Before he could even use the space jade slip that contained the holy power on his waist, the spear transformed into an arrow and shot towards him. Rip tilde. Boom tilde. The 5 Dragons' Imperial Spear pierced through Jian Tianming's body. The buff from Sovereign's Descent increased Lin Chen's attack by more than 30 times. With Lin Chen's current cultivation increased by 30 times, it was far more than before. Bang tilde. Jian Tianming's body shattered like a rock and suddenly exploded. The Lingjian mountain behind him turned into fine powder, and thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were crushed. The arrow shattered the entire earth vein, and the foundation of the ground was overturned. It was a shocking sight. The moment his body exploded, attribute light balls scattered all over the sky. Unlike ordinary experts, Jian Tianming was the descendant of the first-generation false god. Moreover, it was highly likely that he had more than 2 types of false god bloodline. The attribute light balls that he dropped were in the hundreds. It was a shocking amount and extremely high quality. The colorful attribute light balls connected together like a dazzling galaxy. Lin Chen sucked in a cold breath. At least 4 later stage 9th level combat emperors can drop these attribute light balls. The descendant of the first-generation false god is not just for show. Lin Chen activated the Dragon Emperor and took away all the attribute light balls without hesitation, obtained 4,500 points of metal energy, 9,800 points of mental energy, 400,000 points of rune energy, 5 million points of battle aura essence, 290,000 points of cultivation technique essence. Opened 9 purple crystal treasure chests. Obtained 800,000 talent points, 1 million points of rune energy, 3,000 points of blank attribute points. When he took in the attribute light balls, Lin Chen also took a space jade scroll that contained holy energy. All of Jian Tianming's items had been destroyed, but this item remained unscathed. This was the space jade scroll that protected hundreds of combat emperors when they left the spiritual state. It was made by a saint or above. This space jade scroll seems to lead directly to the headquarters of the false god. Ha ha ha. Good stuff. It's time for my 5-blow thunderstruck show. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth curled up in a cruel and wild laugh. He put away the jade slip. Originally, Lin Chen only came here to rob. He did not plan to take the heads of these guys. However, Jian Tianming was a potential threat. If he did not kill him, Lin Chen would not feel at ease. In one's life, there were some people and beliefs that one had to protect. He could not allow any potential threat. At this moment, the experts scattered. They were still in a state of shock. The power of that arrow was too terrifying. Lord Jian Tianming was pierced by this kid's arrow. It's too terrifying. This kid's combat strength is far beyond that of an ordinary late ninth heaven combat emperor. No one in the entire 9 states could suppress him. While the leaders of the various forces were in shock and fear, Lin Chen's clones and the Dragon Emperor broke through the encirclement. No one dared to stop them. 8 Desolation Finger. Lin Chen and his clones unleashed an 8-colored finger of energy. It shot to the bottom of the sacred elixir square and destroyed the true god palace. Smoke billowed. Countless experts did not dare to stop Lin Chen from leaving. When they looked at the spaceship behind the true god palace again, many experts' faces changed. Oh no, our men did not stop the robbers from robbing the spaceship. F***CK. My family's 10,000 years of accumulation was destroyed in a day. I was planning to offer a tribute to the true god in exchange for a chance to cleanse my holy body. Only the eyes of the 5 late-stage 9th-level old monsters, who were the leaders, were filled with shock. Their figures flashed as they teleported through the void. They quickly rushed into the spatial ship and looked around. Gone, that little girl is gone. How is that possible? Even if she's dead, we must see her corpse. That little girl is someone that the great true god personally asked for. Lin Chen, you mother f***ka. Fuck you. Countless roars rose and fell. Killing intent soared to the sky. The sacred elixir city was in chaos. If Lin Chen insisted on fighting again, he would definitely be able to eliminate a group of enemies. However, this was not the purpose of his trip. Robbing was only a part of his operation. His main purpose was to create hatred. However, the little girl in white that he encountered in the spaceship was indeed out of Lin Chen's expectation, in a desert in the starry sky of the Dan state. The little girl in white covered her arm. Her ears were red and her eyes were like stars. She stared at the smirking Lin Chen in front of her with vigilance. Lin Mao rubbed his hands and chuckled. Little girl, don't worry. I'll just rub it. It won't flow out. Chapter 755. I don't believe a bad guy like you. You're definitely a bad guy, the girl shouted. Seeing that the seal was gone, her mental energy surged out once again, forming a huge hammer that was dozens of Zhonglong. She aimed at Lin Chen and smashed it down. Bang! Lin Chen's mental energy at the middle stage of the Heaven Ascension realm swept out like a wind blade, easily shattering the huge hammer. Not bad. You're so young, yet you know such a superb mental energy technique. Tell me honestly, where did you come from? If you answer correctly, I'll give you a lollipop. Seeing Lin Chen's carefree attitude, the white-clothed girl was both shocked and frightened. This person was as terrifying as those people. Unless you let me go, I won't believe you. The girl was smart and quick-witted. She bit her cherry lips with her white teeth. Don't worry. If I wanted to do something to you, why would I need to undo the seal and save you from inside? Right. Moreover, with your strength, even if I let you go, with the current chaotic situation in the 9 prefectures, do you think you'll be able to escape from those people's pursuit? Lin Chen was very good at coaxing girls. Seeing that the girl didn't fall for his trap, he was happy to slowly bicker. Sure enough, the girl calmed down after hearing his words. She sized up this strange handsome brother, curling her lips. Maybe you're in cahoots with them. You're just here to win my trust. Smiling, Lin Chen said, then do you want me to send you back? The girl was speechless. Seeing that she wasn't speaking, Lin Chen stepped forward to bandage her wound. Grabbing her snow-white arm, he applied some spiritual ointment on the wound. Don't touch me. The girl, who had resisted at first, saw Lin Chen's serious expression, and for some reason, the vigilance in her heart relaxed a little. The mental energy fluctuations that wanted to explode also calmed down. On the side, Bai Ruoyan had been staring at the girl, lost in thought. All right, your injury is stable now. You have two choices now. If you don't trust me, I can send you back right now. I'm a person with excellent moral character. I've always sent gifts to girls on behalf of others. Or you can tell me about your experience. I, Lin, will protect you. Lin Chen sat in the middle of the desert, looking at the little girl. She stared blankly at Lin Chen. After a long while, she hugged her snow-white legs and slowly said, I don't have parents. I only have memories of when I was 12 years old. I woke up in the wilderness and wandered around Mingju. In the end, I was adopted by the Shen family. When the Shen family was destroyed, I was captured. When she answered this question, the girl felt a little lonely. Lin Chen was startled. He only had memories of after he was 12 years old. Could it be that he had amnesia? Little girl, can you practice this technique for me to see? Bai Ruoyan's smile was like a flower, beautiful beyond compare. She was like a pure and holy angel, infecting the little girl. She stared blankly for a moment before obediently nodding her head. Lin Chen looked at Bai Ruoyan in confusion. He could tell that the technique was called the Five-Spirit Smoke Palm. It was a top-notch green rank technique. This little girl was only at the Heaven Star border realm. In their current situation, how could they give this girl the time to learn this top-notch green rank technique? She would need at least 3 months to learn it. Bai Ruoyan replied to Lin Chen with a look that said, wait patiently. The little girl took the jade slip, and her eyes unconsciously revealed a hint of disdain. She channeled her battle chi into the jade slip and quickly read the cultivation method. Next, a mysterious scene appeared. The little girl's body circulated with a dazzling light. These lights were all the colors of attribute light balls, and most of them were the essence of the technique. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. 15 minutes later. Bang! The aura of a thunderous explosion shot straight into the sky. A huge pit dozens of feet wide was blasted open in the desert. The spiritual energy was turbulent, and ripples appeared in the air. Seeing that the little girl's delicate hand was surrounded by 5 colored clouds like smoke, she obediently turned her head to look at the elder sister in the white dress. She smiled and asked, Elder sister, is this okay? Bai Ruoyan gently stroked her beautiful hair and smiled. You did very well. The little girl in white enjoyed it very much. This elder sister constantly gave her a sense of security, and she liked to stay by her side. She unconsciously trusted her. However, this scene shocked Lin Chen. What kind of monstrous talent was this? She only used 15 minutes to learn a top-notch green rank technique. Thinking back to when Lin Chen was learning the Divine Wilderness 9 Arts at the Heaven Song Branch Academy in the Wasteland region, he still needed half an hour to integrate the cultivation memories even with the technique essence's attribute point. Seeing the shock on Lin Chen's face, the little girl in white put her hands on her hips and raised her small nose. She proudly said, it's just cultivating a green rank technique. What's there to be shocked about? Lin Chen's mouth twitched. At this moment, he seemed to understand how others used to look at him. Mastering a green rank technique in 15 minutes, this was too ridiculous. It was rare to see Lin Chen so shocked. Bai Ruoyan smiled and transmitted her voice to Lin Chen. Little brother Lin Chen, don't be too shocked. With her talent, it's normal for her to reach this level. If my guess is correct, this little girl should be born with the bloodline of a martial saint. It might even be the bloodline of a martial god. This kind of bloodline starts to awaken at the age of 12. Their mental strength and cultivation will increase explosively, and they will be self-taught in terms of battle techniques and cultivation techniques. There will be very few bottlenecks in their cultivation, and they will be as smooth as flowing water. This is one of the top talents that can look down on all the monstrous geniuses in the world. However, after awakening the bloodline, they will lose their previous memories. Even in the records of ancient times, there were only 2 cases of this kind of talent. Moreover, it was only the bloodline of a martial saint. The bloodline of a martial god is only a legend. Bai Ruoyon's guess caused Lin Chen's scalp to go numb. He couldn't help but complain to the system. System, you're not AF** king fake, right? System, who would have thought that after picking up all kinds of attributes, cultivation techniques, talents, runes, and weapons, he would actually pick up a girl with the bloodline of a martial saint or even a martial god? Lin Chen patted the little girl's head. The cultivation technique essence in her body flowed into his palm. Obtained 7,800 points of cultivation technique essence, 12,500 points of cultivation technique essence, 11,580 points of cultivation technique essence. Seeing that this little girl was actually able to derive the cultivation technique essence's attributes, Lin Chen smiled and said, "What's your name?" "I don't have a name. However, the elder sister of the Shen family named me Shen Lingshuang." As if recalling the enemies who had once slaughtered the entire Shen family, Shen Lingshuang bit her silver teeth and pursed her lips unwillingly. "Shen Lingshuang, right? Girl, let me ask you, do you want to take revenge for the Shen family?" Shen Lingshuang nodded heavily. "Of course I do. Then become my disciple. From today onwards, as long as you follow me, Lin Chen, I guarantee that I'll be able to take revenge for you." Shen Lingshuang hesitated. However, when she thought of how the Shen family had taken in her sisters, a hint of determination appeared on her delicate little face. She nodded heavily. Lin Chen extended his fist. Shen Lingshuang raised her delicate little fist and bumped it against his. "That's what you said. I want to take revenge for my sisters." Chapter 756. Lin Chen gave Shen Lingshuang 2 blue rank combat skills in one go. He found that every time Shen Lingshuang activated her bloodline power to learn a combat skill, her body would emit the light of combat skill essence. Every time she learned a new combat skill, Lin Chen could always obtain tens of thousands of combat skill essence from Shen Lingshuang. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. With talent, one could really do whatever they wanted. He had to desperately collect a large number of combat skill essence to be able to quickly learn high-level combat skills. For Shen Lingshuang, it only took a few hours. After resting in the desert for a while, Lin Chen activated the Holy Aura Space Jade Slip that Jian Tianming left behind. The destination of this Jade Slip was the headquarters of the Fake God Alliance, Divine Land, Far East region. There was a hubbub of voices coming from all directions. The previously dilapidated Fake God family had been transformed into the headquarters of the so-called True God Alliance. Except for the spiritual state, countless masters flocked to this place every day, trying their best to obtain the protection and favor of the true gods. The former Long family was now the headquarters of the True God Alliance. Inside the headquarters, in a hall. Now that all the masters of the Firmament Tower and the heroes of the 9 states have gathered, we can destroy the Spiritual State Alliance in one go once the True God arrive. I wonder how Master Jian Tianming is doing. It seems that now is the time to enter the space channel. Why is there no movement at all? The masters who attacked the Spiritual State Alliance a few days ago gathered in the headquarters hall, including the 10 old monsters and Ancestor Long Can who sneaked into the Firmament Tower that day. I didn't expect that he would attract so many demon monarchs around the demon eye. Even the clone of the true god couldn't drag him down with them. This kid is really strange. Long Can sat in a corner of the hall, shaking his head and sighing. Now that the True God Alliance headquarters had no leader, the masters, reclusive old monsters, and ancient giants who came here were all unwilling to obey each other. The True God Alliance headquarters, which was originally led by Jian Tianming, was now missing. Suddenly, a figure hurriedly barged in. "Everyone, bad news. Enemy attack." Hearing this, many masters' faces turned dark. Now that countless top forces had gathered here, only the Spiritual State Alliance dared to attack this place. Could it be that they wanted to bring forward the final battle? How many enemies are there? Long Can immediately questioned the battle emperor who had reported. There are only 2 people, a man and a woman. This answer caused the hall to fall into a short period of silence and shock. 2 people dared to barge into their true god headquarters? Who gave them the courage and guts? Shua. 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 The various factions disappeared from the hall at lightning speed. Space shifted, stars changed, and they instantly arrived outside. At the top of the Long family's dragon pagoda, if one looked carefully, they would see 2 figures standing on top of the pagoda. When the external forces and experts in the headquarters below looked up, some were shocked, some were puzzled, and some recognized the 2 figures at the top of the tower. Isn't that Kid Lin Chen from the spiritual state? What audacity! He actually dared to barge into our headquarters. Could it be that he thinks he can fight against all of us by himself? He is looking down on the godly might. Ancestral masters, please capture this kid. Many masters below stepped into the air and shouted at the representatives of the ancient families who flew out of the hall. On the top of the pagoda, Shen Lingshuang, who was next to Lin Chen, trembled. She had never expected that Lin Chen would bring her directly into the headquarters of the enemy. She even suspected that this master of hers had gone mad. He even asked her to sing a song before they left. What is he trying to do? Shen Lingshuang was a little scared as she hid behind Lin Chen. She raised her head and looked at his side profile. Lin Chen smiled in a carefree manner. Naturally, he would not be so stupid as to challenge everyone in the headquarters alone. Even if his powers had skyrocketed, if all the cultivators present were to attack him at the same time, they would be able to grind him to death. Look at you. What are you afraid of? Lin Chen glared at Shen Lingshuang, who was hugging his leg behind him, as if he was exasperated at her failure to live up to his expectations. Today, I am not targeting anyone here. I just want to say that those who seek refuge with the fake gods are all trash. I just want to kill all of you, or be killed by all of you. His voice was like a tidal wave that spread throughout the easternmost region. Countless masters were so angry that they laughed. T. You want to fight all of us alone? It seems that Lin Chen doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The easternmost region had gathered half of the forces of the Firmament Pagoda and even more than half of the forces of the 9 states. There were countless masters of the 7th and 8th level, and more than 100 9th level combat emperors. No matter how strong Lin Chen was, it was impossible for him to fight against such a lineup. What do you think? Long Can turned around and asked the 10 reclusive old monsters of the Firmament Pagoda. No matter how strong he is, it is impossible for him to fight against all of us alone, unless he is a 3rd Tribulation Combat Emperor or above, or a saint himself. The other old monsters shook their heads and laughed. This kid is still young and impetuous. Fine, let's attack together. This kid is full of tricks, don't give him time. No one knew which old ancestor spoke, but hundreds of 8th level combat emperors and above quickly rushed into the sky. Kai tilde. Bang tilde. Before the ancestors could launch their attacks at Lin Chen, terrifying muffled thunderous booms rumbled in the air, shattering the space barriers and causing them to tremble violently. There is thunder. We have set up a space barrier here. No thunder tribulation can break through it. Something is not right. Everyone, be careful. Some of the old ancestors with sharp senses suddenly became alert. Lin Chen, who was standing at the top of the pagoda, smiled. It was exactly as he had predicted. When he activated his 5 thunders, those battle emperors had used their holy chi space jade slips to escape the calamity for the time being. Well, more than half of the energy of the 5-blow thunderstruck is left. Although it is not as long as last time, 200 thunderclouds are concentrated in one area. It is enough to make the fake god alliance suffer. Boom tilde. As soon as he finished speaking, countless thunderclouds seemed to have teleported from the southeast and arrived at the headquarters of the fake god alliance. Half of the combat emperors who rose into the sky had 5-colored thunderclouds floating above their heads. The thunder might that could swallow the stars and absorb the moon was surging like a tide of thunder. F***ck, it's this again. Long Can's eyes almost popped out. It was this move again. He had personally experienced the power of the 5-blow thunderstruck when he was in the dragon clan of the Barren State. He couldn't even escape. He could only take it head on. He didn't expect that Lin Chen could use such a terrible trump card again. This kid is not human. The surging world-extinguishing thunder might swept away everything in its path like a tide, covering the entire sky. Countless experts trembled in the vast and dazzling thunderclouds, as if they had been angered by the endless heavenly might and were about to give them a destructive thunder tribulation. Chapter 757. What's going on? Shouldn't the true God be protecting us? We have sincerely pledged our allegiance to the true God. Have we angered the heavenly might? There was no time for the powerhouses who were targeted to react. Lightning flashed, dazzling, and electric arcs were like dragons. Suddenly, a loud and clear male voice was heard from the top of the tower. It's so lonely to be invincible. It's so empty to be invincible. I'm alone at the top with the cold wind blowing. Who can understand my loneliness? F***ck, there should be a limit to how shameless you can be. You are not invincible. Just as this thought appeared in the minds of countless people, the thunder exploded. Bang! 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 205 colored thunderclouds split open the sky, and bolts of lightning struck down like wild dragons. Countless lightning bolts struck down, and the wind danced. The girl's crisp voice was heard. It's so lonely to be invincible. It's so empty to be invincible. Her voice was wrapped in battle chi, and it spread thousands of miles away. She who is hiding in the sky, can you listen to me? My loneliness, endless loneliness. Countless people were dumbfounded. What kind of scene was that? Lin Chen and Shen Lingshuang stood at the top of the pagoda. Countless streaks of lightning crisscrossed, flashing past their bodies. Yet, they stood there unmoving, like unrivaled experts standing at the peak of the pagoda. The lightning bolts were their accompaniment, and the explosions of the lightning bolts were like hammers and drums. It was as if every thunderstorm was the accompaniment to their singing. Ah! What kind of lightning is this? Why can't my mystical transformation steps avoid it? It's so painful. Damn, my battle chi fate wheel is going to be torn apart. How can this bastard use such a move? Countless powerhouses in the void activated their defensive combat skills, treasured weapons, elixirs, and many other trump card. The sputtering lightning bolts were like colorful electric snakes that penetrated the headquarters of the Fake God Alliance. The entire headquarters suffered a devastating blow. Wails and screams could be heard everywhere. Some Yuan venerables and Heavenly Dipper sovereigns who had not even reached the War Emperor realm were affected. Being affected by the might of the lightning, it melted like snow. There was no chance of survival at all. Those top-notch battle emperors who were not targeted by the five-blow thunderstruck immediately retreated in all directions. They had no spare energy to attack Lin Chen. All they could do was to defend the headquarters with all their might. Otherwise, just these 200 thunderclouds would be enough to overturn the entire headquarters. Numerous spatial light pillars opened up, sealing off the spatial barrier. This allowed a large number of false god believers to be saved, and a deep fear was branded in their hearts. Within 1,000,000 miles of the Long family's territory, 5-colored thunderbolts shone brightly like shooting stars. If it weren't for the remaining combat emperors, this place would have been razed to the ground. The combat emperors who were defending were equally shocked. They stared at the experts who were screaming miserably in the sky. They didn't even have the chance to dodge. That Lin Chen actually has such an abnormal trump card. This is the first time I've seen an unavoidable attack. Mother ***, this Lin Chen is too good at hiding. I almost fell into his trap. It was almost impossible for those below the 9th layer combat emperor to survive 10 thunderbolts in the 5-blow thunderstruck. Finally, when the 200 thunderclouds dissipated, the Fake God Alliance had suffered countless casualties. 25 early 9th layer combat emperors were killed and 14 were seriously injured. 11 mid-9th layer combat emperors were seriously injured. 9 late 9th layer combat emperors were injured. More than 100 8th layer combat emperors were killed. It was more than tragic. Due to the fact that the 5-colored lightnings had moved across several large prefectures, the number of 5-colored lightnings this time was only half of the previous time. Even so, more than half of the Fake God Alliance's forces had been destroyed. The various forces that had previously looked down on Lin Chen were all dumbfounded. How could he injure so many experts in one move? This kind of method was truly invincible in the world. The Dragon Emperor soared in the sky and took away a large number of attribute light balls and more than 20 purple crystal treasure chests. Lin Chen's attributes finally began to soar to meet the requirements of the new version. Witnessing this scene, Shen Lingshuang's emotions surged and her heart trembled slightly. She was filled with pride. Lin Chen patted her shoulder and asked with a smile, "How is it? Does it feel good?" Shen Lingshuang nodded excitedly. "It feels good." After saying that, the attribute light of the cultivation technique essence in her body began to grow again. "Which one is your enemy? Go and beat him up now. Remember, don't be afraid. Just fight." In order to build Shen Lingshuang's confidence, Lin Chen pointed at all the experts present. Him and that old man." Shen Lingshuang pointed her slender finger and immediately pointed at 3 seriously injured early 9th layer combat emperors. Lin Chen did not say anything and used the 7 ultimate pulling force to grab the air. 4 million dragon power points exploded and twisted the space, pulling the 3 seriously injured people over. He even let the Dragon Emperor release the Azure Dragon Realm to suppress their movement. "Beat him up." Lin Chen pointed. Shen Lingshuang mustered her courage and used the 5 spirits smoke palm on the 3 of them. A grayish-white talisman descended from the sky. Lin Chen intentionally activated the delaying talisman to restrict the cultivation of the 3 people. In the end, he allowed Shen Lingshuang, who was only at the Heaven Dipper realm, to smash the top of their heads and kill them. "Sister Shenling, Sister Qing Xiao, I have finally avenged you." Shen Lingshuang's eyes were filled with tears as she muttered to herself. At the moment when the 3 of them were killed, Shen Lingshuang seemed to have been enlightened. Her thoughts were clear and the bloodline in her body surged again. The light of her attributes increased again. At this time, Lin Chen said seriously, "From today onwards, you have to remember our motto, life and death are nothing. If you are not convinced, do it. If anyone dares to bully you, beat them up." Shen Lingshuang's green eyes flickered. She clenched her fist and muttered, "Life and death are nothing. If you are not convinced, do it. If anyone dares to bully me, I will beat them up." Bai Ruoyan in the snow-white jade slip was speechless. What did Brother Lin Chen teach her? During the Epiphany, Shen Lingshuang's bloodline power was like a sea of clouds, and new attribute lights were constantly emerging. Today's song Invincible is my gift to everyone. If anyone dares to die, just come at me, Lin Chen, ha 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 ha. Lin Chen deliberately laughed wildly. He activated the super-dimensional transmission, took Shen Lingshuang away, and disappeared. Everyone had witnessed the fall of 3 of their top cultivators at the hands of a little girl, yet no one dared to step forward to stop Lin Chen. Next, the Alliance only needed to prevent the 6 fake gods from descending. The remaining enemies were nothing to worry about. Lin Chen's invincible image had been deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone present at the headquarters today. His general trend had been cast, and completely deterred the fake god alliance. This trend was very important. It was even more important than the attribute light balls that Lin Chen had now obtained. As long as Lin Chen didn't die in the future, no matter how the fake god alliance waged a war against the spiritual state alliance, they wouldn't have the confidence to do so. After all, they would always live in the shadow of Lin Chen. This was a fatal step. Chapter 758. After leaving the headquarters of the fake gods, Lin Chen looted all the remaining forces. Wherever he went, there were screams everywhere. 2 days later, Lin Chen went to the Firmament Tower. When he arrived at the entrance of the Firmament Tower, he stepped into the space tunnel and teleported Lin Chen into the Firmament Tower. After entering the Firmament Tower, Lin Chen rushed to the number 10 main city at full speed. Before Lin Chen arrived at the number 3 main city, an indifferent voice reverberated in the void. "Lin Chen, little guy, you are here for me, right?" Lin Chen paused and then cupped his fists. "I am Lin Chen. I am here to pay my respects to the Tower Master. Since your dean woke up, I had a hunch that you would come to find me. Come in and have a chat." As soon as he finished speaking, the floating light drifted away. Lin Chen's figure was like light and shadow as he disappeared. When he looked around, he was already at the top of the mountain. On the cliff, the Tower Master stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with a mysterious light as if he could see through the starry sky. In the face of such a strong person, small tricks and one-sided words were useless. Lin Chen said directly, "Senior, now that the Jojo continent is in a life-and-death situation, the fake gods have come, changed history, and occupied the Jojo continent. If we don't take action, the Jojo continent will fall into the hands of the fake gods. I am Lin Chen. I am bold enough to ask the Tower Master to help the Jojo continent. I have guessed your purpose, but my duty is to protect the Firmament Tower. As long as the Firmament Tower does not fall, the hope and civilization of the human race will still exist." The Tower Master was expressionless. Lin Chen said coldly, "No, if we fail in this battle, the civilization of the Jojo continent will lose its meaning. The Jojo continent will become a puppet continent where demons and monsters run rampant. Senior, you are guarding this place to suppress the demons. But if the Jojo continent is gone, what is the point of suppressing the demons? A human without humanity is not a human. A civilization without humans can't be called a civilization." The Pagoda Master's body trembled involuntarily. How could he not understand this logic? He had been a saint for 400,000 years and had read the history of the 9 prefectures for 10,000 years. There were many talented geniuses, but none of them could inherit the will of the ancient gods. He had been waiting for a human who could eradicate all the devils under the 9 great demon eyes. Could that person be Lin Chen? But at the very least, he didn't have that right now. However, in the history of the 9 prefectures, he was the most promising person to inherit the will of the ancient god. If they missed him, perhaps 9 regions would never have a chance to rise again. If he fought with all his might, the Holy Demon King under the Demon Eye would definitely notice that the Firmament Tower had lost its protection. At that time, regardless of the outcome of the battle, the Holy Demon King under the Demon's Den would forcefully tear open the seal. Countless demons would rush out and wreak havoc in the land of the 9 state. If they didn't join the war, they could suppress the spiritual state for a while longer. Besides, the pseudo-gods could only occupy the spiritual state for now. The remaining 8 states still had some boundary-suppressing sacred steles, and they couldn't invade the entire 9 states in a short time. With their power, it was only a matter of time before they toppled the world-suppressing sacred stele that had destroyed the 8 great prefectures. If they fought, the demon race would bring chaos to the world. If they didn't fight, they would lose Lin Chen and the last hope of 9 regions. Whether it was the pseudo-gods occupying 9 regions or the demon race invading 9 regions, it would be a devastating disaster. However, from the perspective of the Tower Master, as long as he could suppress the Demon Eye and protect the Firmament Tower, even the pseudo-gods couldn't forcefully open the Firmament Tower. They wouldn't even dare to approach it. After all, the Firmament Tower was a godly artifact. Even the Tower Master couldn't control the Firmament Tower because it contained the will of the ancient gods. If they didn't join the war, the worst result would be that the godly land could still survive. "I can join the war, but I have one condition." Suddenly, the Tower Master's sharp eyes turned to Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, you must leave 9 regions. If you give up this war, I'm willing to defend 9 regions with my life." Lin Chen was shocked. The Pagoda Master had actually placed his last hope on Lin Chen. As long as Lin Chen didn't die, the hope of 9 regions wouldn't be extinguished. Even if Lin Chen was defeated by the pseudo-gods, if he could become a saint or even a saint king, there was still hope for 9 regions to revitalize. The Tower Master had seen his potential in the ancient god's mansion in the orange-level mystical realm. This might be the only choice. Impossible. I, Lin Chen, can't abandon my companions in the face of danger. The men of 9 regions have an indomitable spirit. There are things we can do and things we can't do. Lin Chen's deep shout was like the roar of a crouching dragon. His fighting spirit was like a peerless spear that was about to pierce through the cloud. "Senior, please give me a straightforward answer. Other than asking me to run away, everything else is negotiable." The Tower Master shook his head. "If I don't arrive at the spiritual state before the pseudo-gods arrive, that will be my answer. You can leave now." Although the Tower Master's expression didn't change, there was a hint of struggle between his brows. Lin Chen didn't expect that a figure of his level would be so hesitant at this critical moment. The Firmament Tower had been passed down through 5 generations of Tower Masters for countless years. It had experienced the changes of the Primordial Age, the Remote Antiquity Age, and the Antiquity Age. Countless efforts were gathered in the tower. The current Tower Master couldn't make a decision and bet everything on it. He needed time to think. I hope this isn't the last time I meet the Tower Master. Lin Chen cupped his hands and bade farewell. Then, he flashed into the void and left the pavilion. 1 day later, at the Heavenly Song Academy. Is that so? The Tower Master didn't come? With his wisdom, he might have already seen through the situation. Since he didn't give a direct answer, it's very likely that he won't help us. He only left a trace of hope so that the morale of our alliance won't collapse easily. It seems that we have to fight alone. The Dean sat calmly in the secret room as if he didn't care about the result. He turned to Lin Chen and said with a smile, "In fact, I agree with the Tower Master. If we can let you go, you will definitely be able to overthrow these criminals in the Saint Prison. Unfortunately, you are a smart kid who would rather break than bend." Lin Chen shrugged. This was completely different from the Primordial Age in the spiritual state. At that time, the Vice Dean and all the Academy members were there. They were still able to fight against the army of the Spirit of the Holy Fire, and the spiritual state wouldn't be destroyed. However, the arrival of the fake gods was different. Their first target was Lin Chen. Their second target was to occupy the spiritual state and extract the energy from the Earth core, which was equivalent to pushing the 9 states to the brink of destruction. If he left, the Dean and the Tower Master would be in grave danger. The Dean hadn't refined the energy of the Saint bloodline and couldn't move around easily. But now, he had perfected the Saint bloodline left by Lin Chen. His body glowed with holy light, and each strand of his hair seemed to contain mountains, rivers, and oceans. Lin Chen was shocked. This was the power of a saint. Even though the Dean tried to suppress it, he could still clearly feel it. A saint could kill a battle emperor with a snap of his fingers. Besides, Lin Chen asked about the red satin that he had obtained from the Dean's inheritance. The Dean said that he had obtained it when he traveled to other continents. It seemed to record some ancient civilizations, and even he couldn't find many secrets about it. Only by collecting the complete red satin or meeting certain conditions could he uncover its secrets. With the enemy in front of him, Lin Chen didn't have time to analyze what was so special about it. He just threw it into his storage ring. As for Shun Lingshuang's bloodline and origin, even the Dean couldn't see through it. This made Lin Chen even more curious about this girl. However, the most important thing now was for Lin Chen to prepare all his trump card. He found a secret room and began to cultivate in seclusion. He had turned the 9 states upside down, and all his plans were based on the result of this battle. Chapter 759. In the secret room, Lin Chen sat cross-legged. With a thought, he opened the system. Heavenly Path Possession System version 5.0, host, Lin Chen Cultivation, late stage 7th level Battle Emperor Realm Intermediate Battle Aura Essence, 23. 1 billion points. Limit Power, 9 million Dragon Power, Talent Enhancement, 5 million, Intermediate Blood Energy, 26 billion points. Intermediate Spiritual Power, 45 million points. Peak of Intermediate Heavenly Ascension Realm, Intermediate Ability Essence, 125. 45 million points. Intermediate Rune Energy, 94. 5 million points. Heavenly Path Points, 54. 65 million points. Talent Points, 134. 8 million points. Intermediate Elemental Energy, Fire Element, 8, 21 million points. Earth Element, 7, 9 million points. Wood Element, 7, 33 million points. Metal Element, 8, 02 million points. Water Element, 7, 3 million points. Lightning Element, 7, 5 million points. Wind Element, 7, 99 million points. Light Element, 5, 2 million points. Dark Element, 5, 8 million points. Ability Status Column, open. Bloodline Status Column, open. passive talent column, open, ultimate skill column, open, active talents, blue rank, stealing omen, blue rank, fatal bloodthirst, purple rank, superdimensional teleportation, purple rank, ultimate moment, purple rank, ultimate return, purple rank one time, super counter, purple rank one time, sovereign's descent, cooldown time, 24 days, orange rank one time, Godslayer, quasi-orange rank one time, absolute life and death. Orange rank one time, sun god. Attribute rune column, open, talent combination skill, fatal bloodthirst, super-dimensional teleportation, sovereign's descent, absolute life and death. Blank attribute points, 230,660 points, can be converted to any attribute points. Lin Chen's intermediate elemental attribute points exceeded the average of 6.8 million points. His strength was several times stronger than before. There were also more than 200,000 blank attributes. This was definitely one of the strongest trump cards. However, this was definitely not his goal. The reason why he stirred up chaos in Jojo and robbed a large number of ancient forces was to upgrade his God Slayer talent. Host used the orange talent enhancer to enhance target talent, orange rank one time, God Slayer. Consumed 100,000 blank attribute points, 25 million heavenly path points, 85 million talent points. Confirmed to use the specified attribute points and the enhancer to enhance. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Everything depended on this one move. Confirm. Boom. The orange tier enhancer began to operate and absorbed the God Slayer talent. A moment later, the enhancer appeared. Ding. Upgrade successful. Host receives, orange rank one-time use, enhanced version of the God Slayer talent. Enemy detection range increased. Talent grade, intermediate orange. Before Lin Chen could rejoice in the system's display, the following series of instructions made him suck in a breath of cold air. Within the detection range of the innate hostility talent, 24,754 billion living beings have been detected to be hostile to the host, including the dragon race, the human race. Number of Heavenly Dipper realm cultivators, 98.74 million. Yuan venerates, 7.09 million. Combat emperors, 13580. Class 5 dire beasts. Class 7 dire beasts, 8,950. 2 trillion living beings. More than 2 trillion living beings were hostile to Lin Chen. Lin Chen's face was brimming with excitement. He had made the right bet. That's right. This time, Lin Chen had turned the land of the 9 states upside down not just for attribute points. More importantly, it was to increase the number of enemies. He had bet everything on the enhanced version of the God Slayer talent. The stronger the enemy and the greater the number of enemies, the stronger the temporary boost to the user's power. However, the normal God Slayer talent had a limited range for detecting hostility. The enhanced version's effect was completely different. Lin Chen's preliminary deduction was that the enhanced version of the God Slayer talent's range for detecting hostility was dozens of times larger than the original. It completely covered the entire land of the 9 states. In other words, more than 2 trillion living beings in the entire land of the 9 states were hostile to Lin Chen. It was not easy to generate hostility. If every living being did not have the conviction to kill the other party, their attacks could not be judged as hostile. If there was only anger but no hostility, they were definitely not enemies. Those who were angry at Lin Chen might not dare to resist Lin Chen. However, those who were hostile would want to kill Lin Chen first. As long as they were in front of Lin Chen, they would rush up and fight Lin Chen to the death. With the system's judgment, it was almost impossible to fake hostility. Otherwise, Lin Chen would have used the entire Spiritual State Alliance as an enemy for activating the God Slayer talent. At this moment, the number of enemies was still increasing. Lin Chen had robbed almost all the forces that were not allies in the other 8 states except for the spiritual state. He now had 3/4 of the total combat force in the land of the 9 state. This number of enemies would be his most powerful asset to challenge the fake god. I've done what I can. Now, it's time to see who can seize the heavenly secret. Lin Chen pushed open the door to the secret chamber and saw the dazzling light rising from the many sky islands of the Heavenly Song Academy. The vast and domineering dragon essence looked down on the world. Carrying the glory of the dragon clan, it illuminated the entire academy and even the sky of the spiritual state. Lin Chen shook his head and exclaimed, "The dragon clan even moved out the grand array of the Holy Dragon Pond." With the help of the academy principal and the Void White Dragon Patriarch, the dragon clan had moved their Holy Dragon Pond to the sky above the Heavenly Song Academy for the final battle. The other forces didn't stay idle either. With the help of the academy principal, many ancient forces brought out their ultimate trump card. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Battle spirits soared into the sky and condensed into a sword altar with the sharpness of tens of thousands of swords hanging in the sky. This was the sword altar of the divine sword valley of the heavenly state, created by the mountain-splitting sword saint. Tens of thousands of meters long, the residual shadows of dragon breaths condensed into 10 dragon shapes in the form of clouds. The dragon's eyes were filled with thunderous intent, and they seemed to be able to shatter the sky and the earth when they roared. Entrenched above the spiritual state, this was the trump card of the Thunder Heavenly Emperor's Lei family, the innumerable Thunder Mystic Mist Dragon Essence, which was made from the essence of the Holy Dragon. Towering red trees descended like a sea of trees. Their lush branches and leaves dyed the sky red, looking majestic as if a holy relic had descended. The spiritual state's Ling family's crimson flame golden tree had gathered the power of 100,000 years of red flames. It could be unleashed in an instant, triggering a world-destroying divine power. Lin Chen was amazed. These ultimate trump cards were items from the ancient times, left behind by the Saint Realm experts of the ancient families. They would only be activated when the families were facing a life-and-death crisis. In the past, the Battle Emperor Realm experts couldn't control or activate them on their own. Now, the Academy Principal, who was a saint, could do it. The creation of all creations had activated the ultimate foundation of many ancient families and moved them to Heavenly Song Academy. However, the power to control them was still in the hands of the descendants of the ancient families. After these ultimate trump cards were activated, they could only be controlled by their bloodline descendants. The Academy Principal was just a middleman. This was the final moment of life and death, and almost no one would hide them. This battle would divide the history of the 9 states into 2 parts. Class Monitor, you're out of seclusion? Qin Xiaofeng walked over with a joyful expression. Due to his special background, there was still no one to take care of his parents. Therefore, he didn't choose to go to the sacred boundary but stayed in the 9 states. Everyone is waiting for you in the main hall, Class Monitor. Hearing Qin Xiaofeng's words, Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. He went to the main hall with him. Tonight, there were more than 10,000 banquets in the main hall, and countless familiar faces entered Lin Chen's eyes. Chapter 760. In the vast starry sky, the 6 twinkling stars went from dim to dazzling in just a few months. Boom! Monstrous vicious chi instantly erupted from the 6 unique and different dimensions. Boundless battle chi swept out like an enormous wave, and it crushed everything in its path and shook the surrounding stars to the point of exploding. Finally, I've finished absorbing the energy of the Earth core. I haven't even recovered 40% of my strength. This mortal world is indeed barren. Won't we have everything after we kill that brat and occupy the 9 states? Lin Chen brat, I'm going to skin you alive. In the void of the true God Palace in the Divine Land. The faces of the masters led by Long Can changed slightly before they were overjoyed. The true God's decree has arrived. Everyone, move out. Our goal is to crush the spirit state and kill Lin Chen. Roar. Crush the spirit state and kill Lin Chen. Countless heavenly star realm, Yuan venerate realm, and even a large number of war emperors shouted in unison. Their voices tore through the sky. The masters in the sky were like ferocious tigers and lions as they rushed into the 15 spatial tunnels and headed toward the spirit state. The desert of the Divine Land was desolate. A black-robed figure's eyes were as sharp as swords. They pierced through time and space and stared at the sky island of the Heavenly Song Academy in the spirit state. At the same time, countless clouds and masters gathered from the 9 state. Kill that bastard Lin Chen. Damn it, we don't compete with the world. Is he going to rob our treasury just because we didn't join his team? Damn it. The treasures that the Dragon Cloud Desolate Hall accumulated for tens of thousands of years were destroyed by this brat. If I don't kill him, I'm not a human. This is intolerable. No matter how arrogant Lin Chen is, he can't withstand the encirclement of so many forces. Kill him. How dare he act so presumptuously just because he has some ability? Whether it's the true God or the Alliance, I just want to kill him. Angry shouts, and roars filled the entire 9 states. They could be found in every corner of the 9 provinces. Those sects, clans, and ancient forces that had been robbed by Lin Chen were filled with fighting spirit, fury, and murderous intent. Even the 3 rivers and 5 lakes would not be able to wash it away. As if they had a tacit understanding, they united and pointed at the spiritual state. It was very simple because it was 2F** king infuriating. Lin Chen's previous actions weren't stealing at all, but outright robbery. In front of countless powerhouses, he looted their treasure vaults again and again. Sometimes, he didn't even let go of their storage rings. Ever since Lin Chen looted the 8 states, all the forces started to gather at the spiritual state as fast as they could. Greetings, Sir Lin Chen. The Shangguan clan, the Bai clan of the Waste region, the Yanxia sect, the Wasteland branch, the Lung clan, the Han clan, the Luo mansion of the Divine Land, the 3 grandmasters of Danju, and the experts of the Dragon tribe. Seeing those familiar faces, Lin Chen seemed to see his own reflections and memories. I didn't expect everyone to come this time, Lin Chen said with a smile. Everyone looked at each other. The conflicts between them seemed to have passed with a smile. They were united. As for everyone's size, they had mixed feelings and were incomparably incomparable. When they met Lin Chen, the former was just an unknown young man who had just shown his talent. Now, only 5 to 6 years had passed, and he was already standing at the top of the 9 provinces. He led all the top powerhouses with his own strength and fought against the legendary True God. The victors wrote history, and the losers didn't even have a corpse. This is the last banquet before the great battle. Let everyone relax and celebrate. It's not a good thing to be too tense before the great battle. Moreover, I have already sensed their presence. They will arrive tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the morning. The dean said with a smile. Shun Lianyun quietly accompanied him. Her delicate hand held Lin Chen's 5 fingers. Lin Chen looked at him quietly and elegantly. Shun Lingshuang stood beside him. Lin Chen smiled casually. There are always a few times in life when you have to go all out and disregard life and death. That night, the spiritual state was brightly lit. Tens of billions of humans drank and chatted merrily. Even the headquarters of the academies were doing the same. Late at night, people used their battle auras to disperse the smell of alcohol. Then, they scattered and walked into the spatial tunnel to return to their original positions. At this moment, the spiritual state was like an impregnable fortress. The vast space barriers were like transparent curtains, setting up layers after layers of trap. Heavenly Song Academy, Giant Inferno Gate. Lin Chen stood proudly at the entrance of the Inferno mystical realm above the clouds. His deep eyes gazed into the distance. The Inferno mystical realm was the highest place in the spiritual state. Lin Chen would be the first person to face the enemies. Billions of miles away in the spiritual state, countless people of the spiritual state held their breaths and looked at the void above them with determination. Lin Chen glanced at the system's enhanced version, Godslayer talent. Within the detection range of the talent, hostility, 28,754 million creatures are hostile to the host, including the dragon race and the human race. Heavenly Dipper Realm, 99. 79 million. Yuan Venerables, 10.09 million. Battle Emperors, 15440. Level 5 Dipper Beasts. Level 7 Dipper Beasts, 9,250. Lin Chen exhaled. His eyes glinted fiercely. Billions of enemies would become his final strength to fight against the fake god. The dean stepped into the air without any warning and stood beside Lin Chen with a serious expression. They are here. We can't let these guys descend into the spiritual state. We must stop them in outer space. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud noise sounded. Boom! In the southwest direction, the space barrier of the innumerable spirit sea was broken. Tens of thousands of figures stepped into the air like ancient giants. Tens of thousands of people rushed in from 4 different directions. Were they all battle emperors? They were the battle emperors of the fake god alliance. They were the first to arrive. In fact, except for the blood state, every state in the 9 states had a population of more than 1 trillion. These tens of thousands of battle emperors were the most powerful masters born in the history of the 9 state. Lin Chen, come up and accept your death. 10 late-stage level 9 old monsters roared, shaking the innumerable spirit sea. You destroyed the dragon race. Today, I will show you the power of the dragon race. The ancestors of the 7 dragon races shouted crazily. They transformed into huge dragons and roared into the sky. A bunch of traitors. You are not qualified for Mr. Lin Chen to deal with you personally. Roar. The void white dragon's beautiful and pristine white body appeared out of thin air. Its vigorous and powerful body was like a rain of clouds as it stood in front of the 7 tribes' colossal dragons. Following closely behind were the masters of the 3 dragon races. Tens of thousands of huge dragons appeared one after another. The dragons fought in a chaotic battle that shook the sky and the earth. Sea of Fire, Red Lotus Hell. The Red Lotus Fire dragon race swayed their tails, and fire dragon breaths fell like a meteor shower, rolling up an endless sea of fire. Freezing frost of the 9 states. A large number of ice calamity dragons roamed in the void and spat out tens of thousands of ice blades. Wind swept across the sky and froze tens of thousands of miles. Void Shift, Ultimate Essence Spirit. The Void White Dragon and the Life Dragon didn't want to be outdone. They used their own superpowers, and the battlefield was in chaos. Chapter 761. Guys, peace is at hand, and the history of the 9 states is on our shoulders. Let's fight. With the Thunder Dragon battle spear in his hand, the Thunder Emperor roared, and many battle emperors dashed toward the fake god alliance. Shun Lianyun led a large number of academy elders to the south of the Fiery Mountain and blocked many masters of the fake god alliance. This was a sneak attack team, and they were trying to take down the headquarters directly. Battle auras flashed chaotically as the battle emperors attacked. Streaks of rainbow-like battle auras pierced through the innumerable spirit sea, splitting the sea surface and creating a fault that was hundreds of meters deep. Sometimes, waves would rise and cover the fault on the sea surface. Numerous combat techniques were used, and many high-level secret spells and weapons were used by the 2 sides. Even with the help of many ancient families, it was still difficult to resist the attacks of the fake god alliance. They had too many experts on their side. In particular, the fake god alliance had tempted more than half of the forces in the Firmament Tower to join them. With the help of many ancient families in the 8 continents, the number of battle emperors was almost doubled. Just when the fake god alliance was about to collapse, hundreds of figures appeared in the sky from the Cloud Dragon mountain range in the north and blocked more than 1,000 battle emperor. The leader was as beautiful as a fairy in a white dress that fluttered in the wind. Heavenly Saint Fire, silence. The milky white eternal Saint Fire burned and shot up into the sky like a pillar of fire. More than 300 battle emperors of the spiritual state seemed to be united as one and instantly unleashed a joint combat technique. Is this the power of the eternal Saint Fire? No. Retreat. Feeling numb in their scalps, the reclusive old monsters activated their movement techniques and retreated rapidly with the big team. Bai Ruoyon was leading more than 300 battle emperors in a joint battle. All of the battle emperors were under her control. Their attacks were coordinated as one. With only 300 battle emperors, they were able to stop over 1,000 battle emperors and even had the potential to counterattack. Bam! 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 Waves of energy surged on the solid space barrier. If the principal hadn't reinforced the space barrier, this battle would have spread to the Heavenly Song Academy. While the outer circle fought fiercely, the inner circle with the Heavenly Song Academy as the center stood still. All the ultimate forces were kept in the center of the inner circle. That was because this was a trump card that could be used against a semi-divinity realm cultivator, so it couldn't be used easily. The first rays of the morning sun shone on the land. Chaotic battles broke out in all corners of the spiritual state. Standing before the giant inferno gate, the two people looked even more grim. Lin Chen released his spirit energy and saw the battle situation tens of thousands of kilometers away. The disparity in combat power is too great. It seems that my clone will have to enter the outer battlefield in advance. Lin Chen thought to himself. Then, the system immediately popped up a screen. Creation of the Green Pinnacle Shorekill skill 5-blow Thunderstruck has succeeded. Consumed 100,000 Tian Gang Lightning and 1 million Heavenly Dao points. Number of uses available, 5. Successfully created the Cyan Shorekill skill, Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Consumed 30,000 Hellfire attribute and 300,000 Heavenly Dao points. Number of uses available, 3. After using the Orange Tier Talent Enhancer, Lin Chen was left with 130,000 blank attribute points. He used all of them to create his ultimate skill. The power of a Shorekill skill would determine the life and death of a player at a critical moment in the outer circle. Shua, Shua, Shua. Lin Chen's 4 clones landed on the 4 battlefields, greatly boosting the morale of all the Academy's expert. Here they come. The Dean uttered 2 words. Lin Chen looked up, and purple-golden light flashed in his pupils. Hundreds of thousands of meters high in the sky, outside the layers of air, 6 supreme presences shot down like meteors as if they were the rulers of the world. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, I'm going to chew your bones into pieces. Ha ha ha. Heavenly Song Academy, is this how you greet the gods? You only have one dying saint. You're looking down on us. The arrogant sneers spread into the Heavenly Song Academy like sound waves. Then, the 6 meteors shot toward the spiritual state at an extremely fast speed. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook, and 3 light pillars shot up from the spiritual state. They were the last 3 world-suppressing Saint Steelies. As soon as they sensed the aura of the false god, they activated on their own. Stop them outside the starry sky. The Dean stepped forward and dashed into the clouds. The Dean waved his hand, and the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower, standing between the heaven and the earth, responded to his call. It quickly shrank and turned into a small tower spinning in the Dean's palm. Was it a complete 8th-level divine weapon? With the Heavenly Spirit Battle Tower in his hand, the Dean's power skyrocketed, and he dashed out of the clouds of the spiritual state. Enhanced Godslayer, let me see how powerful you are. Lin Chen laughed domineeringly as he leaped into the air. Flapping the purple phoenix wings of the Dragon Emperor under his feet, he shot into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Within the detection range of the hostile talent, 29,005 billion creatures are hostile to the host. The number of Battle Emperor Realm Warriors, 15509, the number of Level 7 beasts, 9,250, and the number of Saint Realm Warriors, 6. Received the host's command. Activating Orange Talent, Enhanced Godslayer, bam, crack, crack. An orange gold talisman flashed above Lin Chen's head, and the crystal wall in the space exploded. Lin Chen's body unleashed endless waves of battle aura. 9 battle aura fate wheels formed in the blink of an eye, and he broke through to a higher level. At this moment, Lin Chen was like a new sun that illuminated the entire spiritual state. The orange-gold light flowed around his body, and the earth rumbled. Endless spiritual essence gathered around Lin Chen, shaking the entire 9 state. Everyone turned around and witnessed this scene with their own eyes. His aura soared into the sky like a blazing sun, dispersing the haze that had covered the 9 states for hundreds of thousands of years. Everyone froze. Both the members of the Fake God Alliance and the Spiritual State Alliance were stupefied. Lin Chen's strength skyrocketed. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 5,000 times, 10,000 times, 50,000 times, 100,000 times, 200,000 times. His battle aura fate wheels instantly broke through the tribulation, and each wisp of battle aura released brilliant saint power. His body was so majestic that it could open the heaven and earth and contain all the stars in the universe. His dragon energy broke through an unprecedented limit. 10 million dragon energy points, 90 million dragon energy points, and more than 100 million dragon energy points in an instant. His spirit reversed the heavens and illuminated the ancient times. The bridge of spirit turned into a vast ocean that contained all the creation and destruction of tens of thousands of years of history. Influenced by his spirit and fighting spirit, the people were filled with infinite strength and fighting spirit. Lin Chen's pure strength, battle aura cultivation, and spirit energy were like the Azura war god descending and dominating all the realms in half a breath. Beams of holy light rose from Lin Chen's head, and the magnificent holy power poured down like radiance. The sky collapsed, and the holy aura of the 9 heavenly tribulations illuminated the land of the spirit state, protecting everyone like godly light. At this moment, Lin Chen stepped into the legendary saint realm. He stepped on the giant dragon, and his silver robe was flowing with surging orange-gold brilliance. The azure battle saber was like a bright moon, and it was at the same level as him. The giant dragon soared into the sky, and a loud shout resounded throughout the land of the 9 prefectures. Fake God, get out of the 9 states. Chapter 762. The endless hostility turned into Lin Chen's power to reverse life and death. This time, the enhanced Godslayer talent increased Lin Chen's overall combat strength by almost 300,000 times. The vast starry sky weaved a stretch of brilliant starlight, continuous and endless. The starry sand was like a sea. Above the atmosphere of the spiritual state, the metal tribulation was like a blade, the wood tribulation was like an ocean, the water tribulation was torrential, the fire tribulation was everywhere, the earth tribulation was like a fortress, the wind tribulation was like a storm, the thunder tribulation was like a dragon, the light tribulation was like a moon, and the dark tribulation covered the sky. The power of the 9 heavenly tribulations was like 9 layers of clouds, overturning the sky of the spiritual state. All the people of the spiritual state were shouting Lin Chen's name in excitement. Mr. Lin Chen is a righteous man. Let's fight together. We won't yield to the fake gods. Shouts filled with bloodlust and fighting spirit spread across the spiritual state. All the people of the spiritual state were motivated, whether they were at the Heavenly Dipper realm, Yuan Venerate realm, or Battle Emperor realm. Retreat. Red Lotus Hellfire. Lin Chen's doppelganger was in 3 different locations, and he unleashed the Red Lotus Hellfire 3 times at the same time. The blazing Red Lotus turned into a sea of fire that covered the sky and locked onto every single combat emperor of the Fake God Alliance. Another weird attack that can't be dodged. Quick, activate the array. Hundreds of battle emperors formed a group as if they had expected this. They activated their battle auras and formed 3 groups. Their battle auras condensed and formed 3 ancient battle aura mirrors, reflecting all the Red Lotus Hellfire. Even so, the army was still badly damaged. Dozens of battle emperors were killed. Lin Chen's 4 clones activated the ultimate moment. When they activated the 7 layers transformation, their auras soared to the peak of level 8. Then, they waved their arms. Go. Don't give them a chance to survive. Follow Mr. Lin Chen's footsteps. Kill. The meridian sword turned into the 7 stars and stirred up the wind and clouds. The dragon light saber spun like a bright moon and divided the sky and the earth into the morning sun. The 3 clones aggressively launched attacks from 3 different directions. The group of emperors, who had experienced the ultimate skill of Red Lotus Hellfire, was utterly defeated, and were forced to retreat again and again. The 4th doppelganger occupied the highest position in the sky. Its purple-golden eyes were shining brightly as it observed the entire battlefield. From time to time, he would draw his bow and shoot arrows. The light of the arrows pierced through the clouds and the sun. Every arrow played a crucial role in supporting the 3 major battlefield. After injuring 2 7th-level combat emperors with a single palm strike, Bai Ruoyan turned her attention to the 9-layer heavenly tribulation in the sky and muttered to herself. Little brother Lin Chen, you must be safe. Firmament Tower, main city number 10. The Tower Master stared at the void above the spiritual state in astonishment and disbelief. A Saint Realm expert has appeared. This is actually Lin Chen. Above the 9 heavenly tribulations, a huge dragon circled in the void. The young man stood with a saber in his hand. His silver robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His divine might was unparalleled, and he looked down on the 9 continent. Boom tilde. A ferocious meteor fell toward him. The bright moon saber trembled slightly, and the saber energy flashed like snowflakes, easily cutting the meteor in half. Standing on the huge dragon, the young man's silver robe was as white as snow, and a jade belt was tied around his waist. His whole body was surging with crimson light, and his godly eyes pierced through the universe. The bright blue moon in his hand hummed softly as if he could cut the sun, the moon, and the sky with a slight wave of his hand. Seeing Lin Chen descending to the starry sky of the spiritual state like a god of war, the dean who controlled the heavenly spirit battle tower couldn't help but laugh loudly. Ha ha ha. God bless the spiritual state. He had thought that Lin Chen would have some hidden trump cards that could allow him to contend against a false god, but he had not expected that this little fellow would exceed everyone's expectations and directly raise his cultivation to the saint realm. Even compared to the current dean, Su Ping was not inferior. What? Even the experiences of the 6 false gods were completely dumbfounded. Is this young man the reincarnation of an ancient saint? If that's the case, then all the more reason to kill him here. Boom. Clang. 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 Tens of thousands of sword lights flashed across the sky. The pseudo-god of the Zhen family pulled out his incomplete saint sword. A primordial ferocious aura rushed toward him as the saint energy turned into a rock. A pseudo-god transformed into a rock and flew into the sky. Above the starry sky, Lin Chen's gaze collided with the 6 pseudo-gods. Kai. Boom. Boom. 2 majestic saint auras collided with each other, stirring up the clouds in the starry sky and crushing the meteors in their path. This was the aura that only saints could have, and it represented a level that was above billions of creatures. Rumble. Lin Chen's body moved slightly as he used the silent step and stellar transposition. As he stepped on the void, the wind from his fist turned into the roars of billions of dragons. The 7 ultimate pulling force twisted the void and pulled the leading Han family false god over. In a single exchange, Lin Chen actually attacked without a second word. You're courting death. The pseudo-god of the Han family bared his teeth and struck back with his palm. Surging saint energy shone with a radiance that could illuminate the ages, leaving a trail of light wherever it passed. Bam! Their fists and palms collided, and a blurry nebula exploded. Both sides retreated 10 steps, and the pseudo-god of the Han family was shocked. Billions of dragon power points. This kid has actually reached the body-refining saint realm? As soon as he finished speaking, a bloody wound appeared on the pseudo-god of the Han family's arm, and saint blood flowed out. This was the 7 ultimate force, 5 forces in one. The final penetrating force had even penetrated his defense and injured him with just 1 punch. Lin Chen, who had more than 100 million dragon power points, could easily use the last 2 ultimate force techniques of the 7 ultimate force. This is the power of the saint realm. Lin Chen couldn't help but look intoxicated for a moment. This feeling of metamorphosis was too wonderful. It was as if he could shatter a meteor with just a thought. With more than 100 million dragon power points, he only needed a finger to pierce through the continental plates and push the stars. Even his spirit power had far surpassed the Heaven Ascension realm and reached the legendary Saint realm. Lin Chen looked around at the 6 pseudo-gods. At this moment, the 6 pseudo-gods were all wearing jade robes and embroidered belts. They were tall, handsome, and majestic. As their holy qi washed over them, they looked extraordinary. Their eyes were full of compassion for all living beings. This made Lin Chen want to vomit. They had come to invade the Jojo continent and disguised themselves as gods. Damn it. You dare not show your true forms when you invade the Jojo continent. Are you afraid that the world will see your true forms? Are you afraid to show your true faces? Lin Chen spat and sneered. Immature brat, you've only temporarily stepped into the saint realm. Die for me. The pseudo-god of the Mo family flew into a rage. His finger shot out like a gust of wind and condensed into a sharp sword that pierced toward Jiang Chen. The momentum was not strong, but wherever the finger light passed, it was reduced to a state of nirvana and destruction. Clang. Boom. The heavenly spirit battle pagoda emitted a beam of holy light and blocked the finger of the pseudo-god of the Zhen family. The dean stood proudly beside Lin Chen. If he is not enough, I will be enough. The dean's holy power was unparalleled. The azure holy light rolled into a vast river. His eyes were as sharp as swords, and he showed no fear. Squeak, 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 squeak. Eerie screeches sounded like bones being gnawed. Tens of thousands of human faces and ghost faces surged like waves. Lin Chen smiled faintly and raised his finger. His spirit power turned into a horizontal line, and a deep abyss appeared in the starry sky, tearing apart all the spirit and ghost faces. One of the pseudo-gods retreated with a muffled cry. He was stunned. His spirit power is still at the Saint Realm? Chapter 763. The 6 false gods and even the Dean were shocked. The spiritual power of a Saint Realm expert was top-notch even in the sacred boundary, Saint Body, Saint Realm cultivation, and Saint Realm spiritual power. With the 3 of them as one, the current Lin Chen was simply invulnerable. Lin Chen glanced at the system. He had less than 50 million talent points and 94 million rune energy points left. Saint Realm cultivation was different from Battle Emperor Realm cultivation. Lin Chen used less than 10,000 rune energy points to activate the recharge rune at the Battle Emperor Realm, but at the Saint Realm, it would cost at least 1 million rune energy point. Needless to say, the penetration rune would cost at least twice as much as the recharge rune. Lin Chen's 2 offensive runes couldn't be used recklessly like when he was at the Battle Emperor Realm. They had to be used at the decisive moment. The characteristic rune's rune energy consumption depended on the host's cultivation and combat skills, unlike the talent runes that only consumed a set amount of rune energy. While the false gods were still in shock, Lin Chen quickly calmed down and used the silent step to dive down. Clang! Lin Chen swung his saber like a dragon's roar. Billions of dragon power exploded, and with the support of the water calamity body, the azure moon shone brightly. Mirror of attack! Slash! The sound wave wreaked havoc in the world, and the mirror-like snowflakes flashed past like the reflection of the moon in the water, slashing horizontally. Just a small trick. Break. Sacred Seaman Yang. The false god of the Mo family stepped on the waves and attacked with a majestic aura. Waves and wind blades rolled down like a silver waterfall from afar. Bang! The saber radiance and wind blades surged, scattering boundless silver radiance that was actually reflected back at the Mo clan's fake deity. As the radiance swept past, the fake deity's expression changed slightly. His body trembled slightly, and a strand of his hair was shaved off when he shifted to the void. He almost lost one of his arms, but he managed to dodge the attack by a hair. It can reflect my attack. Is this saber Saint Li Chongsheng's ultimate skill? When this boy uses this saber art, his pure strength is even greater than Li Chongsheng's. Don't be afraid. Let's attack together. Act according to the original plan. The 6 fake gods instantly turned into several beams of light and shot toward the spiritual state. With ferocious glints flashing in his eyes, Lin Chen frantically mobilized his water calamity battle chi and swiftly waved his blue moon, unleashing 3 moves of moon speed. Due to his Sage Realm spiritual power, Lin Chen was able to mobilize his battle aura at an extremely fast speed. His reaction speed was also several times faster than the fake gods. When he struck out, the moonlight was so fast that it seemed to illuminate the 9 heavens and 10 earths in an instant. Limitless 100 divine hands. The Han family's pseudo-deity's might was awe-inspiring. He shattered the void with his palm and caught Lin Chen's moonlight saber beam out of thin air. However, the saber beam's remnant aura shattered and shot into his body, causing him to retreat continuously. The sword gleam was like snow, and faint frost dotted the starry sky. It was like a light wave that exploded in the horizon and shattered the moon of speed. Roar tilde. The Kuan Peng false deity king was even more ferocious as he swallowed Lin Chen's moonlight saber chi. Leave this kid to the 3 of us. The boundary-suppressing sacred stele will be your responsibility. The Jian family, Han family, and Wang family's pseudo-deities shouted coldly at the same time. Lin Chen instantly blocked the 3 pseudo-deities with his own strength and fought in the vast starry sky. However, the situation was not optimistic. In just one exchange, Lin Chen was suppressed by the 3 pseudo-deities, and he was completely at a disadvantage. If not for the fact that the 3 pseudo-deities wanted to kill Lin Chen and get rid of him, he would not have been able to stop the 3 of them. 10,000 elephant battle spirit suppress. Rumble tilde. The heavenly spirit battle pagoda transformed into a giant pagoda tens of thousands of feet tall in the blink of an eye. It was as if a continental plate had slammed into the galaxy and suddenly knocked over the Long family's pseudo-deity. The terrifying force made him stumble back with blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. It was the Dean. Alone, the Dean controlled the heavenly spirit battle pagoda without fear of death and brazenly charged toward the other three pseudo-deities. Divine word, rain of blood, tens of thousands of miles. The pseudo-deity of the Mo family spat out several blood-red characters that were protected by holy light. When they exploded, blood poured down like rain. Each drop of blood rain contained the power that could pierce through anything. Even the peak demon king in the heavenly spirit pagoda might not be able to withstand it. When the tens of thousands of drops of blood rain hit one place, the power was enough to pierce through the stars. If it fell on the spiritual state, it would be a catastrophe that could destroy the world. 10,000 elephant creation palm. The holy aura was azure and contained the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. The Dean raised his hand and unleashed a holy light that illuminated the world. It actually purified most of the power of the blood rain and shattered the endless blood rain. A muffled groan came from the Dean's throat. He was injured from the backlash. You are a dying man. How naive you are to think that you can stop the three of us. The pseudo-deity of the Mo family sneered. As a saint-level fortune-teller among the 6 pseudo-deities, he had seen through the secrets of heaven and found that the Dean was covered in wounds. If not for the last bit of energy from the saint bloodline, the Dean would not be able to fight at all. Long di Shaw, this man's saint body is incomplete. You don't need to fight with battle aura, you can crush him with pure strength. Force him to fight at close range, that's his weakness. The pseudo-deity of the Mo family said coldly, and the Dean's expression changed. Roar. The dragon roar shattered the stars, and a huge golden dragon that was hundreds of thousands of meters long appeared out of thin air. This was the golden dragon crossing the path of the pseudo-deity of the Long family, which could turn the saint aura into a dragon. I'll stop him. The huge golden dragon swept its tail, and the overwhelming dragon energy forced the Dean to use the heavenly spirit battle pagoda to block the attack. Oh no. I didn't expect these pseudo-deities to be so powerful. Even a fortune-teller can predict my condition and weakness. The Dean cursed inwardly. He had thought that he could stop 2 pseudo-deities, but the pseudo-deity of the Long family had targeted his weakness and could only deal with 1 pseudo-deity. The remaining 2 pseudo-deities of the Mo family and the Lei family mobilized their saint power and broke through the protective shield of the spiritual state, dashing into the atmosphere. My people, fight to the death. Your true God has already descended. Offer up your lives to your heart's content, and you will receive God's favor. The moment the 2 pseudo-deities got close to the atmosphere of the spiritual state, their voice spread all over the spiritual state. When the saint power that could dominate all living beings vaguely appeared from the high altitude, the morale of all the masters of the fake God alliance soared. The great true God is here. True God, we're willing to sacrifice our lives for the miracle. The bloodthirsty and brutal shouts echoed in every corner of the spiritual state. The members of the fake God alliance, whether they were at the Heavenly Dipper realm, Yuan Venerate realm, or Battle Emperor realm, all of them launched crazy attack. F***ck your true God. We don't need gods in the 9 states. Han Shuzi, the ancestral master of the Han family, yelled in fury. Waving the alliance flag, he led the Han family to launch the final assault without any fear of death. Crack tilde. The 2 battle emperors who were good at hiding were like dragons in the shadows. They were as transparent as thin pieces of paper. Without anyone noticing, they had already sneaked up behind Han Shuzi. Their daggers pierced into his chest like lightning, and their blades cut off his arms as fast as lightning. Ancestral master. The people of the Han family were enraged, and their eyes were bloodshot. Blood gushed out of Han Shuzi's mouth, but a grin appeared on his old face. You've been fooled. He exerted all of his strength and unleashed his strongest punch. In an instant, he exploded the head of the sneak attacker. His teeth bit down on the blade condensed from battle chi. With a spin of his body, he injured another war emperor assassin. A life for a life. Han Shuzi was bathed in blood, and the bloody dagger was still stuck in his chest. Holding the flag with one hand, he waved his arm and yelled with the last of his strength, "Boys of the Han family, let's go. Tell the lackeys of the fake gods that there are no cowards in the spiritual state." That yell seemed to have penetrated into everyone's hearts, igniting an eternal fighting spirit in them. It was the pride of the ancient families, the pride of the people of the 9 states. Chapter 764. The azure moon slashed down vertically, and the sword light pierced through the void. Clang! The sword and saber clashed as the Gen clan's false god swept his sword back, deflecting the saber chi that filled the sky. The Hun clan's false god's palm was like a dragon, and strange waves of corrosive holy energy flowed through his palm as he struck Lin Chen's heart. Who would have thought that Lin Chen's 7 absolutes cutting force would sweep it away, devouring the starry sky? The Kuan Peng's giant mouth opened like a vast abyss. Lin Chen clenched his fist, and billions of draconic energy were ready to be unleashed as he punched the void. 7 absolutes explosive force. Bang! 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 The fist wind was like a raging dragon, and it pierced through the Wang family's Kuan Peng body. The remaining draconic energy caused hundreds and thousands of explosions. Heart-searching hand. The claw wind was swift and fierce, and it attacked Lin Chen from behind like a ghost. If the attack landed, even the saint's heart would be dug out. A majestic and profound mental power condensed into a golden beam of light that shot out from Lin Chen's head. It cut through the air and stopped the Han family false god's heart-searching hand. That wasn't all. The sharp sword energy pierced towards Lin Chen's eyes. He took a few steps forward and slashed back with his saber. The aftershock of the clash between the sword and saber was like shooting stars. The light trembled chaotically, and the nearby meteors were reduced to dust. With the 3 false gods working together, Lin Chen was completely at a disadvantage. He could only barely defend himself. The strengthened God Slayer talent was indeed very powerful. The nearly 300,000 times increase in strength allowed Lin Chen to raise all of his domains to the Saint realm. However, in terms of cultivation, Lin Chen was equivalent to the Dean at the moment. He was between the 1st and 2nd Heaven True Saints. However, the 6 false gods were at the early 3rd Heaven True Saints. Even if they were severely injured and could only use 40% of their strength, their cultivation bases were still at the early 3rd Heaven True Saint. In addition, these old monsters were very experienced and had a lot of battle experience. Under their joint attacks, even if Lin Chen had a saint-level spiritual energy, billions of dragon power, and a rank 8 saber, he could only defend himself. You think you can contend against us with this kind of strength? Kid, you think too highly of yourself. Give up, Lin Chen. Even I cherish your talent. Why don't you join us? In the future, we will unite the 9 provinces together. You will definitely have the opportunity to grow to the same level as us. It won't be a problem for you to step into the peak of the Saint realm. As long as you abandon the darkness and join the light, we can even help you condense a divine body. We can even find and obtain an 8th level divine artifact. Why? Why do you want to stay in this mortal world that is lacking in spiritual energy? Flying with us in the sea of stars is the path you really want to take. As the 3 fake gods fought, they used bewitching words to confuse Lin Chen, attempting to shake Lin Chen's fighting spirit. They knew that he had to be eliminated, so they tried to use this method to shake his performance in the battle. Who would have thought that Lin Chen would treat their words as bullshit, and his attacks would become even fiercer? Lin Chen used the saber technique Bright Moon Mirror in one hand to attack and defend while using the 7 extremes force in the other to attack at close range. Bang! 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 The 4 fake gods turned into 4 streaks of starlight that shot out in all directions. Within several breaths, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Whether it was intentional or not, the 4 fake gods' battle range was getting farther and farther away from the spiritual state and into the distant stars. The host activated the rune of recharge and penetration, consuming 8,100,000 rune energy points. Ultimate moment, return to origin, moon of speed. Suddenly, the 3 fake gods had a bad feeling. Lin Chen instantly leaped up and waited for the right opportunity to activate the ultimate moment. Then, He struck the fake god of the Gen family with the saber technique Moon of Speed, who was caught off guard. The fake god of the Gen family blocked the saber with his sword, but the broken Saint sword couldn't block the saber perfectly. The remaining saber energy penetrated his sword and entered his body, causing Saint blood to spill out. How is this possible? Seeing that Lin Chen's saber technique was several times fiercer than before, the three fake gods were stunned. This kid's cultivation strength didn't increase at all, but the power of his saber technique increased by 3 levels. Moreover, it had a creepy penetration property. Lin Chen's body was surrounded by a dark green light, which overlapped with the red light. His silver robe was swirling with endless light, and his fierce and domineering expression made him look like a god who had descended to the mortal world. His depleted battle aura has recovered to its peak state. The fake god of the Han family's pupils contracted. This wasn't the Battle Emperor realm, only a level 8 Saint pill could instantly replenish the depleted battle aura of a Saint realm warrior. This kid didn't look like a level 8 Saint pill at all. It's horrifying. After entering the Saint realm, it cost 7,800,000 talent points to use the ultimate return talent once. Lin Chen was still a bit scared. He had pretended to be weak so that he could find a chance to injure one of the fake gods. Besides, he knew that the fake god's target was him, and they would fight to the death. He pretended to be weak so that he could lure the fake gods away from the sky of the spiritual state. Lin Chen glanced at the distant sun behind him and let out a heavy sigh. Now, it was time to decide the winner. Although Han Shuzi had died, countless people of the spiritual state were filled with fighting spirit. Again and again, they fought bloody battles. The horrifying deathmatch was like an unprecedented meat grinder. Both sides fought with their lives on the line, dyeing the spiritual state with blood. Billions of miles of mountains and rivers were forged with blood. This was an unprecedented chaotic battle. The earth trembled, and the sky whined. On the day of the bloody rain, the sky cracked. Outer Circle, Longhu Mountain, the master of the Lengyu family was severely wounded and couldn't move. However, he still yelled as if his soul had burned out. Kill those sons of B** keys. These people aren't qualified to be people of the 9 states. All members of the Leng family, listen up. Don't step back. Anyone who steps back is a disgrace to the Leng family. The master of the Lengyu family was bleeding, and white bones were exposed in his chest, thighs, and shoulders. He had lost his sight in his right eye, but he still got up and moved forward. Fight. Fight. Move forward. Move forward. It was as if no one had stopped moving forward. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. The difference in numbers was almost double. Even with Lin Chen's 4 clones, it was still difficult to balance out the difference in strength. Despair began to spread in everyone's heart. On the other side of Longhu Mountain, Elder Yuan, who had protected Lin Chen when he first entered the academy, struck out dozens of palms with his Yuan Venerate cultivation and forced back a large number of Heaven Star Border Realm. However, the Battle Emperors and Yuan Venerates continued to attack with monstrous auras. They were like tigers and wolves that could swallow mountains and rivers. Rip Tilda. A sword light came from the sky and slashed in Elder Yuan's direction. He was caught off guard and barely dodged it. However, his right arm and right leg were slashed diagonally. Elder Yuan. The students who were fighting bloody battles couldn't help but exclaim. However, the surging auras seemed to be endless, especially the auras of the Battle Emperors. These Heaven Star Border Realms and a small number of Yuan Venerates felt a suffocating pressure. They were defeated one by one in the battle. Elder Yuan, on the other hand, revealed a relieved smile for the first time. He lay on the edge of a cliff and stared hopefully at the endless starry sky with his aged eyes. There seemed to be a few stars that were constantly flickering and colliding back and forth, messing up the galaxy, sun, and moon. Little fellow, you really didn't disappoint the ancestors of the academy. This old man will stop here. To be able to witness you reach this point, even if I die, it will be worth it. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.